What is going on, ladies and gents? How we doing today? Woo! Hopefully you guys are doing okay during international break. Truth be told, I'm fighting food poisoning at the moment. I'm pretty sure I'm at the tail end of it. The worst has passed, but yeah, I almost didn't want to do the show, but I don't like to cancel unless I really, really can't do the show. So big up to every single one of you. Hopefully you guys are doing okay. Better than me, and that's also why I'm all cozied up, because I just want to be comfortable today. But yeah, big up to every single one of you. Big up to the panel. We have a lot to talk about in today's show. Plenty of things have been happening with Chelsea, and plenty of things have been happening outside of Chelsea as well, which we'll, I'm sure, discuss to start off today's show. Really warm up as you guys start getting involved in the chat and smashing those likes and subscribing and all that fun stuff. So you guys already know what to do. Smash up the likes, subscribe to the channel if you're new here, hype up the video, and also be sure to check out the description for, you know, Ahmed's channel. You got Prime's stuff down there, all types of things in the description. My music and all that stuff. I'm trying to get my head together here, but it's okay. I'm all fucked up. But anyways, let's just get into it. Fucking Christ, I'm already crashing this car. All right, well, usually when international break does happen, you know, I talk about Peru from time to time. We'll, you know, talk to RSM about Ecuador. Real Chris will talk to you about Wales.
No, well,
I mean, Ahmed, we don't really need to talk to you. I mean, we already know the state of your nation's football club. And another segment we love to talk about is Nigeria. And here to probably vent, discuss it. And it's only fair because we were bantering the last stream at the tail end. I couldn't let him on. And so I want to Prime. I guess I didn't watch the game. I don't know how it ended. I know it was against the Republic of Congo. So Prime, what happened? What happened? Nigeria not qualifying for the World Cup.
the Democratic Republic of Congo. Before I go, Ahmed, is there anything you want to say? Because I'm assuming this is the only reason why you're here this early. Usually you're not. Usually you're as late as I am for these shows. So.
To be fair, the reason why I'm actually on time for the show for the first time in a while is because I don't have any work anymore. I've done a lot of my actual work duties, so I'm back to like my regular schedule outside of work. So I've been hectic for the last 4 to 5 months.
Good feeling. Always a good feeling.
So yeah. I don't need to do that.
So you don't have any jokes you want to make?
The only thing I can really say is commiserations to both Nigeria and Somalia for not making the World Cup. That's all I can really say.
Okay. This is the embarrassment my nation has become that we're in the same conversations with Somalia.
It's the same sentence.
Yeah.
Hey, but don't worry, man. Marshall doesn't need to go anywhere either. Because women's racing to Peru, women's racing to
Hey,
Wales.
listen, we made a World Cup at least 2 World Cups ago.
No.
We've at least made a World Cup.
Listen, none of our le-
Yeah, same here, man.
Can I ask, am I going to be the only representation at the World Cup next year?
man,
Well,
no,
USA, but I would very.
Ireland, Scott.
You know how I
Ireland,
feel
I'm
about
trying to claim England, to be honest.
Scott,
Yeah,
Scott,
I'll
Ireland
be
are-
claiming England.
I don't
No,
even want to claim England ever.
Oh, Chris, we don't care about your sheep nation. Anyways,
oh my
Worse,
goodness me.
the worst.
I don't care. Sorry. Nigeria. See the way people will laugh at me and say, "How are Nigeria this bad? You have all these amazing players. You have the best squad in Africa." And I keep telling people, Marshall, turn off the music. Thank you. I keep telling people that we're not
Should
that
this.
good. I keep telling people we're awful. I've been saying since 2021, before the last World Cup, I keep telling people I don't want to go just to go and embarrass ourselves at the World Cup. I said this before our playoff game with Ghana the last time. We lost to Ghana, and people started laughing at me because Ghana are our rivals. Ghana went to that World Cup. They embarrassed themselves in the group stages. That would have been Nigeria. I don't want that happening. This group we got given, yes, on paper, you could probably say we should be qualifying, we should be top. But those are also the same people that think we have this amazing squad and the best squad in Africa. We don't. The reason why I don't get on to Victor Osimhen at all is because he's the only real good thing about the Nigerian squad. Him and Benjamin Fredericks, but this guy's a kid who only started playing for Nigeria back in the summer at the Unity Cup. That's the only good things that we actually really have.
About Lookman.
You have shut up, Chris.
Oh,
Chusik
okay.
Kong is old as shit. He's our captain. The guy's a championship defender. Calvin Bassey, you missed a penalty tonight. I don't know why you're taking penalties. I don't
Can I
think
say
you've read.
this? Can I
Shut
just
up,
to
Ahmed.
completely
I don't
defend?
care. I really
No,
don't
no,
care.
no,
Shut up.
Prime. to his
Wait,
defense,
let him finish. Ahmed,
the
let him
reason why I'm
finish.
coming to
Stack
his
it up.
defense-
Stack it up. Stack it up, and then.
I'm gonna
Ahmed,
run cover for Calvin
Ahmed,
Bassey only because
Ahmed, you know why I don't want
the
you
other
to
guy
speak?
missed at the same time.
Ahmed, you know why I don't want you to speak? Because I said, is there anything you want to say before I go? So now,
All
no.
right, go ahead.
What do
got
you want
you
to say?
there.
You have 5 seconds. What do you want to say?
Damn,
No,
5
I was
seconds.
literally gonna say that he missed the pen, and then the guy missed the pen at the same time. So his one will kind of cancel out, if that makes sense. Like it wasn't that bad in hindsight.
Cool. There's certain things I want to say, but I can't because it's Marshall's channel. Shut up, Ahmed. Anyways,
You can probably
Calvin-
say him, but.
No, you can't.
last time I said it, you gave me a
Never
one.
mind. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's that close. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway,
One of
but
those.
I'm really angry. Calvin Bassey, I don't know why you're taking a pen. Moses Simon, you're not good. I know you had one season and league on last season. You're not good either. Don't know why you're taking a penalty. Semi Ajayi, you're not. You're like Chalaba and Tosin. You shouldn't be playing for my nation. But this is how bad the pool is, because this is what we have to. It's what we have to choose from. We've been begging Tosin forever to play for Nigeria. He finally pledged his allegiance in the summer. He still hasn't been called up, which I guess you could also say is a good thing because he's also been bad for Chelsea. But you've been asking for him to turn for so long. He's finally agreed. Why do you still not call him up? Indeed, he's our only defensive midfielder we have, and he's washed right now. He's not even 30 yet, and he's washed. So many injuries have all just caught up with him. Iwobi, I try not to give this guy stick, because he's one of the few people that actually fight when he plays for the country. He's not one of these people like Wilfred Zaha that tried to play for England for so long, failed and then went and played for Ivory Coast when he was 29. He actually started playing for the country from a young age. Same with Ola Aina. So I try not to give those two stick. But Iwobi, you stunk tonight. Absolutely stunk tonight. I don't know why Osimhen was taken off at halftime. I don't know if it's through he has a knock or whatever, but she should have just stayed on the pitch.
Injury.
He's not won a qualifying game and he hasn't played. He's missed half of our qualifying games and we've lost or drawn them. We've not won any of them. When he's played, we've won. So for people who say that he's not good, or all you Nigerians that love to twerk for Ghanaians and whatever and talk about how he's not good, without him on the pitch, we don't really score. We don't really score. Samuel Chokezi, I've defended you for the longest, but you've not improved with your talent. You can't really do anything, bro. You've not improved with your talent. Ademola Lookman should not have started tonight. The guy doesn't play for Atalanta really anymore. And that's partly due to that manager who was abusing him or whatever. But you've not played for Atalanta. I don't know why. We saw in against Gabon, you didn't look good. You shouldn't have started this one. You should have at least came off the bench and make some sort of an impact. You shouldn't have started. This is the sort of stuff that we have to deal with. This is the pool of the best Nigerian players, supposedly. And people want to tell me that we're this great nation and that we're good. Not even on talent, we're not even that good. But even if you think we're good on talent, as a collective, we don't. It doesn't click. We create all these chances and consistently waste them. Osimhen comes off at half-time, and then we start deciding, let's put in crosses in the box. We have one of, if not the best aerial threat in the world. We don't use it. When he comes off, then we start putting in crosses. It's like watching Chelsea. It stinks. But whatever. Cool. People will want to laugh. People want to make jokes. That's all fine. But these same people that will laugh and make jokes, when it comes to AFCON in a month's time, would then want to tell me Nigeria are one of the favorites because we have this and we have that. We're not.
Got a question.
I don't care about your question, Chris. Shut up.
Okay.
Jez, I don't get. To be fair, Stanley Mambele, he saved 2 penalties. If your keeper saves 2 penalties in a shootout, odds tell you should be winning. Right? If you save 2 pens in a shootout, you should be winning that shootout.
You should be a carnival team.
So you bowled it. Basically.
That's fair.
I mean, it is true. If you save 2 penalties, your team bowled it for you.
If you guys ever wonder why Chris is on the show, you now know why.
That wasn't a question, but I'm not going to ask him.
Chris, hey, don't worry, it's fine. I'm going to say certain words I want to say, Chris. I don't care about Marshall. Sorry. I'm going to say certain words I want to say. But yeah, on the bright side, somewhat, Ireland, at least we did the job. At least we did the job.
Wait. You said the job. To qualify for the playoffs?
Oh, we're in
that job?
Yes.
Wait, are you in the playoffs?
We're
You qualify?
a small nation. That's our aim. We're a small nation.
You're in the playoffs, right? You're not qualified yet.
Yes,
Okay.
we're in the playoffs. Yes. What?
I mean, to be fair, Ireland apparently did mollywop Hungary. So
Okay. Anyways.
they were losing 2-1, and all of a sudden they turned it around and made it 3-2.
Yeah, like I was saying before I was interrupted by a guy, I want to try and make a joke about Ireland. Have some shame. We battered, the GOAT and his team, Portugal. They couldn't hack it at the Aviva, Troy Parrott, the best number 7 on the pitch. And then we went to the glorious Puskas Arena, and we beat Hungary. So we're in playoffs. I still don't think we're going to the World Cup. But, hey, from Mission Impossible to Mission Believable, there's a chance. So, yeah, big up the Irish. And Nigeria, burn the FA to the ground and start again. This is
Can I point out something? Because
No.
I mean,
No.
when you spoke, right? And I get where you're coming from, and I agree, especially with that last sentiment. I think the reason Nigeria is where it's at, based on what you've told me, based on, I mean, last I checked, I mean, I could just simply do this, and I could just keep going, but I'm not gonna do that. So, no, but like, you obviously, I think the FA is the biggest problem, right? Just like in my country, I think with Peru, FA, the Peruvian FA is the biggest issue with why Peru is nowhere near. Like, look at Ecuador and what they're doing, right? Peru can't follow the same footsteps. It's just
talent. Sorry.
No. There is talent, but there's also nurturing talent, right? They started academies.
Who's your
That's
best player?
how.
Well, we have to
Fuck.
think. Right now. Obviously.
Lol.
It's honestly, it's between the goalkeeper Galese, who Scott knows from Orlando, and
He's laughing.
Tapia, who I don't even know if he even plays in the Spanish division anymore. So
I can, brother. He didn't even
Renato
get called up.
Tapio used to play at Celta Vigo.
No, he
I don't
doesn't.
think he plays there
He
anymore.
doesn't anymore.
Wait,
Yeah.
what's your point, Marshall? Sorry.
Well, anyways, my point was,
Who's your best player?
I think obviously the FA is the biggest issue, right? Until that gets fixed, nothing's going to fix. But when you spoke about it, it's like you were going down a list of like player quality, and I get it. Like, obviously, there's players there that if they had pledge allegiances to Nigeria, you probably would be better. There's always that issue that's going to happen, and that needs to change. And I think Nigeria is right to, and most African nations are right to, like, you know, dig their heels in and say, unless you're going to choose us from the beginning, we don't want anything to do with you, which I think is totally valid. But last I checked, and correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, Ahmed, Chris, I doubt you know, but I'll put you out there. I believe the only players I know from the Democratic Republic of Congo are Alex Wan-Bissaka and Balassi, if he even plays there anymore.
No, I knew about
Aaron
Alex Wan-Bissaka. I knew about Masuaku because he played in the Premier League.
Now, who you knew, I know. And I think
Bro,
the majority.
you know another.
One of
You know
those
another.
players is retired, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
You know
So, like,
what-
my point is, like, the disparity in talent is kind of what I'm pointing out here,
You know,
right?
he's also from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He's not playing right now.
you know about
Wissa's, I think the vice.
You know
Is
about
he? But is he actually like?
Yeah, he's
you know
out,
about-
bro. He's injured.
Oh, okay.
you know about Bakambu? He played against us in the Conference League final.
Oh, so he plays for that club,
Yes.
Back-
Betis.
Yeah. Well, Marshall, you want to talk about disparity, which is fine. How many players do you know that play for Nigeria, besides the obvious that I mentioned? Actually,
Well,
do you even know who Moses Simon is? You don't.
no, but that's
I don't
my
know who
point,
Santos
though. Like,
You don't know who Chris Kong is. You don't know who Ajayi is. You don't know who Benjamin Fredericks is. You don't know.
yeah, but if I were, you're naming me players I don't know, right? That's fine. I'm naming you players I know from both sides, and I can name you probably 3 times more Nigerians than I could name players from the Congo.
Okay, wait. Name the players.
That's
from
kinda
Nigeria.
right.
Actually.
Name the players that you know from Nigeria.
Iwobi, Adamana Lookman.
The Fulham left back
Let's see.
plays from Nigeria too.
Well, what Bassi, right?
Yeah.
He's not.
But
Is he? I swear he's left back, isn't he?
He's just
Center
fullback.
back.
Tosin, but he didn't play today. Obviously, you have whatchamacallit, Osimhen.
Lookman. That's one.
See, like, but this is what I mean. Like, I don't claim, like, I'm ignorant when it comes to African football in general, right? You ask me about South American football, I can probably give you a little more, but like with African,
Those
but
players
that's
that
kind of
you
what I'm getting at, right? That
Those
I
players
know
that
a
you
lot more
mentioned.
players in Nigeria.
The only quality there is Osimhen. Lookman's not played football really this season, so he's not match shot. But like,
Okay.
you can talk about disparity if you want, but it doesn't matter if our supposed quality doesn't play to the quality. And also, we don't play as a real team either. We're not a good team. We're not like, to be fair, Eric Chell is actually a good coach. he's unbeaten since he's been manager, and he's the reason why we even got him and Osimhen are the reason why we even got to a position to be able to be in the playoff. We shouldn't be here anyway, with how bad we were in the first half of the qualifiers. But when
Can you ask the real question? Can you ask the real question though? Like,
you have the actual squad and personnel. Like, we shouldn't. Like, Ahmed made a joke about Nigeria and Somalia didn't qualify. The fact that we're in conversations with Somalia or with a Congo is embarrassing because we shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
We are one of
realistically, shouldn't be.
we're one of the biggest nations in Africa.
Hey, believe it or not, there was a point. No, believe it or not, I'm sorry. I was just gonna, add a point. Believe it or not, there was a point in the 80s where that was the same exact attitude Peruvians had with being up there with Brazil and Argentina. So it just goes to show, man. The times be changing.
What you guys did is you had a revamp, right, of how you guys are run. Your FA, your federation.
Back then, there wasn't as much corruption. Now, with how football's advanced, there's a lot more corruption.
Well, Africa is full of corruption, and especially Nigeria.
Yeah.
So.
And that's why you guys are where you are.
I think a big problem, just in general, is that
can't even pay your players. It's a shame.
Is that, let's be real, yeah. Victor Osimhen needs to be fit all the time, mate. I think only playing half the games, the qualifiers. That's an L striker, L captain, L leader. If he was fit,
anyways, as I was saying,
if he was fit, man, they would have gone through. But on a much more serious.
No, Ahmed, you're not allowed to speak. I said
on a much more. Listen,
you're not allowed to speak.
On a much more serious note.
Let's not do this. It's not fair. No, I let him speak. He said no.
No, you can't keep using that gimmick twice. On a much more serious note.
Marshall, we can't do this. Marshall, we can't do this.
Why are you giving Ahmed a yellow?
No, both of you. Both of you.
Give me a yellow. You can't give me a yellow for
Marshall.
No. We know why you both get a yellow. We know.
I'm not getting a yellow for this. I don't deserve a yellow.
I gave him the chance.
I'll never beat the allegations, but yeah.
Marshall, I gave him the chance to speak before I went. I gave him.
It's like it's like when the player does the banter thing and both players get a card. I'm just being fair.
But you already spoke, mate. You already spoke.
He didn't speak.
I would like a chance for everyone to say their piece.
He still interrupted me. Talk about the next player.
I'll just put this one in there. Why not?
So it doesn't matter. No, we're not doing this.
He doesn't want Ahmed to speak.
Yeah, he doesn't want me to speak. Like, listen, you spoke. You had your time. No, it's my turn.
You're Somali. We're not doing this.
See, so then, now it's gone from you can't talk to now you're Somali. So again, what is this conversation gone to? You know what I mean? This is not a real conversation. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Next time you
listen,
you can
either way, listen.
We'll talk.
Listen, man, you can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. End of the day, you're with us, mate. You're with us. No World Cup to go to, mate. You're not going to the US.
No, you don't go to any tournament.
He said you're with us.
You know what I mean? Say whatever you want. I don't go to any tournament.
Hey, you know what? You boys can hang up here with me. We could just watch these guys tussle down.
I'm just saying that it's fine that you can say all this, but I'm not.
This is like the Virgin telling the
you and me have done the same thing for a while now. Not going to the World Cup. So welcome to the club, bro.
That's
bro, you guys are turning virgins, bro. You guys don't do anything.
Hey,
CFC 202.
Say what you want about Chris, mate. Chris has been to a World Cup in the last 4
years. It was bad.
This is true. I've also been to a World Cup in the last decade.
Yeah, can't say the same about Nigeria.
What are we doing?
You know what I mean? So, hey,
what are we doing?
You know, you can say that I've not been to.
Are we flexing?
You can even say.
Is that what we're doing?
Well, I mean, at this point we have to because you're not doing that. You're not even doing it.
What does that mean?
You're not even doing it.
What does that mean?
You're not even going to the World Cup, mate. You're not even going there.
That's bullshit. What does that mean?
I've
been to one of the last
You keep saying I've not been to AFCON. That's fair. But guess what? You've been to AFCON and not won anything either. So what's the difference between participating and not being there? Nothing. That means you've done nothing, just like me.
We've won 3 AFCONs.
Yeah, but in the last decade, you've done the same thing as us. Not won one.
No, we haven't done the same as you because we've actually been in the tournaments.
You've been there, but you've not won. So you've done what we've done. We've not won either.
Not true. So we were in the last final, literally.
You were in the final, but you didn't win. Same as Chelsea. Same as Somalia. We just didn't go to the final.
Wait, what's with these jabs at Chelsea, bro? Come on, both of you. Yo, when you're both hurt, you just aim it at your club, bro. Seriously.
It's not the same as Somalia. You guys
but like, listen. Anyway, the point I want to make
fun of a ladies' man, bro.
Listen. Firstly, big up to DR Congo. Big up to DR Congo.
I asked you, do you want to speak?
On
you said
a
no.
serious note, listen. On a serious,
listen. I just got off work. I've been busy with work. Yada yada yada. All right, cool.
Yes.
You're busy with work. Go back to work, bro. Go back to work.
Mate.
He said, "Go back to work." What the fuck?
Listen, I understand you're hurt, mate. But let it go.
No, I'm not even hurt. Though. I didn't want to hurt me.
Let it go.
Listen, how am I hurt?
You know what I mean? Let it go, man. You're hurt, bro. Understand? Let's let it go, bro. But listen,
how am I hurt?
Either way,
Prime, let's get over this. Just go. Ahmed, you speak on it, and then I want to hear the other two.
Yeah, man. Because listen, either way, I think for me, a big problem. Listen, either way, I just want to make the point that I feel like for me, when it comes to Nigeria, right? You look at even some of the age group, right? The age profiles, right? Onyeka, like the only reason why I know about Onyeka is because of his when he was playing a bit more for Brentford in his when they started coming up, when they came to the league. Right? That's the reason why I remember Onyeka quite well. And his FIFA card. Chris knows about his FIFA card, do you remember? Best, you know. 2 seasons ago he had like a really good FIFA card, like at the start of the game. Yeah, that's the reason why I remember. I know about Onyeka on a serious note. But just in general, if you look at the team, like Calvin Bassey, listen, with all due respect to Calvin Bassey, he's not a great centre back. Like I know he gets carried hard by Anderson for Fulham, and I think Marco Silva's done a good job of at least making him competent. But realistically, he's not a great centre back, bro. And then I forget who he's partnered with right now because that escapes my head as of right now. But like in general, I just look at that back line.
You're asking who he's partnered with.
Yeah, I forgot who his partner is generally.
I told you. Did you not listen to anything I've said?
No, I literally escaped my mind right now. It escapes my mind. It's a normal thing. It can happen.
Who played with him tonight was Semi Ajayi, and they both missed penalties. You're trying to tell me it's okay that he missed because Congo also missed.
Yeah, but listen, I was talking about more so in the context of him when the penalty was missed.
I don't care. But I don't.
Fair enough.
Why is he taking
either way? Listen. That's fair enough. Either way, but the point I'm trying to make is that I feel like in general that partnership in general is just a bit of a meh partnership.
But they don't play consistently together. They're not the partnership.
Yeah. Who's the partnership? That's what I was trying to ask.
Usually it's Chusa Kong, and he's also not good, like I was saying.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I'll be honest.
Hold on. Who played in the game against Gabon was Bassi and Benjamin Fredericks, and he's our best defender right now. And he's actually very, very good. He came through. I think he came through the Brentford Academy, and he's on loan right now. Or at least he is at Brentford. He's on loan right now.
Yeah, I just think for me, I just look at Nigeria. I think it's a top heavy squad, but even the top, if you look at the top right, Iwobi. I think Iwobi's a good. I'm not trying to get. Like if you look at it, like with hindsight, I think Iwobi's a decent mid-table player, right? Austin is really the star man in that team. Like Chukwueze, bro.
Only number 10 we have in the squad. He's our own.
Chukwueze. If you look at Chukwueze, bro, has not, since his time at Villarreal, as that's where he peaked. He was trash at AC Milan. He's now at Fulham, if I'm not mistaken. It's not been that great. He's barely been placed.
Ahmed. Abi, with all due respect, you're repeating exactly what I said.
Yeah, but listen, this is the Ahmed spin.
You're repeating everything I've said. Do you have anything? That's why I said before I spoke. I said, "Do you have anything to say?"
Listen,
you're not
at the end of the day, let me speak.
You're not adding anything new.
Either way, you don't need to listen to this then. Let's log off. Put the volume down.
You're such a woman, bro. You're such a woman.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate it.
Scott and Chris, you got anything to add before we move on to Chelsea?
Yeah, I'm just gonna make one more. The only point I'm gonna make.
Last one, Ahmed. Last one.
The point I'm gonna make is that listen, at the end of the day, Nigeria, they shouldn't be called giants anymore. African giants, because I think that's disrespectful to the continent itself. So let's just leave it like that. And listen, welcome to the club, man. Welcome to Somalia. Welcome to East Africa nation. East Africa, we don't really make it out of the hood. You know what I mean? Us, Ethiopia, Eritrea, we don't really make it to AFCONs. Maybe every once in a while we might make one. And then we're looking to cups. And you know what, man? It's funny because Nigeria's got like probably I would argue the biggest like fan base in Africa. Maybe like South Africa probably rivals it in terms of like really like powerful fan bases. Ghana, of course, is there, but like I feel like in terms of like, the number of people, context. That's the context I'm using, yeah. But like, Nigeria is kind of like Italy. You know what I mean? Both trash sides had declined. You know what I mean? They're just washed, and they're relying on a star man that is never fit, and he's only fit for Galatasaray. He's not fit for his club. He's not fit for his country, but he's fit for his club.
You saying he's faking it?
All right.
All I'm saying, man, Gareth Bale, when his country needed him, injury or no injury.
No. Bale was there for his country. He just wasn't there for his club.
Let him know, Chris. Let him know.
He was always there for Wales.
Are you finished speaking?
Nigeria's trash. Thank you.
All
Are you
right,
finished
he's
speaking?
done.
Cool. You're trying to make a joke about falling giant. We're not a falling giant. We're a fallen giant. That's why I keep telling people in 2021 we're not good. If people don't want to listen, that's fine.
I mean,
We're
to be
not.
fair, I feel like you have been saying that, so.
Yeah, we're also not in the same bracket as Somalia, because just because Chelsea are shit doesn't mean we're in the same conversation as Millwall or
Arsenal.
We're not going to do that.
Oh,
I'm not
okay,
saying
never
Arsenal. They're actually a good Premier League team.
Yeah,
We're not
so
in
good.
that. We're not like League One like you guys are. So you can try and make jokes, but like you're saying,
Look at Jesse's comment.
you said we'll
Look
make
at the
an
comment.
occasional AFCON. Us not going to the World Cup is not the same as you saying about AFCON, but that's all well and good. And Marshall, you're bringing up this comment. Ghana have 4 AFCONs. Somalia haven't been to a tournament.
Doesn't matter,
So
mate.
that's-
End of the day, mate, we got more. Us and Ghana have got more combined than you. Hold.
You're interrupting me. I let you speak. Don't interrupt me. So, yeah, that's good banter from Jez, I guess. But it's disingenuous because Somalia don't do anything anyway. So it's all well and good. I know Ahmed's trying to make jokes. That's why I said to Ahmed before I spoke, anything you want to say, he tried to do the whole humble gimmick. Oh, I just got off work. I've been busy with work, big projects, yada yada yada. Now he wants to repeat the exact same stuff I've said, which is weird. Oh, I don't know who partners Bassi, but they're not a good partnership. How do you know they're not a good partnership if you don't know who partners Bassi? You don't know ball, which is great. And Chris, you also don't know ball, so I don't want to care about your opinion. Oh, what do you have to say? Chris,
Oh,
do you watch
Really
it?
round him.
Hey, Chris, do you watch it?
Oh, it's the whole bottle thing for me.
Okay, cool. I don't care. Scott, what do you have to say?
I don't care, bro. I legit don't care. I didn't watch the game.
I got a question.
I'll be real, Chris.
Does Osimhen have one more in him for the next World Cup try?
Oh my days.
How old is
Oh
he? He's like
my
27.
I don't know, actually.
Oh
26
my-
maybe?
We don't know when the next time you have a World Cup try.
I don't know. Maybe.
That's crazy.
Are you, Chris? I have a question for you. Are you ever going to stop having relations with sheep? And by the way, I answered your question. Answer mine.
That's just a trap question.
How is it a trap question? Answer my question.
Because if I could say no, so I've done it. I could say yes. I could say yes, and I've done it. And I say no, I'm still going to continue doing it. So it's a trap question.
Huh?
So you said you're not going to stop and you're going to continue doing it first. Okay.
I'm saying nothing to that. No comment.
Are you gonna plead the fifth? Are you pleading the fifth?
I think we need to move on.
Yeah, please.
Chris, you
I
don't-
think we need
Chris,
to move on.
Hurry up. Chelsea plays in 1 minute.
We need to move
don't
on.
live, Chris, you don't live in this state.
We need to. We must move
You
on.
can't-
We must
you
move
can't
on.
plead- You can't plead the fifth like Marshall. You don't live in the States. So answer.
That's hilarious.
It's not.
Oh,
It's the
all of a
truth.
sudden his mic doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Now it doesn't work. All right, cool.
What?
Cheap shag.
Let's talk on Chelsea. Let's get into some of the news that's happened since the last time we hosted the show. And let's start off with some of the other stories not related to the core Chelsea stuff, but still related to Chelsea. Let's start off with this first one is Prayers for Oscar. So, for those of you who are unaware, former Chelsea player Oscar, here we go. Former Chelsea player and midfielder Oscar has been hospitalized after suffering a heart problem during preseason training in Brazil, with fears growing that he could be forced to retire from the game. Oscar has been diagnosed with a fainting issue and remains hospitalized while undergoing further tests. Obviously, Oscar, some people, big fans of him that have been, Chelsea fans for some time. So warm place or place in a lot of hearts of Chelsea fans. Figured I'd bring this up because obviously not a fun thing. We saw what happened with Christian Eriksen when that happened during the Euros in 2020, I believe. He had a collapse from a heart failure. Luckily, he was okay. I think Oscar is all right as of now, but when stuff like this happens, unfortunately, a player who is as talented as Oscar might have to be forced to retire just for health issues. But yeah, it is worrying. Hopefully, this is just one instance of something like this happening. But yeah, it's really unfortunate that it's something like this that could happen that kind of forces you to potentially retire earlier than you'd like to. But yeah, does anyone want to speak on Oscar and obviously, what's happened?
Well, as many of you know, Oscar's one of my favorite Chelsea players ever. Big up to him. Hopefully he's okay and safe. In terms of obviously his health diagnosis.
What team is he in right now that he was doing?
I think he's playing for like I think it's like a top Brazilian side. Like I think it's Botafogo. I think it's Botafogo, right? I think it's the one.
Sao Paulo.
Botafogo.
Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo.
Yeah, but either way, I think one of the things that he did obviously was he went for the bag, as many of you guys know. Obviously,
that's true.
Wanted to play in China.
We also
and
got
you know what?
Back,
and you know what, man? It's a good thing that he did because obviously, you look at this now. Obviously, he's got fainting issues. I would assume it's because of like heart arrhythmia. I think it's called like where his heart. I think if you read the report, apparently his heart like starts beating at a slower tempo, which is what causes him to like faint essentially because he's not putting enough pressure to actually move blood around his bodies. So I think it's obviously a positive now because that if he has to silently end his career now, at least he's got the financial stability, right, to actually.
Yeah.
How old is he?
I think he's in his
37.
He's 32.
No way, he's 36. No way. Yeah.
32, mate. 32.
I remember like when he first like playing for Chelsea, man. He looked like I don't know when he debuted. Was he like 18? He looked like he's.
I think it was sooner than that.
He was.
Didn't he debut at 6?
Young.
Oh, what year or how old he was when he debuted?
How old was he? Yeah, when
he was 18, 19.
That's what I said about 18. Yeah, like I actually have his shirt as well. Yeah, he's like one of my
favorite players. He played his best years
in
China, basically, bro. He played his best years in China.
I mean, we got what was it, 60 million for him? Like it was understandable. Like he got the bag, Chelsea got the bag, and yeah. Wish him luck on it. Like it's not too serious, is it, or is it like gone to that bad stage?
Well, anything that's a heart.
I mean, yeah, like
it's probably serious.
I know, but he's not going to surgery or nothing, right?
From what I've heard.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I think he's all right, but it's a warning,
Yeah.
I think he's probably going to need a pacemaker or something.
Might have to consider, like, maybe stopping then.
Yeah.
Probably. Wait, how old was Eriksen when he had his heart attack in the Euros?
I don't know. Yeah, but he
didn't have a heart attack, though, wasn't it? Wasn't this thing that he literally like?
I thought he did.
Stopped? I thought it was his.
Isn't that a heart attack? Cardiac arrest, right?
A heart attack and cardiac arrest are not the same thing, by the way.
Yeah,
I thought they are.
No, they're not the same thing.
Oh shit! Never mind. Let me look at this up. Eriksen heart attack.
I just know it looked.
I just want to know what it actually was officially announced as. Cardiac arrest. Okay, yeah. Christian Eriksen suffered cardiac arrest during the Euros 2020 match in June 12, 2021. So, wait, how old was you during that? Actually, that's what I wanted to know.
29, 30.
Eriksen, what's his age now? I'll just do the math. Oh, Jesus Christ. I wrote the wrong thing. He is 33 years old. So he was 31, 30 when it happened? 4 years ago? So yeah, he was 29, actually, even younger.
Didn't Casillas have the same situation? Like,
did he? I didn't know that.
Unless I'm mistaken, but I thought Casillas had almost similar, unless I'm wrong.
Hmm.
I'm with his
I
heart
think-
anyway.
I think he had an issue with his heart. I actually think you might be right. Yeah, I think when he was at Porto, he had an issue with his heart, which is why he retired.
Who?
I mean, it happens
Casillas.
in football.
This year, Gallagher has a heart condition, but he was obviously he's actually able to play for me. Like, I don't know if you know that, by the way.
I did
No,
not know that.
heart condition.
Yeah. But like, I think if Oscar were to decide to retire, I think it's fine. I mean, you're at that point in your career now where people do consider it. You got your money, and I don't think any of us really blame him for chasing the bag either. I mean, most Brazilian players come from poverty, and it's, you know, you're giving back to that community. You're giving back to your family, taking care of those close ones to you and your loved ones. I think he even came out and said something similar along that lines too in an interview, where like the reason he made the move was mostly like from a financial point of view. From a family financial point of view. So yeah, don't blame him at all.
Stupid amount of money, yeah, like 700K a week.
Yeah, I mean, when you're offered that kind of money, you know, I can't really blame you, especially if you don't come from money, you know.
And that's when, like, when did he leave Chelsea?
2016, 17?
I want to say 16, but
2016, 17 season.
okay, that's when money was
Okay.
getting a bit high then, actually, for certain players.
I remember because Conte wasn't playing him. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost
So-
forgot he played Conte, to be honest, so.
That flipping criminal. The only good thing about him is his interview quotes. He's got elite interview quotes. That fucking terrorist.
Who, Conte?
He helped us win the Premier League. Don't that count?
You know what I mean? Listen, man.
He had a
Whereas
good
he-
year.
whereas
Yeah,
he's
I mean, just,
man, man.
things
He's Vince
that
McMahon.
happen.
That's what I'm gonna say, man. He's Vince McMahon, man. Conte's Vince
Wait,
McMahon.
question for you, Ahmed. Do you like Roberto Di Matteo? Or is he also a terrorist?
I like him.
Shout out
wait,
to my
yeah,
legend, Roberto Di Matteo. Shout out to my legend. He won me
You're-
ECL.
okay. But too cool. Okay. No, that's all. That's all. I'm gonna
Listen,
do. That's all I'll
listen.
say.
Tuchel's
That's all I'll
beefing.
say.
Yeah,
Tuchel's trying to beef
Mateo's
his
still
star
a different
player.
situation now.
Tuchel's trying to beef
That's
his star
a star
player, Jude
player.
Bellingham. You know what I mean?
That's
One of
a
his
star
star players. Oh, technically, that's what the England fans say, isn't it? You know, they tell you that Jude
Yeah,
Bellingham's a star
but
player.
England. Yeah, but the England fans are, you know, tough. Anyways,
Plus, man, don't worry, man. Tuchel's not
China
going to win the
got-
World Cup anyway with them. Anyway,
China, they're not winning the World Cup, but it's not because of Tuchel, because England is shit. Anyways, in January, that same January, China also tried to sign Costa.
Did they? Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing about that. Like I were reading
China signed-
stories about it.
Half of our players, by the way, they signed Costa. They signed. They got Drogba on a free. I think that was after he went to Galatasaray. I think it was before he went to Galatasaray. Drogba went
Costa.
down on free.
Oh, you know, that was before.
Galatasaray, I'm assuming.
Before?
Look, he went to Galatasaray twice, right? Scott, I remember he had that 2 stints at
What are you
Galatasaray.
talking about?
No, he only had one.
That's why he had 2. Like, I don't know why I always think
What are you talking about?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Didier Drogba. That's why he had like 2 stints at Galatasaray, right?
I think it was one stint, and then he
Oh, it
came
was one
back to
stint.
Chelsea.
Yes, he went from us to China.
Okay.
Then he went from China to Galatasaray, then back to us, then to Montreal, then to Phoenix Rising.
Oh, fair enough.
But yeah, prayers go out to Oscar. Hopefully he feels better soon and he can get past this. And in an ideal situation, if it's safe for him to do so, maybe he can continue playing football. So we'll see what happens with Oscar, but prayers go out to him. The next thing I wanted to talk about, which was something that happened, I actually saw it happen live. And I figured I'd bring it up because I think people are trying to make this a bigger story than it actually is. But I don't think any of us feel any type of way about this. Aubameyang came out and publicly on Troops' stream said that he regrets coming to Chelsea. I wonder why. So Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang to Canal Plus on moving to Chelsea. That was a big mistake going there. It was a fucking big mistake. At the time, I had a bad moment in Barcelona. I had a home break-in, and Barca needed to sell a player, me or Memphis Depay, and I remember that. And the only thing that was on the table was Chelsea. So I said, okay, for my family, I will move away, even if it's Chelsea. I was thinking maybe it will be okay. Olivier Giroud went from Arsenal to Chelsea and he had no problem. But for me, it was different. Now, to give context to this, now, and I can't confirm or deny this.
Troops. By the way,
What's up?
Troops channel. That's not
What?
from Cut Offside. The source is from Troops.
But no. Yeah. I think he also came out in an interview and actually said it as well. But this resurfaced as a result of being on Troops' channel and saying it. But one, I'm not offended by it because, to be fair, he got 0 to no playing time at Chelsea under Graham Potter. So yeah, and we clearly needed a striker, who he was, and an experienced one at that. But we rather suffer through Kai Havertz being shit for the 22-23 campaign rather than, or the 21-22 campaign, rather than just lean towards an Aubameyang. And come to find out, apparently, I don't know how.
Was that?
I don't know if this is confirmed true or not. Apparently, there was a clause in the contract that Bowley signed for Aubameyang that if he had played X amount of minutes, he had to get paid like a huge incentivized bonus on his salary.
I saw him at our club.
Well, he only got one game under Tuchel, to be fair. So Tuchel used him once. No, he played once under Tuchel. That's it, and then Tuchel got sacked the next day or the weekend of.
The best moment of the club's history.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I mean, does anyone blame Aubameyang for feeling this way?
Not one bit. You can't blame me for this, bro. Not one bit.
I've seen some Chelsea fans crash out. Over
No, that's what I'm
why.
saying. Like, Chelsea fans are actually getting offended by this. I'm like, why?
Every day,
We kept them prisoner.
Yeah.
Every day, Chelsea fans complaining about something new, bro. Like, give
Oh
it
yeah,
up.
of course, man.
Give it up,
Ahmed,
bro.
if you can't join them, squeeze them for content. That's what I say.
What do you mean, bro? I feel it's not even worth it at this point, man.
Wait, hold on, Ahmed. Hold on, Ahmed. Marshall, hey yo, relax.
Hey, man, Marshall, that's
I'm
a good time.
relaxed. But yeah, I mean, I'll go to Scott. I feel like Scott has good choice words for this.
Here we go.
How are we feeling
Wait
about
for the
this
Scott crash
statement?
out. Let's hear it, man.
I genuinely don't care. Like he's well within his right to be like this. I'm not surprised, by the way, considering the limited game time he got when he was here. The fact that when he did play, he was kind of shit. Not gonna lie. Like I never really understood the clamour for him to play when he was here, because the minutes he did get, he was crap. Like it just didn't work for anyone. But that's also because we were crap in general. Like the whole team was shit. So yeah, I don't blame him. And like it looked as well like he before he joined us, that like because he was at Barca for a year or like half a season. It looked like he was actually enjoying his time there.
It was half a season. Half a
He
season.
was
It wasn't
Like,
half
he
a
was-
season. It was 18 months.
Oh, okay, cool. Like I didn't know I didn't know whether he'd been the year before, but he looked like he was having fun. He was playing, like he was scoring regularly. So yeah, I'm not surprised he feels like this. Like if you look at his time at Chelsea, it's the only place he's gone to that he's failed in terms of whether it's on the pitch, whether it's not getting game time. Like outside of like since he's been at Dortmund, I can't think of another place he's gone that he's failed.
Wait, did he succeed at Barcelona? I forgot.
Yeah, he was pretty good for them.
Yeah, he did. Actually, the only other place the only other place he didn't fail, but it didn't exactly end well, was the Saudi club he left to go back to Marseille.
He
scored.
Oh, he went to
goal.
Saudi after us?
Yeah, so he left us. He went to Marseille. I think he went to Marseille. Then he was at Marseille for like a year or a couple of years. Then he left to go Saudi. He was at Saudi for a year, and then they terminated his contract. Gone back to Marseille.
Why did they terminate his contract?
I don't know. He actually did pretty well for him as well. But that's why I say like he scored a
They
decent
couldn't
amount of
afford him
goals.
anymore, man. They couldn't afford him
I don't
apparently.
understand because there's a few players who just get sent back after a year. Like even Henderson, he got. I don't know if he chose to go back.
Yeah,
or
but Henderson, like the whole like he was playing like shit. The team was playing like shit. Was also managed by Gerrard, so it kind of explains it. So
And
like
also Henderson
he
lost.
didn't want to be in Saudi anymore. So like it kind of just made sense for everyone.
Henderson also had a PR issue, mate. Chris, you forgot about that, didn't you, mate?
Oh yeah, the whole Aubameyang stuff, like Chelsea fans are just being Chelsea fans are being too sensitive about it. Even Lewis is being sensitive, but then again, it's Lewis, so part of it I think he's just doing it for like to trigger Arsenal fans back. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's like, I mean, I'd have regrets being at Chelsea too if I have Kai Havertz and Mason Mount and Werner starting ahead of me. So
And that is what happened. So I don't.
Whose fault was
blame
that?
him at all.
Tuchel. Tuchel.
no, it was
It
Potter.
literally
Cherry
wasn't.
Van.
Yes.
Cherry Van. Baldy.
I mean, if
Tuchel had
what-
one game.
Ahmed, if what you mean
One
is
is not ball.
Ahmed, if what you mean is it's Tuchel's fault for getting
Getting there.
sacked, because if Tuchel didn't get sacked, Aubameyang would have played more games. Then yeah, fine. But that's what
You
you
know what I
mean.
mean? Listen, man. Let's white lines and more focus on player tactics, please. If you know what I mean, Marshall.
Wait, I missed that. I'm sorry. What?
He said less
Said
white
what?
lines and focus on the tactics.
I guess.
Is that not what you
I
said?
don't,
Ahmed?
even, I don't even know how to respond to that.
Don't.
I don't. All right. Maybe I move on to the next segment. But yeah. Oh, but listen, we don't blame you for regretting Chelsea. We kind of forgot you played for us, to be honest. You played a total of like, what, less than 200 minutes, 150 minutes for Chelsea. It was
I don't remember.
it was probably somewhere around there. I don't think he ever completed a full 90 with us. So yeah, I mean, it could have been better if you were able to play, but for whatever reason, you were never played. So, yeah. So we move on. It is what it is. So
He also remember he didn't go Turkey when he came to us. Remember because he had like that really bad handline. Remember that too.
they're ridiculous.
You know what they say about
The
handline
fact
at Chelsea.
you have this weird,
Aubameyang?
yeah, the obsession with the hairlines.
That's
Oh,
not
yeah.
obsession.
Something to be studied about. It's crazy that that's what you go for. That's what you
No,
go
listen,
for.
listen. I'm just mentioning. Listen, I can
Yeah,
I can
consider
cut my own
the-
hairline. Listen, I can cut my own hairline like that. That's fine by me. But I'm just making the point that
Wait.
you know, obviously, he at the time his hairline was looking a bit cooked. He didn't go
Was
Turkey yet. Yeah, it was looking a bit. It was cooked. It was cooked.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Only
Let's
you can remember that, I guess.
we'll move on from that and we'll talk about Sterling now. Sterling's in the news, obviously not obviously, I shouldn't say that, but not for good things, unfortunately, for Sterling.
Please, what?
This is what happened. He got his home broken into again, which is really upsetting. So Raheem Sterling was a victim of a home break on Saturday night while he and his children were in their house. The attempted burglary occurred around 7 p.m. an hour before Chelsea were due to face Wolves. So it seems like from what we're reading here, the burglars thought he was in the middle of a game and his family would be there. I don't think they anticipated him to be home. And there's another outlet, pinch of salt or not, apparently Sterling defended himself with a home knife, and everyone's okay, but still a really traumatic experience. It's unfortunate that it happened twice now. At this point, Sterling, with the amount of money you're winning, or you're earning, I should say, I think it would be a safe investment to look into maybe some security guards that could probably monitor your home if you don't feel like moving. And even if you do move, you still should do it, to be honest. You're a big
Marshall, I
star.
would personally advise to not ask anything of press about his opinions on this. He's gonna start saying Sadiq's car in London, so let's be careful, please.
Huh?
Oh no, it crossed my mind until you said that.
All right, mate. All right, mate.
Say that. Sure you wanted that debate.
No, don't like. I would say like, why isn't it, like in the gated community or something like these footballers like they need to go away from these like lunatics.
Do footballers live in gated communities in the UK?
Some I would assume some do. I guess Sterling doesn't, but
I think it's
I would
really
assume
weird.
the opposite. I would assume they would want to have their own home, like away from a community.
okay, I don't know then. Maybe it's a bit
I don't know,
of a
like-
I think the way I'm
whatever.
gonna try to answer this as nicely as possible. It's 2 to 3 things to the issue, right? Which is that firstly, there are some players obviously that live in flats, for example. You know, those flats are always going to be harder in general to obviously get burglarized. Only because, particularly some of the flats that these guys live in, they may have like I forget what they call those guys that are downstairs. or check you in if you're coming into like the place or not, right? I forget they're essentially like security guards, but they've got like a name for them. But then you always just in general. That's why a lot of players live in flats. But if you live in a house, right? Usually they actually, I know in London, for example, there's like a lot of gated community housing, right? Where you can actually there'll be a bunch of houses together, particularly in like the Chelsea area where it's completely gated and everything of the sort. But he doesn't live there. He lives in Greater London, or the team. And in Greater London, you can live in a house essentially. But the problem is obviously if you live in a house in Greater London and it's gated, I mean, if they get in, mate, they get in at that point, mate. You know what I mean? That's just your own home security at that point. That makes obviously I'm not trying to blame Sterling. I'm just saying I need to like upgrade the security realistically.
But I just feel like if you're living in London and you already been burglared once, I'd feel like one burglary would be enough for me to.
I thought it was
it happened to him before.
Yeah.
When he was at Chelsea.
Yeah.
From what I read about the report and stuff, it seemed like they were trying to rob a Premier League footballer, probably a Chelsea footballer. They just didn't know it was Sterling. Because they robbed at 7 o'clock or something an hour before the game. So
yeah.
The reason why I know this stuff, Fatul, I'm not gonna expose my location, but Marshall knows my location, Chris knows my location. Yeah, but I live in a place where I live in quite a rich neighborhood. Let's just put it like that.
We know, we get it, man. We get it, Clarence, to live at home with your parents. Anyways,
Let's answer Fatul's question, mate.
No, but Fater, it's weird because you're always in the group chat talking about you know where this player lives, you know where that player lives. So if anyone should be questioning, but yeah, with this thing, like they probably didn't know it was Sterling because from the reports, was it not saying that like when Sterling went to confront them, they left with nothing. So they probably didn't know it was Sterling and they saw it was him and they were apologetic and stuff when they left. Because I'm gonna assume it was, Mandem who went, and then a lot of Mandem look up to Sterling, so they're like, my bad, bro. And they fall back. Don't you agree, Marshall? Don't you agree, Marshall?
No, I'm laughing because of Quiz Pursuit. The thieves sorted their target by sorting descending on topology. So they're just like, who can we rob in London? Let's look at the highest paid players. Raheem Sterling? Let's go to him.
I was going to make another comment that I forgot about. There's a good point that was made by Brown here, but I'm going to add to it. There was like a really good documentary that I still remember right now that was talking about like how celebrities get robbed. And like what they had on like a guy that robs celebrities essentially, regularly. And he was like, he actually is able to see where a lot of these guys live from Instagram, where they put their locations, their stuff like that. And then from there, mate, if you know where these guys are, all it takes is for you to stalk them, or like follow them.
Yeah, it's true.
And then you know where they live. Then it's just about scoping the place, and then bish bash bonk.
It happens. It happens more frequently than people like to admit. But like, there are people out there that will dox you. Like they will see a tree next to a certain store and they know immediately where you are, and it's just like, oh, I know where he lives, and it's scary, man. It's just professionals that do that. Obviously, these guys aren't very professional if they can't even figure out that Raheem Sterling is not fucking playing for Chelsea Football Club anymore, so he won't be anywhere outside. He won't be on the pitch, we'll say that, an hour before the game because he's not involved with Chelsea in any way, other than getting paid.
Yeah,
but Reece did get his medal stolen. Yes, that was a while ago as well. So yeah, it's one of those situations where like if it happens once, it's enough for me to get some security because it's not like Raheem doesn't make the money. Again, it doesn't have to be anything hardcore or extreme, but something to maybe avoid this because you have family as well. I would be concerned with taking care of the family and making sure nothing happens because I remember when Aubameyang had that happen to him, and unfortunately his didn't end as smoothly as Raheem's did in this instance. But bro, it's scary shit. It's scary shit, and you can get seriously hurt just defending your family. So thankfully nothing happened to Raheem Sterling, and it seems like based on what Prime said, I think some stuff that I read, burglars came out with nothing. They came out empty-handed. So Hopefully it doesn't happen to Raheem again. All right, we move on to another little story I have here for you guys. I didn't know how else to really title this. So I'll title it how I see it.
Chris?
Do not dox Chris. Chelsea is selling out.
Well, no, we all know where Chris lives. Just look at any field that has sheep.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Oh my god.
So, new. Chelsea offered premium members a chance to host a dinner party in the home dressing room at Stamford Bridge for £16,000. The club will offer champagne, a fine dining 3-course meal, a private night tour of the stadium, and a photographer. And then also to add on to that is, they'll have a 3-course meal in the Chelsea dressing room for $16K. How do I feel about this? I feel like this is desperate because we can't be like Spurs or Arsenal and host international games or football matches or wrestling matches because our stadium is too small. So we have to resort to stupid, weird little things like this. Have dinner in a locker room.
Nice.
I'm sure it's kind of cool because you're in the Chelsea locker room, but I don't really want to have dinner in a locker room. The tour sounds cool.
16K too, man. 16K.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Marshall definitely going to be paying 50K for this. You know what I mean? This is
You see,
I'm saving my money as we speak, folks.
I agree,
Listen, man, this is
Marshall.
At 5K subscribers, guys, Chelsea dinner on me.
Oh, a casually dinner
Yeah.
at the bridge.
Casually did no 10K. I'm sorry. Wait, 10K.
you're good.
I'll start
what they
saving
did
up the
was-
super chats now.
You know, this is
No,
for international
No,
fans.
you
man.
know,
This is
I'm
for
gonna bring this
international
up when we hit 10K. You know that.
Let's have it right.
You got it.
300K a week.
Write it down, man.
As much as I agree with you, Marshall, it's a bit like I
It's
don't
cringy.
want to have dinner in a changing room where Sanchez and Chalobah get changed. It's a bit weird. But there are people who are diehard Chelsea fans that have money who would like, for example, imagine you're a Chelsea fan and you have friends who are Chelsea fans, and you have you can have a birthday dinner there, or if you're having like a bachelor party and you're in London or something and you have dinner there. That, I guess, from that aspect of things, maybe it's kind of cool. If you've got the money to burn to do it, then sure. I wouldn't. Like, it's people getting married at the new camp. Like, some people who are I know there are people. Lewis would definitely do that at the bridge. He'd definitely get married at the bridge. So, like, I
can see
don't know.
that.
Whatever it is what it is. I think it's a bit like, I wouldn't do it, but if I've got 16K to burn, why not? So it's an interesting experience.
It's
So
a
why not?
changing room.
And I'm assuming you get to do more than just that. You've got to do more than just that.
Surely you got to meet your player, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll meet you in the middle. I'm not opposed to doing something like this. I just don't want to have dinner in the changing room. You can have dinner like in the middle of Stamford Bridge, like on the pitch. I'll do that.
Dinner on the
Listen,
pitch.
Marshall, why not? Marshall, why not me? You know, listen.
Because
listen, why not me? You know what I mean? You listen.
Just
You
right in the
glaze up
middle
every
of
player.
Stamford Bridge,
Marshall
that's it.
glazes up every single place, so why not? Eat where their nuts have been. I mean, why not?
God, man.
that's exactly why.
Why not, man?
Okay.
Listen, you really want that, man.
Marshall.
You really want that.
Marshall, do you want to have
Listen, I don't want to get graphic. Chat.
Do you want to have a dinner in front of the Matthew Harding stand?
Listen, all I'll say is remember the celebrations for Club World Cup. Remember certain mandem. That's all I'll say. I don't want to be in the locker room where boys will be boys is happening.
Wait, I don't. What happened?
Lee was not in the dressing room, bro. It's calm.
You said the celebrations in certain mandem. What happened?
I don't want to say more. That's all I'll say.
Sorry, man. Marshall's
I
gonna
I don't
be
want to
eating-
say more.
Marshall
I'm
is
not
gonna be
joking. I
eating.
don't know. What happened?
If I say it backstage, will you repeat it?
No,
No.
I just want to know. I'm actually curious. I don't know what
Maybe
happened.
chat knows and they might type it.
Chat might say it.
Marshall's
Yeah,
gonna
but
be enjoying himself
Marshall,
on.
you saying that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what happened.
It's called innovation. What do you mean innovation? I don't care what type of. I genuinely don't want to be eating a genuine 5-star steak dinner where freaking, I don't know, Axel Disasi took off his jockstrap or some shit.
Wait.
I do not want to be in the same room where that happened.
Marshall, you know I'm not getting allegations, bro. Why did
Hold on, Ahmed. Marshall.
Could have been anyone.
When you invite
Marshall,
girls
can
in
you
your
time
bed,
this?
do you get takeaway? You get announced?
I don't know what happened.
I don't want to know what happens when Axel Disasi gets taken over, bro.
No. You said about the Club World Cup. What happened?
Read the private chat and don't repeat it.
I just did. That doesn't. You said that's one word.
Oh, do you not know?
No, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, we're gonna have to talk about this in the background.
I keep
He doesn't
saying
know.
what happened.
I didn't know you didn't know.
Agent's coming.
Who? Oh, Adrian. Yeah, then we will read that out loud. But essentially, yes. So yeah, I don't want to be in a locker room where boys being boys things happens.
That is not boys being boys. That's not boys being boys. No, it's not.
Bro, yes it is. Yes it is.
No, it's not. Bro,
well, maybe it is.
No one's ever
Maybe he's
tried
making
to do that to me.
Maybe he's making sure he's not got testicular cancer.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, we move.
People always say boys being boys.
Oh, I remember that.
I've never had that happen to me. I'm sorry. I don't know what.
Chris! Oh, I remember that.
I was thinking, what was it? Yeah.
You do, Chris.
Yes.
No, because like Marshall posted a picture, like it's.
That was quite
Yeah,
the
I posted a
handful,
picture
wasn't it,
a while
Marshall?
ago.
That was quite the handful, Marshall, wasn't it?
You need to shut the hell up, Ahmed, before you get a second yellow.
Hey, Marshall, are you doing that in changing rooms? How will you do?
No, Coco, but things do happen in the boys' changing room, especially when you're young and dumb. I've been on both ends of that.
We see that.
We won't say no. Don't let's not pretend like weird things don't happen to boys' locker room.
Not
to me. Not when I'm around. Not to me. No.
Speak for yourself, brother.
Yeah, Marshall. That's why Marshall doesn't want to have dinner in the chick. He doesn't want to bring up the memories of what he did. Okay, cool.
PTSD, man.
Yes, you guys are
Marshall's
ridiculous.
gonna have a
You guys are
reflex.
absolutely ridiculous.
Marshall the one remember when they had a quick tongue.
All right, Marshall. Crazy.
Marshall
You
the
guys are
tugger.
absolutely ridiculous.
Marshall the tugger, man. Hey, if you know, you know.
That is, hey, yo.
Hey, at least
The show is derailing.
At least you know what Casually stands for now.
You're not real, Marshall, man. You're actually not real.
Yeah, no sleep. No sleep earlier, man.
Hey,
Big up later.
Marshall, thank you. I feel better now. Thank you, Marshall.
You're welcome. Casually, that's the goal of Casually FC. We hope to bring smile on many faces, mostly Chelsea fan faces.
Also, Marshall, at 10K, I'm not going to that dinner now. Now that I know this about you, I'm not going.
Okay. As long as it's not in the locker room, you're safe. Anyways, we move.
Hey, that's cool. Hey, you know if anything happens to you now?
One more question. I got one more thing to
You're
say.
the first
Last
person-
question, Ahmed.
Okay, go on.
Do you think they offer a complimentary player sauce with the meals?
Oh my God.
Oh, whoa. What the fuck?
That's correct. Second yellow.
Oh my god, what the hell did he say?
That's a ridiculous question.
I missed it. Oh.
Okay. Ahmed's going backstage for a segment. He needs to think about what he's done.
Chris,
All
of
right.
course you missed it.
Let's continue on. All right. So another quick one. Chelsea are currently in advanced talks over taking over another club, and that's Santos. So we move on to this real quick. Exclusive Blue Coat in advanced talks for full takeover Brazilian giant Santos FC to bolster the multi-club model. Now, as far as I'm aware, in regards to Santos, right now Santos are in a very up and down kind of environment. Not environment, but like a state of affairs. I think they just got relegated last season, promoted this season, some shit like that. So they've been in yo-yo limbo, we'll say. But this was at one point one of the biggest teams in Brazil, and they've kind of had a little bit of a fall from grace in recent years, but they're still developing some talents. A few of those being players that we've done nothing with, including their David Washington. But yeah. Santos, is this a good club to add to the multi-club model?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
This should have been done before Strasbourg. Clubs like this China
Really?
in Asia,
Before Strasbourg?
Africa. Yes, because like it's a bit of a weird situation. If they get Champions League football, and we do,
Oh, okay. That's why I'm saying that.
I feel like like these Brazilian teams, South American teams, African teams, Asia teams, like all that, wherever, just not Europe.
Chris, name me an Asian and African team that we can buy to the model.
I'm just saying clubs out there. That's all.
Now name me the clubs out there. Name me.
Why do I need to know the names?
Because you're talking about it, so name me. You're talking about
No,
how
but
we
it
did
makes
it
more.
wrong.
No, but if you want like scout from other like continents and all that, like it makes more sense.
Okay?
But like doing it like
Name me
in like
clubs on the
Strasbourg,
other
yeah.
continents. Name me these other clubs on the other continent.
I don't know about Asia and Africa. I told you.
Crazy.
Shanghai Dragons.
You watch
Is that a team?
the Club World Cup, right?
Yeah.
And you can't name one African team. We played one at the Club World Cup.
Did we?
Yeah, we
Who?
did.
Wait, which team?
Never mind, Chris.
Okay, cool.
What was the team that Oscar went to? Let's buy that club.
Yeah, but you
What?
didn't-
I don't know. They're called something. They're Shanghai Port. I think.
Oh.
They're called now.
Is that
Yeah,
what it is?
Shanghai, something like that.
Yeah, they've changed their name
Yeah, let's buy that team.
because
No.
that league is a fucking mess.
If we're gonna get an African teams, it has to be from one of the best leagues in Africa. So
If we get an
Either-
Asian team, it can be that team that was in the Club World Cup with us. Tunisia, right?
That's African.
Tunis,
not
that's an
Asian.
African
I thought
team.
Africa was Tunisia was Asian.
They're called
Jesus
Tunis.
Christ, your geography is fucking terrible.
Tunis.
like-
It's
Marshall.
Absolute.
Tunis
listen.
literally-
I don't believe in stereotypes, but that stereotypes with American is
Marshall,
I'm a part
Tunis
of the problem.
literally sounds like Tunisia. Tunisia is in
No,
Africa.
no, he thought Tunisia was in Asia. Like that wasn't.
okay.
The,
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm cooked, chat. I'm cooked.
no,
So the
the
stereotype
team.
about Americans not knowing geography, does that also stand
Yeah,
for
that
Americans not
died.
knowing golf? Because you think Sanchez is top 5 shot stopper.
You're not good at that guy.
Yeah, he could listen. As of
And
right
you
now, I'm
also-
still not wrong.
Backed in Kunku, and you backed Havertz.
Yeah,
There. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm happy now. Sorry, Marshall.
it's okay. As we speak, I'm going on Amazon Prime. I'm getting a notebook specifically labeled Prime's Bad Takes, and we're gonna jot everything down and keep physical receipts, documented receipt, the casualty files, and then 20 years from now, you're gonna be on your own channel, 100 million subscribers, begging my files to not come out.
Why?
My files are my pick.
Casualty files. You'll be let in
Oh,
soon, Naman. You gotta
Prime,
hold that.
Prime, you
You gotta
said
hold that.
Nigeria aren't going to the World Cup. Prime, you were right. Bad take.
Prime, you were right.
Prime, you said Lampard's the shit manager, and he failed at Chelsea twice. Ooh.
There's more than those. There's more than those. But yeah, Santos, the next club in the multi-club model. Scott, Prime, do you guys have any takes on this? Any opinions on this one?
They're the most famous club in Brazil, right? Or the biggest?
I don't know if they're the most famous, but they're up there. I feel like the most famous is going to be either Palmeiras or Flamengo. Botafogo's probably up there too, to be honest. Santos, I think, is one of the oldest clubs, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm just having a look.
They develop any other famous Brazilian bar Neymar.
Jairzinho. Was Garrincha? I think Jairzinho was them. It was either Jairzinho or Garrincha was one of those two.
What about
No, that
where's,
was
Corinthians,
Botafogo,
you're right,
never
JBs.
mind. Was it the other one?
where's Dino from?
It was neither of them. Never mind. They were both Botafogo. I stand corrected. He was Gremio. Never look.
I don't mind. I
Oh,
thought
Pele,
would've-
obviously. Yeah, Pele. There you go.
Oh, they had
Oh,
Pele and
duh.
Neymar. Fair.
Yeah. Duh.
Fair. So at least it's not like with Strasbourg where we're creating history with them. We're getting a club that has that Brazilian and South American
Yeah.
history. So
They have a
we're
lot of
getting all
history.
when we're getting all these South American talents, like it makes it more attractive going there. So yeah, cool. I'm cool with that. I thought we'd end up getting maybe
Porto?
one of the other clubs, like the one where Thiago Silva was at or something like that. Maybe. But
Fluminense?
when I heard about the situation with Santos,
Grêmio, goddamn.
when I heard about the situation with Santos, I was like, yeah, this makes so much sense. So fair.
Mhm.
I'm happy with that. Just
Yeah.
Todd Bowley, come get an Irish club, please. Doesn't even have to be Shamrock Rovers.
Their team is stinking this season, to be fair.
Santos?
Yeah.
Yeah, because apparently Neymar's been injured for most of the season, and they're just not good.
Bro,
No, they're
Neymar.
second bottom, I think.
Even
Neymar,
David Washington went there, didn't get any
Have
minutes.
you seen the spell comp
He
of
went back.
Neymar on Twitter? It's hilarious.
He's not been good.
Neymar
Yeah.
stinks, bro. He
Yeah.
can't even make a pass. He stinks. It's amazing.
Yeah, like a big
He's
ACL injury.
getting
right?
old, man.
He had a massive ACL injury, right?
Bro.
Massive injuries
yeah, that was
in general.
No, but like he had
Yeah.
a nasty ACL, like nasty.
Bro,
That's always like
Yeah.
recovering now.
It's so because people keep saying, "Oh, Brazil, he's going back there. Will make the World Cup squad." Bro, he
Mhm.
stinks.
Yeah. That's why, I mean, the other day, we'll talk about it in another show, but the other day we were talking about Santos and, not Santos, Esteval and his chances at the World Cup. But we'll touch on that topic another time. Scott, any final words on this before we move on to the next topic?
It should be good. My only concern with them is their youth development has been pretty shocking in
Maybe
recent
Washington.
memory. But hopefully, that can be turned around with us buying them. They are the good thing about them is they are in the they are in the best I don't know what it's called. I think it's state is how they split them up. Let me have a look. Yeah, so they basically play in the best state in Brazilian football, which means they have access, you'd think, theoretically, to the best players.
Okay.
It's just they're competing with the likes of Sao Paulo and others for that.
When you
So
say
you
best
hope.
state, do you mean like economic wise? Like they're not.
Well, I say most.
No, I think he means
most-
region.
Oh,
So basically, the way the Brazilian Championship works is you have a state championship at the start of the season. Then you go into the normal league phase. The state they're in is the most competitive. The state they're in has, let me see this one. Let me see if I can find the teams that are in it. It's kind of nuts. So, bear with me a second.
You let
Why
Ahmed
shouldn't
in? You can let him in?
fucking amateur ones.
At the end of this, so after Scott finishes.
shut up, Chris. Don't remind me.
No, I didn't forget. I said your sin bin for a segment.
Here we go. So
These
they,
are the words I said.
they play in the same state as Sao Paulo and Palmeiras
Go.
and Botafogo and Corinthians.
Oh yeah, those are some big teams.
it's
Big
the-
teams.
It's the most competitive state championship.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not even some big teams. Those are the biggest teams in Brazil.
To put it into perspective, in this state championship last season, Botafogo finished 13th.
And Botafogo is one of the clubs that actually went to Club World Cup
Out
to compete.
of 14 teams, they finished 13th.
Yeah, that's
So
crazy.
yeah, so that hopefully the thing, the positive side of it, if we do buy them, is that could be somewhere where we send our South American
Scouts?
players,
Oh, okay.
the scouts, yeah, but the South American players. So for example, this 16-year-old kid that we've signed, that whenever he's old enough to actually play football, he can be sent there. And what's it called? Same with the other, Pires, for example, maybe, or if we sign any Uruguayans or whatever, we could send them there. And then we have access to the Brazilian kids from that kind of area. So like hopefully that can be. So
that I'm happy because that means that Chelsea as the club can stop stockpiling on these random ass South American teenagers.
I mean, they still will, but they'll at least have a place
I
to,
mean,
No.
I mean, in terms of we as a club don't have to waste our money doing that. It means Santos can get them and develop them, and then Chelsea can buy them if they do well at Santos. Instead of Chelsea buying them
I see what you're
and
saying.
us sending them out on loan to Strasbourg and Santos.
Kind of like what we do with Strasbourg right now.
Yeah, because like what we have
I see what you're
with
saying.
Paez, for example, and with he's also out on loan, like Saar and whatever, we're wasting our loan spots that we could use some of our talented academy kids. We're just wasting spots. So instead of us plan every window saying, "Oh well, we can't send this guy out because we have to send out a 16-year-old Brazilian that we just bought," we can let that Brazilian go to Santos, play well for a year or two, and then he can go to Strasbourg. Strasbourg can buy him, and he can go to Strasbourg for a year. European football.
The only kind of negative in terms of development, in terms of like loan players out, is like this offers no opportunity for us to send loan players there. Like,
what do you mean?
Like we're not loaning players to Strasbourg. You look at the players we've loaned out. We're not loaning players to Strasbourg, to Santos, with the view of them eventually coming to Chelsea. Like, it would be a case of, like you said, Prime. They would be so. Like, for example, this Ordonez kid. He would be bought by Santos from Independiente del Valle, and then we'd buy him from Santos. It's not going to be a case of, like, for example, look at the guys we've had. We're not loaning like Casaday there. We're not loaning Saul. That, like, we're not loaning these guys we're bringing in. Ender, for example, because if they're already playing, like any of the European ones, pretty much we buy. We're not loaning there because that'd be stupid.
No, I'm not talking about the European one.
No, that's what I mean. No, that's why I say those ones. Like it's more. Even the South Americans to be one, like, because I look at the South Americans we're signing. Maybe you could have sent Paez there, but with the amount of time and effort they put into Paez in terms of bringing him to Europe way earlier than they did, or than they needed to, I should say, to send him then back to South America to play for Santos would have been a waste of time.
Yeah, but
on the contrary to that, though, what I think what Prime is trying to say. So I get what Scott's saying, and he's right. We're not going to send some of our upcoming talents there.
Yeah, like that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to explain both sides. But it's kind of like what Prime is saying. You kind of counteract that. And I don't know if Prime mentioned this, but maybe he alluded to it. Instead of, for example, us buying Kendry Paez and taking a risk, like specifically if we look at Kendry Paez's track to Chelsea, when we did purchase him, he pretty much went in limbo for about 6 to 8 months, where he wasn't able to play for Independiente. I think he was from Independiente. So he was doing.
The season finished, and instead of having him play football somewhere. For 6 months, they had him just train in England.
Yeah, with the under 21, he played for I think for friendlies and under 21 for Ecuador, but that's about it. Whereas with this alternative, you can have Santos buy the player. You mitigate the risk factor, in my opinion, where you can see like, okay, we bought the player through Santos. We can see if he's actually as good as we think he is. And if at the end of the season he ends up being like good, then you can sell to yourself at a better price versus this way of doing it where like we still don't know what kind of Santos we're going to get at Chelsea. Right now it seems pretty, not Santos, Paez we're going to get at Chelsea. Right now it seems pretty decent with what he's doing in France, but it's a risk nonetheless, like you are taking a big risk just by taking the player directly from South America and just go France versus Santos, try him out in South America, try him out in your sister club. If he balls, then you can then work up the ladder.
I don't even think that. I'm talking like, for example, when we got David Washington.
Yeah.
Why?
I think that's one of those players I talk about where like you take the risk by buying him straight from Chelsea instead of putting him in a team where let's just watch you closer now that you're under our sister club.
Yeah, no, but that's what I mean. Like, because we got him when he was like, what, 16 or something?
Yeah.
This supposed young, talented South American or Brazilian kid. Fine. So instead of Chelsea having to buy them and front the risk, because he's still under our books, I'm pretty sure, he can just be at Santos for like a year, 2 years, 3 years and develop. And then after that development, we can see, are you ready for Chelsea? Will you ever be ready for Chelsea? Maybe you're only Strasbourg level, and we can see what we can do it properly. So I like that we're actually making serious movements on getting more feeder clubs or sister clubs. That way, Chelsea don't have to keep spending our money on all these like random teenagers, and stop it, because then that stops us from actually going over and buying a top center back or a top. Is this Deinner guy? Is he not a center back, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Well, if we don't have to buy all these young South American center backs and they can just be at Santos and Santos can buy them, maybe then we have enough money to go and spend on a quality center back. For example, you know what I mean? So yeah. Also, I'm just stretching out this segment so Ahmed doesn't come back.
The other thing I did want to say before Ahmed ends up like having his point. The other thing I wanted to mention about this, and like this is kind of a given, they need to do this anyway, but they need to if the plan is to do this, because like I said, this only really works with your South American players. Like you sign an Ordonez, you sign a Paez, you send them there. That only works if Santos is good. Because I just need to point something out. Independiente de Valle, I could be wrong. Actually, let me just double check the process. Just give me 1 second.
Sure. Independiente de Valle, by the way, people, is the same academy Caicedo and
They didn't. An Ecuadorian team are currently about to play in the fight. Wait, they're not. Holy shit! We're nearly about to play in the final of the Copa Libertadores.
UCL for South America, by the way, people.
Yeah, the equivalent of the Champions League.
When's the final?
It is 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, they nearly got to the final. They just lost out to Palmeiras. So if Santos aren't good, then it actually doesn't benefit these players to move from Independiente or to move from Quito, which is the team that nearly made it, or to move from any of these Argentinian teams if we start buying them, to move to Santos, because that's a sideways step. That's not an improvement. That like unless you're thinking, oh, because they'll play in that league, which like fairs, but like there's only so much that goes, to be honest. Before you might as well just play them in Europe, see if they can handle that league. They need to make Santos good, because if Santos are still kind of mid, then it doesn't really benefit them to take that.
They have to do to Santos essentially what they did to Strasbourg.
Oh no, they have to do that, but they have to supercharge it in a way.
Yeah,
like,
they do, because
Santos have to be regularly getting to the quarters and semis of the Copa Libertadores and being one of the best teams in Brazil.
100%. Yep.
For it to make any sense of for it to benefit players, because like this Ordonez kid, the way that people are speaking about him, he might have been able to make that step up to Europe anyway, you know. So they're sending him to Santos the time would be a waste of time, as an example. And then anyone else, like Washington, if he's not ready to make that step up to to England or to Europe, is he good enough to play for us? Full stop.
Yeah, but that surely should be easier to do when you have a bedrock in South American football. If you have maybe it'll take them a year or two, which isn't necessarily that long, but once you have that bedrock stabilized there, it should be easier to do. And especially when you're under the Blue Co model, and we've shown that if you do well here, you do have your pathway to Strasbourg, to Chelsea. We've just in January we bought Sar. This summer or last summer we bought Omega, who were doing well at Strasbourg, and they're now coming to Chelsea. The pathway is there, so I don't see a reason why. And also, I don't know if this is a disrespect to like South American football and the Libertadores, but if we put a talented enough team out there, I don't think it should be that difficult to be one of the best teams in Brazil and in South America. With all due respect. I'm not
There's a
saying we're
lot
gonna
of really
win-
competitive teams.
No, I'm not saying we're going to win Libertadores all the time, but to be competitive, to get to
To be
like
competitive,
semifinals,
yeah.
to get to quarterfinals, I don't think it should be.
The effect essentially, I think what Scott is saying, the effect should be similar to how like when Roman came in to Chelsea, taking Chelsea from a team that was competitive every now and again to constantly being competitive.
Yeah, and
And Santos isn't even in that situation; they're in a worse situation.
Roman 2 years.
So, yeah.
So
hopefully
Chelsea-
it's quick for
Chelsea
Santos.
with Strasbourg, how long did it take them? It took us 2 years as well.
2 years, yeah. Yeah, it didn't take long at all.
That 2 year mark shouldn't be that difficult. With Blueco, with our ownership with Chelsea, it should have taken us 2 years if Poch wasn't an idiot. So
Yeah, fair play.
yeah,
No, I get
but,
you.
I also have something else to say on this. No, I can't speak. Okay.
I think we should let Ahmed have his say on this, since this is the end of the segment, and then we'll move on to the other one. We still have a lot of cool stuff to talk about.
I wasn't finished my point. You interrupted.
I mean, what did you want to ask? And I'll let Ahmed answer it.
As
Tic tac, tic tac,
was,
tic tac.
you know what, Marshall? I have to repeat what I said from the beginning.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You are also on a yellow, sir. Don't forget. Okay. So I'm gonna let out. Let's. Yeah, you are. You are. Yeah, you're on a yellow as well.
That wasn't my. Okay, yeah, never mind. Okay.
Listen, you were involved in the commotion, so you get a yellow as. It's like how Chalaba got a yellow last time when he didn't do anything. He was just defending his players. It happens.
Underbelly.
The FA is corrupt. The FA is corrupt.
The FA. The Casually is corrupt.
The Casually FA is corrupt. Ahmed, did you want to have any 2 cents on this Santos club? There's a good 3 points that we brought up, so I figured you wanted to say something. Now that you're back from the sin bin. You're muted. Which is fair. He wasn't.
If I'm not allowed to have free speech on Casually FC, there's no point of me being here. I think it should be a safe space for me to be speaking.
You know what's crazy is you had this opinion from the beginning, and you were just calmly waiting, patiently waiting.
And you know what? I will be still saying the same things I always say.
Hey, free speech doesn't come for free, people. I'm just saying.
Well, listen, I'm just letting you know.
You gotta pay. You gotta pay the tariffs.
It will be here. Well, listen, I'm from the UK, or the US. We don't do tariffs around here. But anyway,
yeah.
On a much more serious note, I think for me, unless the reason why, for example, you want to buy somewhere like Strasbourg, right, is basically because French football, you probably want to have a foothold there in terms of the talent you bring in, right? It kind of is able to translate between clubs, right? It's much more effective that way. That's why buying the club in League One makes sense, and you're buying it for that cheap too. Again, you only paid 60 million for it. That these days. That's like one major player transfer in the current market right now. My problem with the Brazilian market is that realistically, who can, barring Estevao right now, who has come out of there looking good?
Well, I get what you're saying, and to your point, there's not really much.
And for me, the
however,
and then go ahead.
However, it's not like they're only going to buy Brazilian players, but it's going to be primarily Brazilian talent. But since they're in their own South American UCL, like these teams do build for these tournaments, so they do get players from Chile, Ecuador as well.
Well, for me right now, the biggest club in terms of bringing up players from Ecuador is that club that Caicedo came from, and like Pacho.
Independiente de Valle, but there's also like good teams like LDU de Quito.
But the main bulk is coming from one club.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's the main bulk where it's coming from.
We get to watch them closely.
Right, and I think the other thing for me, the other club that I look at then is Argentina. Right, if you look, because these are basically the areas you're looking at, right? Argentina, Colombia, maybe Uruguay, obviously Ecuador, and that's the area you're looking at essentially, right? I think for me, I actually would just make the take that I don't think you need to buy a club from that, because the talent itself, right, is going to be known by everyone. Everyone's kind of producing. There's no point for me. And plus, as of right now, we have a good talent pool of being able to collect these players anyway. So I don't really see a necessary need for us here, particularly in South America, to have a club to develop these players. I'll be honest with you, because because then the second argument I'll probably make is that, again, is the way they're playing in Brazil, whatever it is, is that going to be completely transferable to what you want, right? Because, like, I think for me, if you say you do a Brazilian to Strasbourg to Finland, fair enough, but you can just do that anyway. You don't even need to involve Chelsea in that. You can just get Bluco involved in that.
I don't know why. Ahmed, this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. Like having,
no, I just think for me,
having a foothold on Brazilian or South American talent is good, and also that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get all of the South American talent.
No, I'm not.
But,
no, I hear that.
I
hear that.
The thing is, right, we're going to be able to see players play firsthand against us as well. So you know how this Deinner guy, for example, that we just signed, that's come out of nowhere. It's one, like, fine, we only hear about him now, but if we have Santos, we'll be able to get to see him play against us and against other South American teams before this guy blows up. This is the whole point of this model, where it's about getting the next Enzo Fernandez, getting the next Caicedo before they go to Brighton and Benfica and they cost 100 mil. Get them at Valiente, wherever that club is Caicedo came from. That is what Santos is supposed to be. We get them before they can ever become superstars under our model.
That logic is...
To be fair, I was going to say, to be fair, if I were to use your logic, Ahmed, which is kind of a, only really look at what looks promising, not no stone goes unturned kind of way of looking at it. Because with your way of looking at it, then there's no point in me looking for talent in Kazakhstan. Now, time will tell, but if we don't look at talent from Kazakhstan, then we don't have this potential player that everyone's getting hyped up about with that guy. Wait, no, just to give you a few more other points, right? That's Paev, right? The same thing goes for, I would even say, Andre Santos. This is a player that came from Vasco da Gama. Vasco da Gama isn't a big Brazilian side as far as I'm aware in terms of stature, but from time to time they produce good talent, and Andre Santos is one of those talents that they produce. So as much as I agree with what you're saying, like, obviously there's no point in going for Santos because outside of Brazil, everyone's looking at Brazilian talent. Outside of Ecuador, Independiente del Valle, everyone's looking at Independiente del Valle. Argentina, no one's looking at Paraguay. There's no point in wasting your time in Paraguay, Chile, Venezuela, Colombia. I think that's a little naive, I'll say. I think you can find talents there. There's just talents that are worth risking it. We don't know. And just to my final point, like, I would say we found those same talents that everyone's looking at, and they've not worked out. So I think Santos is a good, like, safety measure for the Deinner. Like, look at the Deinner kid that we signed last season that no one's talked about. Dijon Whisper that came from North America. We could have just simply sent him to a South American loan. Those can translate, and see how he works out there. We've not heard of him. There's a bunch of other talents that, we've not heard of, and it's just one of those, like...
Also, Marshall, can I just add?
We could have sent them there.
Hold on, wait. Let me just add. They will be playing, with us buying Santos, Chelsea, Strasbourg, Santos will be playing more or less the same style of play. And if some of the best players shine through, they're not going to come straight to the Prem. More than likely, they will have to go to Strasbourg and play in that league. Because look at Paez. Because we were told that Paez will come straight to Chelsea, but we saw, they probably saw with him having to train and stuff for Strasbourg that he needs to get used to the physicality of play, just being in Europe. He's not as ready as what Esteval is. And even Esteval can't play week in, week out yet. So I don't get why you're so against this. It makes so much sense.
For me, there's just no need for it, and I'll repeat the point I made previously. You already have scouts that are doing that job of identifying these players and finding these players. You've already got Strasbourg as a game model and a motivation to get these guys to play. Okay, you get them at the age of 18. You move them already over to there, let them land there for the next 2 to 3 years, and keep it pushing. For me, I don't understand. I don't necessarily think you can get every 18-year-old that comes out of whatever club you buy in Brazil and plug them straight into Chelsea. That's the point I'll probably make to you.
I think that's a bit of a naive way to look at it, because you say, what's the point? I can pitch your point right now.
Well, for me, the scouts are already doing that job, Marshall. There's no point in me having a club there when the scouts are already doing all of that scouting already. Why do I need to give you the extra measure of having a club there?
I'll tell you why. What you could do, because Santos at one point was up here, and now they've really gone down, right? What you could do as Blueco is you take an investment of money, you buy the club, then you invest into the club. You invest into the club to develop their academy. That's fine that we can have scouts out there to find 16s and 17-year-olds that are up and coming talents playing for the U18s and all that stuff. The scouts will still be there. But what you're able to do now with this is you're able to foster and create your own academy and your own talents via the club. So that's another route that they could go in. Whereas, okay, now we can actually start attracting some young talents to the club via organically through an academy or through a training, academy, essentially. Yeah, it's the same thing. There's that option if you develop it right. And considering it's Santos, they have a name. There is heritage there in Brazilian culture and Brazilian football. So there is a pull, but you just have to get them to be back to the giants they used to be.
Again, but
so there's that argument.
That's fair. That's a fair enough argument. But again, I come back to the same point. You still need to scout these guys anyway. You still need to scout a lot of these guys. You still need to find these guys. You're already doing that job anyway. For me, the step of then adding a club to help them to develop, I find unnecessary, because the guys you find are 16, 17 years old. By the time they're 18 years old, that's when you want to move them to Europe anyway, right? And 1 year of development at Santos, I think, be kind of unnecessary. That's all it is.
Yeah, but Ahmed,
and I think for me, the other point I'll probably make here is that I'm not sure that the method of trying to make Santos this place of hoarding talent is going to be as effective as well. That's the other thing I'll probably make. Particularly, and the reason why I would say that is also particularly because I think there is a good point being made in the chat here, about South American football is very tribalistic. It's probably more tribalistic than it is even in Europe, right? So it's going to be very hard for you even to break that barrier in that area in general, right? Let alone from country to country, from country to country. So that's all I'll probably say to you, bro.
What Marshall was saying is right. It's about developing also like their academy, and you're talking about how young players, if they're that young and stuff, they'll want to come to Europe. But you also spoke about how many of these Brazilians and young South American talent have come to Europe and not clicked straight away and haven't done well because they're not prepared to come to Europe. But what we'll do with Santos, we'll be preparing these young South American players of being able to try and make that transition to Europe, not just from the perspective of being able to play, but the mentality as well. Look at Esteval. The reason why I know he'll make it big is not because of his ability. It's because of the mentality he has and his family structure. That's a big
problem. Listen, guys, what we need to understand.
Hold on, let me finish. That's a big reason why we signed him, not just because of his ability. We've seen talented Brazilian players like him before, and they ended up burning out in a few years.
But I think the thing is, Jardo, and I'm going to add this here, it's not about, I think the traveling that I'm speaking about is about that within countries, right? If I, let's say, for example, buy Santos, yeah, they have rivals. All these other teams have rivals. Yes, we can probably attract players, some of these players, without maybe like some new facilities you build there, some level of academy build up for these younger players. That is true. But at the same time, those tribalisms are very strongly built within that place. How are we going to be, for example, able to attract some of these top up-and-coming Argentinian players to play for Santos, right, when they probably are trying to play for one of the top clubs that over there?
Because it's
right?
Santos, and if you can get Santos back to the prestige that he
But
once
they
used to have,
they'll
be better than Boca Juniors, better than River Plate.
But for them, they would make the argument River Plate and Boca Juniors has more heritage to them and more belief in them.
Yeah, exactly. But it's
So for me, that's what I'm saying. I think for me, my question is more so, I'm weighing the positive and the negative here, right? How much talent are we going to realistically be able to juice out from us having a club over there?
Oh, Ahmed, I think you're underestimating. You're underestimating how South Americans think, because as well as yes, South Americans are extremely passionate and tribal. That's all well and good, but South Americans also know I'm going to take the best opportunity I can to get my family out of the situation that they're in.
To be fair,
I don't care if I'm a Botafogo fan. If going to Santos means that I can secure generational wealth, I'm going to do that.
so this is kind of what Jardell's alluding to, and I agree, because I think you're applying European logic to South American logic in terms of football. I'd be interested to see what RSM thinks in all this, because he's more plugged into South American football than I am, and there's a few other, obviously Strasbourg, Steven, know them, but I do think at the end of the day, most Santos fans don't give a fuck what's happening outside of the pitch. I mean, they do to an extent if they're not succeeding, but if they're succeeding, they won't give a fuck. They just football and that's it. They're not like as invested into the politics like Strasbourg have been, for example. So I think for most South American teams, they're not going to care if they see an investment of money and it leads to the success, then they're all for it. But I think that was an interesting conversation. We'll probably continue on with this convo when it actually gets announced, if it does happen, when Chelsea take over Santos. But I want to start getting into, the cash money side of things on Chelsea, because big announcements have been made, and we'll kind of segue all this together in terms of the finances going on at Chelsea, but not only the finances, but certain sponsorships. So let's go ahead and start off with this part of the show and work our way into this sponsorship that was just announced. So we start off with this first tweet. Esteval has been valued at £103.9 million, while Giovanni Quenda, who joins Chelsea next summer, is now valued at £70.6 million by the CIES Football Observatory. We continue on. Premier League clubs made more than £1 billion from their shirts alone last season. Taking into account the value of their kit supplier deals, front of shirt sponsor, and income from sleeve sponsors, kit manufacturers have committed to providing nearly £492 million across 20 agreements. Revenue from shirt sponsor has reached over £429 million in the 24-25 seasons. Additionally, sleeve sponsors have guaranteed clubs a further £119 million. These graphics are responsibility of the excellent Nick Harris, so shout outs to him for providing this graphic. Just to quickly read through it, gents, you see the amount of money that we made from our kits. Last season was 72.5. And if we look here, the front of shirt value was £7 million versus Spurs, who got 40, versus Newcastle, who got 25 in this category. We are compared pretty much Ipswich. We got more money for a front of shirt sponsor than Ipswich, who is Ed Sheeran. Hollywood Bets through Brentford. And Forest. So only 3 clubs that we either make the same amount of money for front of shirt sponsor, or we make more money. Everyone else makes more money from front of shirt sponsors than Chelsea, which is not good. It's like what we said in multiple conversations. We are leaving money at the table. And, it's crazy too. I understand now looking at this graph why Chelsea are demanding £60 million for a front of shirt sponsor. They're trying to match what the competitors are doing. Arsenal, who have not won a single trophy barring the FA Cup in the last 5 years, are getting $60 million for their front of shirt sponsor. Man United, who are in an absolute shambles right now as a club, but have history to aid them, £60 million for their front of shirt sponsor. Etihad, £60 million. So like, there's money to be had from the front of shirt sponsors, and I agree demanding it, but it gets to a point where you kind of have to do damage control.
Let's look at United, for example, right? United were able to get 60 million because at the time, I think they agreed a deal with Snapdragon. It was I think it was either just pre-COVID, it was pre-COVID, and they still had that guy, what's his name?
It should have been after COVID because they were Chevy during COVID, I believe.
It was either pre or post-COVID. It was one of them.
It was definitely post-COVID.
Either way, everyone was still technically at the club at the time, right? So they still had that really good guy that was able to negotiate a good deal for them, right? For the £60 million at the end of the day, right? And whether we like to admit or not, United is the biggest club in.
Yeah, they have history. Yeah,
right. So that £60 million can always be justified for them because of who they are, the badge itself, and everything like that. If you look at United, with Arsenal, they are probably. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but with the way they do stuff with Adidas and everything like that, they're one of the best sellers, bro. Look how many retro kits they're able to sell. They have the financial proof and the financial backing to say you can give us £60 million because we obviously at the time they were going on the up and up. They were consistently being second in the league, right? That has value. Being consistently second in the league has value for you, and you're great sellers. Look how much the Arsenal fan base are able to sell their first kit, their second kit, their third kit. Even
they have good marketing, yeah.
Right? I can't even deny the 60 million. Liverpool they're almost in the same bracket as United, right? Except that they've also won the league obviously last season, but they've always been competitive for the last 6-7 years, right? For the league. City, if I speak on that one, I might be a lot tough for that one. So we're not going to talk about the franchise. But we know why. Let's see why they get that money. Let's just leave it at that.
Suit me.
What would be?
Yeah, that's why Ahmed's growing out the mustache. He's trying to hide.
That's it. We're gonna have to
change of identity.
But like Spurs, for example, Spurs they've already just won the Carabao Cup. They're a consistent top 4 side. They were in the last 5-6 years. They've been in the Champions League final. They've been in the Europa League final. But that 40 million, at least for them, makes sense. Our problem right now is that realistically, Chelsea should be getting somewhere. We were apparently getting beforehand our previous chat sponsor of 40 million pound, right? Now, realistically, what is Chelsea worth? Realistically, yeah, I think you're probably around about 45 to 50 million, bro. That's what I believe.
Well, before we actually get deep into this conversation on the front of shirt, let me actually get to that front of shirt part, because right now we're just looking at the finances. But let's look to give more substance to the conversation. Spurs will generate £99.5 million in revenue from major sponsorship deals this season. Chelsea have achieved a total of nearly 90 million by extending their deal as sleeve sponsor with FPT until the end of the season. Chelsea are still in talks with interested parties about front of shirt sponsor. Obviously, this happens all before that, but same exact kit supplier, us versus Spurs, right? With Nike. Our contract with Nike is worth double what theirs is, right? We're beating Spurs in terms of sponsorship for FPT, getting more money from them, Bing X, training kit sleeve sponsor. We don't have a training kit sleeve sponsor, but that's fine. But shirt sponsor, nothing there, just leaving money on the table. Most lucrative sleeve sponsor deals are led by United and City, each earning 20 million PA per agreement, per annual year. I don't know. Per what?
Per annum, which is per year.
Oh, never heard that term. Chelsea jump into the podium on a short-term deal with FPT worth 17.5 million a year. Interestingly, contracts of United, Arsenal, City, and Newcastle are expired at the end of the current season, so these will be reworked. But we're up there with some of the most expensive sleeve sponsors there. on FPT as well. More interesting information, FPT Corporation has signed a platinum partnership agreement with Clear Lake Capital, a $90 billion asset management fund that co-owns Chelsea. FPT will provide technology solutions and digital transformation using AI for Clear Lake's portfolio companies. So that's just on the sponsorship. I know we all want to talk about the shirt, so let's move on to the shirt. So, the front of shirt, I should say. This tweet came out some time ago. Chelsea are working close to a front of shirt deal ASAP. Talks are advanced stage and to be wrapped up pretty soon. And that was November 4th. Took about 12 days and we're there, 2 weeks. So Simon Phillips came out and said this just to reiterate this portion, just to explain why things have happened the way they did. One of the issues with the new front of shirt sponsor is companies wanting to see what punishment Chelsea get for recent charges against them. Companies have been reluctant to commit, so I'd assume Chelsea and Oracle will negotiate extending the current deal if agreed past the summer. Matt Law on Chelsea's front of shirt sponsor. There is no update whatsoever. It needs to be sorted out. It's embarrassing. Oh, this is from a while ago. Well, this is kind of old, but anyways. November 15th, Chelsea are close to announcing a new front of shirt sponsor. The Oracle deal is reportedly tied to broader investments by Clear Lake Capital. The deal is expected to last until the end of the current season. Oracle will pay significantly less than the club initially expected. I believe there was another comment in here, but we'll keep going. Clear Lake is reportedly investing in Oracle. Oracle will gain access to Chelsea's sponsorship assets and broad portfolio of Clear Lake Capital companies to implement its own software solutions. In return, it will pay X amount in sponsorship. This seems a little shady, I'm not gonna lie. This is like Infinite Athlete all over again, kind of.
For me, this whole thing stinks, Marshall. Okay, the fact you have to, we're basically, it seems, putting in our own money, doing a bit of Van Doodle with Oracle, and bringing that money out. You know what I mean? We're almost washing our money through Oracle to get it back.
Hey.
Game's the game, man. Like, bro, is it just me or it feels like Clear Lake are having to haul themselves out to get a decent sponsorship deal? In effect,
yes, that's what they're doing.
Bro, they actually like on a serious note. Going back and looking at those numbers, by the way, that you showed in that table was pissing me off. They actually fucking suck at their job. Like, on a business perspective, they fucking suck. Like, they are shit. They are terrible.
Hold on.
No, they fucking suck at their job. They actually suck at their job.
I feel like that is completely overlooking what Simon Phillips is saying. And to be fair, we've been here before with 3. Wait, hold on, real quick, before you make your point. When the whole Russian sanction happened, clubs do get involved in the politics of things. Not clubs, but sponsors do get involved in club politics. And when the whole 3 pulling out of the front of shirt sponsor because of the whole Roman thing, it doesn't surprise me that this actually plays a factor. What the 72 breaches, what did we do again? 72 charges. With that situation happening and no real end to it, conclusion as to what's going on, it does play a factor.
My thing for me though is that what you're talking about is a political matter. Okay, this is not a political matter. Our issue here is that we're probably going to either get fined or a transfer ban.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter if it's political or not. It just happened to be political. It's just a matter.
But this is not political though. What is happening to us right now is not a political issue, Marshall.
It doesn't matter. That's what I just told you. It doesn't matter if it's political or not. It's something that...
The reason why they're doing this, Marshall, isn't political. It's because...
Ahmed, you are not listening to what I'm saying. The point wasn't that it's political or not. The point is that the club is under scrutiny of something happening to it, right?
Yes,
we don't know what's going to happen with the 72 charges, but there have been rumors that it could be as bad as getting kicked out of Europe, right? And that's never a good thing for a front of shirt sponsor.
We are not getting kicked out of Europe.
I know we're not, but it's in the air. Until it's confirmed that's not going to happen. As someone that's going to invest $60 million into the club, I'm more reluctant.
No. What they're probably more worried about, realistically, is transfer bans, right? And maybe point deductions. That's probably the thing that they're worried about.
Probably.
That's where the UEFA sanctions have already been agreed upon, bro. We're getting fined by UEFA for the transfer.
But even those sanctions have repercussions of if Chelsea don't act right, we could get kicked out of Europe.
Yes, but those are already known. The ones. What is the one that's unknown right now that we're being investigated is from both the FA, which have charged us right now, and the Premier League, which are yet to charge us right now. And for them, until they know what's going to happen from that aspect, that's fair enough. I'm not here to disagree with you with that. My thing though is that if I'm Chelsea Football Club and I'm just looking for again another 1-year deal, right? How am I not able to ask? How am I not able to get 45 to 50 million? For me, I think Chelsea are asking for 60 million. If you just look at the last 3 years objectively of Chelsea, right? I get you've won the Club World Cup and so realistically 45 to 50 million right now for where we are currently and the level we are makes the most logical sense in my personal opinion.
JB's, I'm not gonna lie, you are cooking with this. You know what? Just for this, I gotta do this. Sorry.
Bro, Sam. Yeah. Wait.
Let's look back at this.
It's significantly less, Marshall. They're telling you it's significantly less.
Yeah, I was gonna say my issue is not that. Like, I don't really give a shit about that. To be honest, my issue is the fact that we're getting.
Oh, that it took so long to.
It's a what are we in November, December, January, February, March, April, May. It's a 6-7 month deal that we're getting significantly less for. And
we don't know how much, but yeah.
And we're having to, like I said, whore ourselves out in terms of clear. Like having to whore themselves out in plain terms. Everything to potentially get a renewal. Like they're just shit at their job. Like respectfully, when it comes to business, I'm not talking about anything else of that they've done. When it comes to business and negotiating deals, they are dog shit at their job. If it wasn't for this, like we have the sorry, Prime, just before you go, I know you want to speak.
Yeah, let Prime go.
We have the 4th biggest deal in terms of kit supplier in the league, which was negotiated nearly 10 years ago by Abramovich. If it wasn't for that, we would be earning last season pittance, literally nothing, because they can't fucking do their job.
Go ahead, Prime.
Also, the 72 charge thing was what happened under Rome, which they revealed their books for. But regardless of that, the whole Jordan thing, what happened with that?
They essentially pulled out. They didn't choose Spurs or us.
The problem with the Jordan thing is you had to have something in place a year, as far as I'm aware, you'd have had to have something in place like a year before to have it prepared for the start. Like it wasn't something you could do in turnaround. So basically us missing the Champions League that season under basically like nixed any chance of that, because it would have had to have been prepared in time for like the season or for them to be able to roll it out or whatnot, and like it just wouldn't have been feasible even with us in Champions League.
But why couldn't we try and get do another deal after winning the Club World Cup? Because that's what I assumed. I assumed that we would try and go back to Jordan, or we would get someone better than Jordan. That's what I assumed.
Remember, Prime, Jordan is an off-brand of Nike. The reason why we're trying to get a Jordan was probably going to be more money from the shirts, from a shirt. You know, like the shirt deal, the kit supplier.
The shirt supplier.
Yeah, that would probably be what would increase. Like, it would probably be like an extra 10 to 15 million that would increase. Right? For me, I've always said this, and this is my theory initially. I think they probably wanted £60 million, right, for the front of shirt sponsor. But what happened was we won the Club World Cup. They then said the price has gone up, because if you remember, guys, yeah, and if my memory does not mistake me, they apparently said they were already had 3 to 4 companies already lined up now. Before this, pre-Club World Cup, by the way, for the new front of shirt sponsor. And that was just about, making sure the final checks and making sure stuff happened. I think what happened was when we won the Club World Cup, I think they thought they could squeeze out an extra 5 to 10 million pounds. And I think other companies basically balked at it and were like, you know what, we're just going to stick to the 50, maybe the 50 to 45 that we're initially offering. Right? I actually think people probably would have paid 60 million for us, but I think us trying to squeeze out more put a lot of people off. That's what probably happened.
I think the new price was 60 million.
No,
yeah,
I think it probably was more than 60 million.
I think the new price was 60 because I think the previous price was 50.
But we've had a talk about this, and I think having these numbers actually in front of us, like, is helpful in terms of understanding the
Kind of gauges where the number comes from.
no. I think it helps at least me like kind of question and understand the genuine lunacy that they had in their minds. Like, what sponsorship were you getting where they're paying you more than anyone else in the Prem? Like, you're not the biggest club in the Prem. You're just not. You never will be, respectfully. Like, I'm saying this as a Chelsea fan, we're never going to be the biggest club in the Premier League unless we were to go on a run that City just went on or United went on in years ago. Like, and even then it would have to be, we'd have to become such a global brand, which again...
It has to be a decade.
Yeah.
Dominance.
And so, because of that, United got a £60 million deal with Snapdragon while they're in their shit period because they are the biggest club. You've just won a Club World Cup, cool, well done, but it's not a huge recognised
Unfortunately not.
honour yet, the same way like the Premier League, the UCL is. And you've been kind of shit for a few years. You haven't won a Premier League in nearly 10 years at this point. Like, there is no basis on which you're getting more than 60 million. To get 60 million, in actual fact, probably would have been a big positive considering you look at the other amounts on there. To try and get more than 60 million is genuine lunacy. Like, it's just stupid.
I was going to add to this point, Marshall, because I was thinking about this too, yeah. If you remember when we got the 40 million from 2 seasons ago for the promotional sponsor.
For Infinite Athlete?
Yeah. They were able to get that with ease, 40 million. They were able to get 40 million with ease as the partner sponsor. Right? So let's think about it logically. Getting 50 million, after winning, getting 50 million is probably a lot easier for them to get to. Right? You won the Conference League, you're in the top 4, you've got an exciting team, you've got exciting players coming through. 50 million is easy peasy, lemon squeezy for you to be able to get. Right? So for me, this is why I said the Club World Cup fucked us up quite badly because I think they overvalued whatever they thought we were valuing themselves at. That's what I generally think.
Everything they've tried to do when it comes to front of shirt sponsor within the last year has failed. Everything they've tried to do has failed. Like, when you actually look at the face of it, the Demac deal, like, cool, we got the 7 million for 7 weeks or whatever it was. But, like, there's not really that much. And the reason you didn't extend it beyond the end of last season is reportedly, and I've spoken about this before, they wanted 2 sponsors. They wanted the front of shirt sponsor for the Club World Cup, which we didn't get, and you wanted a front of shirt sponsor for the league, which we've now got in the middle of Well, we haven't even definitely got it, but it's likely we're going to get it. It's the middle of November. We're nearly halfway through the season, or a good third of the way through the season. So, like, Lee, we've spoken about this before, and it comes up every time. And I just end up repeating myself, but I can't understand how businessmen who are as successful as these guys are when it comes to business, because they are very successful, manage to fuck this up on such a consistent basis. Like, I genuinely, it baffles me how much they fuck this up on a regular basis.
So before I respond, let me just read into this, right? Because this is an additional bit of information that could maybe paint a better picture of what's going on with Clear Lake. And it's this, right? So Wall Street Journal reported that exclusive private equity firm Clear Lake Capital Group is buying investment manager Pathway Capital Management in a deal that will roughly double its assets under management. Now, if I'm to believe what PYS Lou Class is saying here, with this front of shirt sponsor, the deal with Oracle is that Clear Lake would invest into Oracle. So you'd be part of the big investment firm and potentially the biggest investment firm in the world in Clear Lake Capital. Oracle will gain access to Chelsea's sponsorship assets and a broad portfolio of Clear Lake Capital companies to implement its own software solutions. So I guess from there, use information to its advantage to grow its own company using Clear Lake's assets and portfolios. And in return, will pay X amount in sponsorship for Chelsea. The amount has not been disclosed yet. We'll disclose it next time when it gets announced. But if it's 40 million, 45 million, I don't think that's a big loss. I think that's genuinely probably a good deal. I understand, like, the thing that frustrates me about this, because overall I'm pretty content that it's finally done, right? But if I am to pick out something that does frustrate me, it's not what you guys are saying. I think what frustrates me is that if you're going to have a front of shirt sponsor that you're somewhat involved with because they're involved with your investment group or Clear Lake and all this and that, why didn't we get it done sooner then? Because we probably could have gotten that amount sooner that you wanted. That's the part that confuses me and frustrates me.
This is what they do. Like, we've just spoken about it.
Mm-hmm.
How many reports and how many different times do we have to hear about the different sponsorships we were trying to get last season, and it failed miserably? We got a sponsorship deal in April, March, something like that.
It was, DeMac was around.
It was over the last 8 games. Literally the last 8 games.
Oh, yeah, last 8 games.
Last 8 games, yeah.
Like, how do you fail so miserably at that? Because it can't be something that they just went, no, we're not going to do for like 4 months or whatever. Like, we're just going to not focus. Like, because that's stupid. That's leaving money on the table. So they're actively trying and they're failing miserably at this. And they failed miserably. Outside of Infinite Athlete, which they did actually really well on, in terms they got the 40 million for like the 2 years and it moved to the sponsor. Outside of that, they failed miserably at basically every sponsor. The one they got recently, actually, the sleeve sponsor, looks good in terms of the amount of money it's getting in.
Yeah,
but like,
sure.
I hear A. Solomon's point, by the way. But
I get this as well, but
then why not getting the 40 million deal done?
I agree that the pushback I'd have on this is like, what happens if, and it's not a definite like you are going to, but what happens if we're in the same position next season in terms of, because we're not winning the league. Okay, we might get in the Champions League a second time, but like, say we get in the Champions League again, just on the surface, what's the benefit then of like going, okay, now I want to invest for 60 million as opposed to coming just off the back of we won the Club World Cup? If we're no closer to winning a league title and we're no closer to winning the Champions League.
We're going to have to win it, because as much as winning the Club World Cup, like, it is great and stuff, and as much as in terms of the football world, in the players and the managers and stuff and the clubs, they took it seriously to go win it. That's why Real Madrid got Trent on a free, but they were willing to pay the 12 mil compensation to get Trent earlier for the Club World Cup.
Yeah.
The wider world, it's like, fine, it's a World Cup in name, but it doesn't have the prestige like a Premier League does. So if I'm a shirt sponsor that doesn't really know much about football, you didn't win I know what the Champions League is. Just like I know what the Super Bowl is, and I know nothing about the NFL. Like, I know what the big brands are, or the big competitions are. The Club World Cup isn't that yet. So, yes, you've won it, which is amazing. But if I look at Chelsea's track record the last couple of years, you just about snuck in top 4. And you won a third-rate European competition that no one knows the name of. Why do you think you can demand that? Now, if this season, if we win the Champions League, say, then cool. Maybe we can actually demand a big shirt sponsor to pay that, and they would be willing to, because it's Chelsea. We would have then won our 3rd Champions League. We are really. It looks like the project is really pushing off in the stratosphere and stuff. But like, we didn't even flex the money that we got from the Club World Cup and bring in a big superstar name. If we had done that, if we had brought in a big superstar name, then maybe we could have a big sponsor would have looked at that and thought, okay, Chelsea are going to capitalize and really push for something this year. We didn't even do that. There's no weight to what we have. There's no weight to it.
Yeah, the other part of this, and Santi makes this kind of point as well, and I wonder how this is gonna like work going forward, in terms of so much of this with the thing is contingent on what happens in terms of Oracle's use of the investment company. Like, and it's just more waiting, bro. Like, so much of what these guys do is just fucking waiting. Whether this now is just a general aside of this club and these owners. Everything about this club with these owners is waiting and preparing and putting things in place. There's so much fucking preparation, but never any execution on any of the fucking preparation in any aspect of this football club currently. It's all just preparation.
My thing for me is just that. Listen, if you are trying to wait for the big deal where you can get it the next 3 to 4 years for X amount of money, why are we just not getting short-term deals done quicker? Okay, I can see I'm not getting what I want right now, right? We're heading towards the beginning of the season. Let me get myself the good 40-45 million. I've at least got that banked for the next for the next year. Then I can still come back to the table and renegotiate again if I want that X amount of price, right? Because for me, that actually you're helping yourself out in the medium term because you're still giving yourself time to negotiate, right, for a newer deal, right? If you're confident in the team being able to do well,
that's exactly what we did with Infinite Athlete. It's like you said, Ahmed.
That's what I'm saying. That's what we did with Infinite Athlete, right? And I thought that's why I always said Infinite Athlete was really smart, right? Why do we not do that again for the next year? It's confused me personally, right? And the fact that it's taking this long for us until November to be able to do that again, I don't know why that's taken us this long. Right? If you aren't able to see stuff was happen in August, you should have had one done by September, in my opinion. Why wait that long?
I think so. There's always an aspect to these conversations where I personally just have to admit that I am not in this financial investing world that these billionaires are in. And so in terms of these types of conversations and why they didn't do this, why they didn't do that, I'm sure they've thought of all these things and there's a reason behind it. And that there's a reason why they're doing it this way rather than another way. And if I'm to put all the pieces together, if I'm to put my tinfoil hat on and have like a conspiracy theory as to why it happened the way it did, I think the original plan was to rely on what we do in Club World Cup and the end of the season, and then use that as leverage. We end up winning everything in terms of the competitions we're in and getting top 4, right? So by that, I mean, obviously, Conference League and Club World Cup. They try to use it as leverage, but when they realized it wasn't as much leverage as they thought it was, then they had to try to meet in the middle and get into the negotiation stages with all these clubs or all these sponsorships that they had waiting. The 72 charges comes out, all that goes out the door. The previous guy, Jurassic, gets fired because he doesn't get the deal done before it gets revealed. And now we're where we're at, where Tim Klein, I think, is currently in charge. And we just dive into our own portfolio, or it seems like it's our own portfolio.
I've got a hot take here.
That's a conspiracy theory I have. If I were to put two and two together.
Hot take that I really feel like these charges that it feels like a lot more of an excuse than I think people want to give credit for. I really feel like it's a bit of an excuse here, mate, because realistically,
it's hard to say because, like, before you go on, it's hard to say because I would love to see what Man City would have done if they were charged with the 155, 151 before the Etihad deal.
115, I think it is.
115.
I just think for me, I get your point, but I just think for me, I really feel like feels like a cheap excuse here to use because you've not been competent enough to get deals done, in my personal opinion. And
yeah,
I feel like, and I also feel like, it doesn't take like a shaman, a businessman, a football man to tell you that I'll be real with you. The Club World Cup has not got the juice that you believe. I hate to be that guy, but it doesn't have the juice right now, bro.
That honestly, coming from you, that's a bit of a pinch of salt.
No,
because you were not invested in it.
I agree with Ahmed. Like, I think it's quite clear to see that the Club
okay, hold on. What Ahmed is saying is it was obvious that it was not as big as it was going to be, but turns out it was bigger than what people thought it was going to be.
I mean, I don't know about that, buddy. But listen,
what do you mean? This is facts. This isn't feelings, Ahmed. You look at the views. You look at the money generated. It's generated more than UCL. It got more views than the UCL.
Great. Listen, it's great that it did all of that, but we need to also look at the hive mind. How is it thought about in the general zeitgeist, Marshall? It's great.
Wait, Ahmed, you're talking about billionaires. They don't care about general opinion in public and the vibes. They don't. They look at numbers and stats. Every one of us, their own numbers.
if that was the case, Marshall, this deal you would have been Chelsea would have been able to get that extra 5 million or 10 million, whatever extra money they wanted on top to get to the 60 million pound allegedly.
Wait, you have to walk me through that again. How do we get from point A to point B? Wait.
But I'm saying if what you're saying that obviously what you're saying is correct, right? In terms of like, you did a lot of money, all of that stuff, right? But my thing is, okay, that's all well and good. Then that should have been able to push them to get whatever money they were looking for because of the Club World Cup and winning it, right?
Yeah, that's what they thought.
Right?
They overestimated it. Yes.
But the point I'm trying to make, that's all well and good what you're saying, but there's also what you see on paper, but then there's also what people see in their head and their mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the Club World Cup seen as valuable, right? If you're a general company guy and you were to you've got like an expert that you're speaking to, talk to them about this Club World Cup thing that they're trying to add like money for, mate. Is that like a big trophy? Any expert will tell you it's not that big of a trophy, bro. I need to put it like that, Marshall, but any expert will be like, compared to Champions League, the Premier League, or like, the Serie A, the La Liga, it's not that big, bro. That's what they'll probably say to you. Like, right? This is me.
At the moment, yeah, they'll probably say that.
And I think, listen, even Matteo Ibrahim makes a great point here. The UCL is a year-on-year thing, Marshall.
True.
Right? Realistically, if I was to look at the UCL over a 4-year period compared to Club World Cup, I'm fairly certain the UCL is making quite a bit more money than whatever the UCL is getting.
For now.
And that is not including the fact that allegedly Netflix is trying to now buy complete rights throughout the whole of Europe for the UCL, apparently.
That would probably kill UCL, but sure.
Listen, that actually would not. Listen, financially, that would make it the biggest it's ever been. That would probably put it above even the Club World Cup financially. Because remember, it's about the streaming rights. Streaming rights would be.
I don't think so. I don't think it would.
No,
the zone was free. We were able to watch Club World Cup for free. If you're telling people they have to pay another subscription, not only another subscription, but one of the most expensive ones in Netflix to watch UCL football, they'll probably tell you no.
Also, can I be honest? You're paying right now. I think in the UK you're paying something like £11-12 a month, yeah, for UCL football, right? And that's on. Do you know how much we pay right now on Discovery Plus to watch? What's it called? UCL football.
Too much.
Like £20 to £25. So I'm gonna ask you, as the regular sports fan, are you gonna be choosing £12 a month to be watching the complete UCL football on a consistent basis, right? Over £25 British a month. Thank you.
I don't condone this, internet, but if we are to look at stats, I would choose the piracy route. Because piracy is on a rise and it's bigger than it ever has been right now because of streaming platforms.
I'm talking about.
There's a reason for it.
Wait. Listen, you're talking about piracy. That's all well and good. I'm not here to disagree with that. But I'm talking about. Let's say the piracy doesn't exist. If I am just a regular guy, that's like a regular Joe, that's not doing that sort of stuff. That
Joe Schmo, sure.
Yes,
but that's
what matters for them.
But the Joe Schmo of today is currently paying what they can't. They're paying 3 different subscription services to watch their club, right? We agree on that. The average Joe Schmo, right? Because they don't know where to find it and all that. It's like easier. I get that, right? But the average Joe Schmo is also sick and tired of paying X amount if you're asking him to pay more. Because Netflix is one of the most expensive streaming platforms out right now. Let's be honest. It is.
I get that. But listen, compared to paying for Discovery Plus, mate, it's worth it. Because the previous subscription is much more expensive. That's the point I'm trying to make, Marshall. Listen, streaming rights-wise, because I'll tell you this for sure, because I watch the NBA. They signed recently a $2.6 billion deal for the new streaming rights, which is like really big, right? The UCL is gonna probably top that or even more. That's all I'm saying.
I just don't agree with that in terms of Club World Cup. I do think in time Club World Cup will surpass it.
You can say in time, but we're talking about the here and now. In the short term, UCL is always going to conquer it. In the short term, Marshall.
In the short term.
Maybe in the medium to future, what you believe is going to happen. I'm not here to disagree with that, by the way. But I just think the Club World Cup as it is right now was never going to be able to push you to get an extra £5 to £10 million. I hate to break it to you. That's the problem.
No, you're not breaking it to me. I think it's what I said earlier, right? They overestimated the worth of having that badge on your chest for 4 years. And it's to what you're saying. It's a new competition. There's a lot of radicals. There's a lot of unknowns. And I'm sure if you're a billionaire looking at all these stats on a sheet or on an Excel or a presentation, that's going to deter you. It's like, oh, well, it's still new. These are first year numbers. Let's see how the numbers grow or expand in its third, fourth, fifth iteration, and then it's much more reliable. Plus, on top of it, Infantino, how long is he going to be running FIFA for? Is he going to be up for election soon? What is the future president going to do? Is this going to stay and remain? There's a lot of doubts and uncertainties about the future of Club World Cup. So I understand from a very small understanding, mind you, I'm not a billionaire. From a sponsorship point of view, I'm like, is this Club World Cup here to stay? Is this always going to happen every year? I'm going to have my doubts. So I'm not going to pay you because you have a Club World Cup badge.
My problem also is that, Marshall, I think for me, when it was getting to August time and you could see it was not working out, why did we just not check out and get a short-term deal? That's for me the fundamental problem I have. I don't really care if you're not able if you're not able to get the medium-term deal that you want. That's fair play for me.
I understand that. I do think, like, I really do believe my theory that that's probably why Jurassic lost his job, because when
Jurassic did the job beforehand, Marshall, if I'm not correct to say so.
It was around that time. It was around that time when the charges came out and there was still no front of shirt sponsor, because he left.
I think he lost his job for something else.
Yeah, he lost his job.
Well, obviously we don't know, but I think part of it is because the front of shirt sponsor
wasn't he the
done.
one with the agent, or was that someone else? Just want to confirm.
I can't remember. I think he was doing something wrong. I think he was a piece of shit.
Because he was on garden leave for a little bit of time because we had obviously sacked him, and then he left at that time, right? That's if I'm not mistaken.
Why don't the Zone show the fucking viewing figures for the final of the Club World Cup?
Did you try Googling it?
I'm trying to Google it and I keep getting the total figure. All they want to show me is the total figure for what was how many fans watched the whole Club World Cup. I want to just see the fucking final.
Jurassic leaves in latest high-profile departure. This happened 1 year ago? No, that was a leave. Wasn't actually left. This can't be right. This says September 5th, 2024. Chief Executive Chris Jurassic has left the club after 15 months. I'm confused now.
That's what I'm saying. So, I don't know, mate. I feel like, listen, I don't know about any sport. I don't remember anyone leaving, but what I did know was that these guys were negotiating for a new deal. I think they obviously did the Club World Cup before the Club World had juice. It didn't. They then had to try to renegotiate stuff back to maybe whatever the old thing was, and it wasn't happening. And I'm just like, okay, that's the case. Get the short-term deal and keep it pushing.
New head of business. I'm just looking up something real quick. Todd Klein was announced president of commercial in September 24, 2025, who replaced Tom Glick. Okay. So, and then that was in September, right? When did the charges come out? Chelsea, 72 charges.
October.
And they probably knew about it beforehand. But it says here, September 11, 2025, Chelsea had been charged with 74 breaches of the FA around the same time. So that's what I'm saying. I think when the job didn't get done and the 74 charges came out, and then the job was cooked at that point, you couldn't even get a smaller deal. Now we can't get any deals because of this. Sorry, you're gone. We need to get someone else in.
I can't lie to you. If the Oracle deal is either the same price or really 5 million more than the deal that we got with the Mac, then it's a disgrace. I'll be honest with you, bro. That's actually
it's not going to be that low. It can't be that low.
No, because I want you to understand. The Mac was 8 million. That's how much we got from them, correct?
Yeah,
7 million
for 8 games.
Remember, and
it was $1 million per game.
If we get only 17 to 20 million from the deal with Oracle, then it's a disgrace. I'm gonna let you know right now, Marshall.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Then yeah, we got gypped. But if it comes out to be 40 or 45, then I'm like, okay, that's decent.
Jardel, I'm looking for just like online, like viewing figures. How
many streams maybe for the final?
Yeah, no, I'm literally trying to, because what I want to do is I want to see if Ahmed's point, like, because I feel like I back his point in terms of like on the grander scale about the Club World Cup, it's not viewed in the same light across the world, and obviously it wasn't a needle mover as much as we, or maybe the club anticipated it to be. But I wanted to double check that with like the viewing numbers. With the sponsorship, by the way, I'm being honest. Anything less than like 40 mil is a disgrace. Like for you to have taken as long as you did, for you to have taken as long as you did, and for you to have like fucked around, for you to have like ended up with the deal we have in terms of this whole, they have to like invest in you and use your software solutions and see what it may be renewed depending on the work that's done there. And it's like, yeah, anything less than 40 is a disgrace.
So I don't know if any of this helps you, Scott, but if I'm reading this, 2025 Club World Cup was watched by an estimated 2.7 billion viewers.
That's the whole competition.
What were you looking for? The final? Just
the final, but I cannot fucking get the final at all.
Well, you could just look at the highlights. That's one indicator. In the US, the final was watched by an average 1.3 million viewers on TBS and 1.43 million viewers on Univision and Telemundo. In other regions, includes 2.4 million viewers in UK Channel 5, an estimated 5.1 million in Saudi. So if you add all that up, just do a quick math here. 5.1 to that's 7.5 between UK and Saudi. Oh, Brazil has numbers too. Wow. 7.5 plus what we have here. About 10 million, give or take.
Yeah, and I was going to say the Champions League final from last year, 2024, was 142 million, I think. So yeah, it's not like, it's just not going to be, what's it called? It's not going to be on that same level. It's not going to be viewed at the same thing. The thing's going to be interesting looking forward with these guys. Obviously, this is a while down the line. This is 5 years from now, 5 and a bit years. I'm going to be really interested what they're going to do and what's going to happen with when the supplier deal is up and they have to renegotiate that and how much they get.
Oh, the kit, like Nike?
Isn't that soon?
That's up in 2031. It was a 15-year deal that Abramovich agreed in 2016 for 60 million a year.
6 more years, but I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, five and a bit more years. It's going to be real interesting what they do, because I expect at least what Abramovich got. I don't care if it's the same amount of years in terms of if they get a 10-year deal or 5-year deal. I don't care if it's with someone else, another kit provider. I'm expecting the same level in terms of 60. Minimum, by the way. I
think even with the cost of inflation, it probably...
No, realistically speaking, again, considering you, especially you, Egg Barley, because I saw the quote again today, you wanted to run your mouth about how much of a poor, or a shit, no, I'm obviously paraphrasing here, but how much of a poor job Abramovich did in that regard. I'm expecting 70 probably. I'm expecting you to get more money.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, if it's 60... and Abramovich got 60 15 million. If Abramovich got 60 15 years ago, then if you get the same amount, that alone is embarrassing. Because when you look at inflation and you take into all those other factors,
2016,
15, yeah.
But by the time, so they were 2016 in 2031 is when they have to renegotiate, or just before 2021.
Yeah, 5 years from now.
Yes, because we terminated our we terminated our deal with Adidas early. Had to pay 40 million to do it. Yeah, at the time it was by the way,
it's a huge deal.
At the time it was the biggest kit deal.
Yeah, because I was going to say like 60 million then. If you translate it over to now, it's probably closer to 100 mil.
Yeah, that's just a right deal. That
sounds about right.
Yeah, at the time, it was it was big. It's the largest
even
commercial
80.
deal.
Mhm.
I think it was the largest deal for Nike at the time. It's since been beaten, obviously, but at the time it was the biggest deal for Nike.
Yeah, that is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it held that for 4 years until.
So
Liverpool
that's what I'm
renewed.
saying. Even if it's 60 now, like 60 would be embarrassing now to get the same amount.
Yep.
It has to be over 80 at this point to be reasonable, even. But yeah, any final thoughts on this whole kit situation until we move on to some injuries, some updates?
I just think for me, man, it's just terrible, bro. Genuinely.
It's not good. Honestly, it had a very unless the price that comes out is 50, 40, 45, there's very slim chance that any news about front of shirt sponsor was going to be enough to, you know, be positive enough for us as Chelsea fans to be satisfied with the way it's been negotiated and run.
Marshall, can I think you touched on this earlier. I just want to ask you because I might have missed it, but also I'm just curious. Because it's been made clear in what's been put out, it's significantly less based on what we're hearing. What would you consider significantly less?
If I didn't see significantly, actually I did. They did say it
It's
before.
significantly less. And I think in one of the posts, significantly was put as like capitals or something. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw that.
Yeah, Luke
What would
class.
you consider, or what would actually? I'll kind of put this out there. What would you consider significantly less? Like, what amount would you say? Okay, that's significantly less than what you expected.
Significantly less. I would, assuming they wanted 60. I think 35, 30 is probably significantly less.
I was thinking about the same. Which if that's what they've got, fucking hell.
Like significantly less to me tells me like almost half what you wanted.
Yeah.
There's got to be 67% less, bro.
And then that would be really bad.
For me, it has to. I think I'm telling you right now, it's probably upper 20, if not 15. I'm gonna be real with you.
If it's that much, then I 100% agree. It was absolutely embarrassing.
And that's why I believe it is because look, they're investing in stuff and all like that. I really believe it's gonna be 20, 15 million. I promise you.
Mm-hmm. Has he been wrong in the past? Maybe he has been wrong, but I mean, again, the Oracle deal is reportedly tied to broader investment by Clear Lake Cap. I already read that one. Okay. Again, it's one of those. On the positive side, if it had to be toxic positive, I would say, well, at least we're not leaving money on the table. But as someone who has certain expectations for Chelsea and someone who believes a certain level of competence when you're at this level, anything less than 40 is embarrassing. And it should have, it just, to me, there's a lot of things that don't make sense. That if I'm to believe the Oracle deal is reportedly tied to broader investments by Clear Lake Capital, telling me that Clear Lake Capital is involved with some investments with Oracle. If you were going to dip into your own portfolio or your own connections, why didn't this get done sooner? Even with the whole 74 charges, 72 charges with Chelsea, even with that all happening, if you're diving into your own resources to get someone to fund your front of shirt sponsor, why didn't you get it done? Because I get it. If there's an outside source, another company, name what you want, JetBlue, United, it doesn't matter, right? Riyadh Air, all these other companies, companies that have nothing to do with Clear Lake, then fine. 72 charges, I get it. But when you have your own thumb on the scale with the sponsor you're getting, I feel like there's no real reason why you couldn't have just manipulated this to have it done sooner. So, time will tell with this one, boys. But we'll move on, and we'll come back to this when the sponsorship is officially announced. Let's go on to a little bit of updates on some of the players and what's been going on during international break in terms of injuries and the sorts. We'll start off with this first tweet. A little bit of praise, we'll say, right? Where am I? Here I am. Okay. Starting off with Reece James. So Sources within Chelsea say that they have seen positive changes in Reece James throughout his period of sustained fitness. Chelsea have encouraged Reece James to listen to his own body, and we have seen him heed the warning signs on more than one occasion. At last summer's Club World Cup, he withdrew from a starting lineup minutes before the clash with Palmeiras after sensing something in the warm-up. When England faced Wales and Latvia last month, James pulled out of Tuchel's squad again as a precaution, as he feared he might be placing himself in the red zone and at risk of injury. I don't want to talk too much shit, but someone who also went to a friendly probably should have paid attention to his own body and not gone to international break. But that's another team that I'm not going to speak on. A certain Gabriel. Confidential understands Colwell's recovery is going perfectly to plan, that he's suffered no setbacks, and that he's now been off crutches for more than a month, and he remains on target in his rehab. Hopefully, we will get to see him before the end of the season, according to Kieran Gill. I'm not going to rush this one, but it's good to see he's making progress and strides, because he wasn't in a good place to earlier in the season. So another one here is that Palmer's return to the team training is fairly close. The target is for Chelsea's match against Barca because the player would love to play in such a historic match. However, Chelsea do not want to rush him back. Barcelona Champions League November 2025. That is the target, not only for Chelsea, but also for Cole Palmer, who would love to play in such a historic match. His return to the team training is fairly close, and I think he was already spotted in team training during international break. Badiashile is another one, too, that, to our surprise, he's actually coming back sooner than later. Badiashile is progressing well with his rehab, and there is a chance of him returning to the squad against Burnley, although he is yet to take part of full team training. And then Lavia. This is one that unfortunately, he's cooked. So Lavia will be out for at least 1 month due to quad injury suffered against Karabag. We know how Chelsea run, boys. 1 month usually means 2. So he's probably out for two months, but we'll see. On Lavia, he will miss at least a month with a quad injury. His exact return date is subject to further assessment, but the earliest he will be back is second week of December, which sure is in time for our really congested fixtures, but again, not a good look, and I don't expect him to be ready until the new year, to be honest. Apparently, Dario Sugo is also in training as well. I forgot to add that to the show. But he's back in training, looking like he's on track to make a return. As Ahmed would say, he's got the boots on. But
oh wait, hold on, stop. Sorry, that's what Ahmed said.
Yeah, he's got the boots on.
No, I've always heard that clip or that soundbite. I just never knew what he said in it. He got the boots on.
Yeah, he was making fun of me because Wesley Fofana had the boots on, and I was hyping up the fact that he's got his boots on. He's back sooner than we thought, so he's making fun of me.
They didn't come back until the next season.
You said,
yeah.
He got the boots on.
Essentially, yeah.
Ahmed, can you say that again in that same way, please?
Not right now. My voice is in pain.
He's got the.
He had to talk about Nigeria for so long it hurt his throat.
I'll just be real. There's no point of us talking about Lavia. He's an NPC player. In terms of Reece James, listen, all this glazing about Reece James and him being completely fit, good for him. Just,
why can't you glaze Reece, bro? Who was the last player you glazed, man? Why can't you glaze people?
I'm giving him credit. I am giving him credit, but I'm also here to give.
Pause culture has ruined your ability to glaze.
No, I am glazing him, but I am at the same time. I'm saying, when we're giving out a lot of this good PR, man, let's hope we can continue this good PR, mate, and not, go back to our old ways, as one would say. And that's not me saying anything wrong. That's me being honest. Let's not return to our old ways.
Dario Isugo and Benoit. Well, Benoit is going to be back sooner, but Dario Isugo looks like he's coming back. Why are we talking about
Benoit Badiashile? Benoit Badiashile, and listen, there's 3 players I don't talk about at Chelsea: Wesley Fofana, Lavia, and Benoit Badiashile.
To be fair, Ahmed,
that's it.
If he is available, despite what you think of his quality, because I'm still yet to be convinced that Graham Potter Benoit is back, having that left-sided center back is really helpful, and you can see how
when he
helpful it
plays
is.
1 to 2 games and then he's gone. So
I mean, to be fair, yeah.
That's the point. Like, do you see what I'm saying to you? There's no point in me getting happy about Lavia, who's the other fella there, or whoever the other guy is, right? Those 3 guys, there's no point in me talking about them because they probably play 1 to 2 games max, and then it's finito. So there's no point in me having a discussion about them.
Yeah, Romeo Lavia, sell this guy as soon as possible.
Scott, do you agree?
No, but I can understand why people would have that like viewpoint
I'm
on
sick
him.
of, you guys know what I'm like with injury-prone players. I'm sick, bro. The way I treated Reese, I've not treated.
You were
Lavia.
you were ready to sell Reese? I'm pretty sure too.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I mean, but
Yeah.
you don't think? Okay, well, I guess this is a hard question to ask, but like essentially what I was getting at is like, you don't think maybe this is a bad patch for Lavia if he gets through it? He's, maybe he hasn't played 90 minutes for us yet, so that's another thing that goes against him. But
I mean, maybe, but also, like, I knew what Reese was ability-wise, or is ability-wise. So, like, even though
this isn't wrong,
saying,
to be fair.
some people were saying it's worth. He's not better than Declan Rice. Even though people were
Yes, he
saying that
is.
it's worth, he's not better than Declan Rice.
When
He's not better. Than
finish
Declan
what you're
Rice.
saying, and I'll address that.
Anyways, even though what people were saying with Reese and stuff, and about how even though he gets injured when he comes back, he still plays at that top level and stuff. He had to just. For me, I kept saying with Reese, if you're not going to stay fit, then I don't care about the ability. But at least Reese showed me the world-class level. But Lavia, I don't care. I've not seen that. I don't care. You're injured.
No, we have.
That's kind of where that's where we part differences.
I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about me. For Chelsea,
Sure.
I've not seen that, and that's because you've not been able to play consistently. That's because you're injury prone.
But surely you can see. Okay, so this
I don't care about the ability. You're not fit enough to play. I don't care.
I think if you were to poll the majority of the fan base and ask them, from what you've seen of Lavia, have you seen world-class ability? I think the majority will tell you yes. Even if you don't agree, I understand from your perspective, you don't see it.
I'm talking about in terms of playing. I don't see it when you consistently play because you don't play consistently. So I don't care. I said the same thing for Reese. Why do you think I'll make an exception for Lavia? I don't care. Get rid of him.
I think when, in my opinion, and again, I feel like I can speak for a good portion of the Chelsea fan base. I think when we have seen him play, and again, this is just difference of opinions, right, Prime? I think when we have seen him play, most of us will make the argument that when he is fit, we can see him being a world-class player. And I think there is like a consistency in there from the small amount of sample size that we have. There have been it's relatively small, but there's a consistent amount of performances where, like, even when he comes back, like, he plays at a certain level.
Problem is, the problem is.
Wait, real quick, before we jump in, right? Like, because the point that I want to shoehorn into this, right, is that from those small patches of games that we've seen under Chelsea, I do believe that he is a better player than Rice.
That's fine. Marshall.
Okay,
that's fine. Declan Rice can give me 60 games a season. Lavia is barely going to.
And that's unfortunately, yeah.
And for me, you guys know how I feel. I don't care about your ability. You don't play.
Your availability.
Why do I
is
care that you're
important,
world class if I don't get to see it? Because you don't.
The thing for me, availability is the best ability. This is Prime would say, right? And I think we need right now. We've got a guy. We've got Caicedo who's carrying a knock. That's playing for us right now. We've got Enzo who's carrying a knock. That's been playing for us right now. Having a fit Lavia, could have meant these guys could have played a lot less, bro, and actually help to recover, right? Which is very important for us at the end of the day, right? And listen, he's probably not going to go anywhere. I agree with that take, by the way. He's probably going to stay here for another season or two. But I just think, if he wants to get the best out of him, he knows this himself too. You need to be fit, bro. You need to, I don't know if it's a club thing or if it's a him thing. They need to find out what is the underlying issue, what is causing the issue, and what can we do to fix it. Is it a thing that he's growing into his body, or his body's still getting bigger, or his body's still improving, which happens a lot of times with younger players where as they're growing, they sometimes gain a lot of injuries, right? Right? Is it a medical issue? Is it maybe the medical staff aren't treating him right? You need to get to the bottom of what is going on wrong with him and actually, just finding the solution to fix it, basically.
Yeah, that's fine, but have we not been doing that with Lavia?
Listen, you may be doing it, but I don't know. Maybe you've been going down a different method.
Because
maybe we try to try a new method.
With Reese, because I always knew what the issue was. The guy just needed the surgery.
I agree.
But people kept telling, bro, you had Alex on Lewis's channel telling me, oh, I'm in the medical field. He doesn't need surgery. Yet the fuck he did. It was so obvious.
We all knew he needed surgery. Everyone here knew he needed surgery.
Yeah,
bro.
but he's kept trying to do all these alternate methods and holistic views that just weren't working and rushing himself back. With Lavia, what is the solution? What do people think the solution is? With Lavia.
So here's my theory. I've been on some theories today. Casually FC. Follow us on Instagram, whatever. I don't know. Have fun finding that one.
Is there?
Here's the. It's not a real channel, but here's what I think. I think that Pochettino season fucked Lavia completely.
Oh, it did. That's gonna fuck his career, and that's why Poch is an arsehole. Fuck Poch every day.
Why? Oh, listen, fuck Poch. But why is it Poch's fault Lavia can't stay fit?
Because he's the one that fucked him in the first place.
Was he not injured? Was he injury prone at Southampton?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
What injury did he get under Poch?
Literally, as soon as he joined, it was as soon as he joined, he got a hamstring injury in his first training session.
Hold on, it might not have even been the hamstring injury.
The only time, he got one injury at Southampton, which is when he first joined. He wasn't fully fit. I don't know if whether he wasn't fully fit or he just wasn't picked. He didn't start the first game of their season in the Championship. For whatever reason that was, I don't know whether it's because he wasn't fully fit or whatever. And then he joined us. He had one training session with Poch and got injured.
Are you sure? Wait, you said in the Championship?
Yeah, because that was the season after they got relegated the first time. Because that's when they had Russell Martin.
For 2 years.
It was either 1 or 2 years, but he was
there for 1 year. He was there for 1 year, but remember the Championship starts earlier than the Premier League, right? So he probably played a game or two in Championship before he came to us.
Yeah, no, they had one. He was in their matchday squad. He was on the bench for their first game in the season. I don't remember who they played.
There you go, Prime.
But he didn't play that game. And then
22-23, I'm assuming that's when that's at Southampton.
Yeah, that was the season he joined. So that was the season he joined. He got a hamstring tear when he joined. Literally, that's end of the transfer window he joined.
Oh, 22-23 is Chelsea, right?
No, that's Southampton. That's the season he joined Southampton.
Yeah.
In the Prem. He got an injury when he joined. He was then fit from when he came back in October up until, like I said, to potentially the start of the season when he might not have been fit. That's why he didn't play. He then came to Chelsea, and then that muscle tear you see is after he joined Chelsea.
Okay, with Poch.
Yes. And then he had the ankle injury, then he had a fitness issue, and then I think that hamstring injury there is after he came back against Palace. And it's just
he played 2 minutes, 5 minutes when he wasn't even ready?
Exactly.
No, he played like 30 minutes, bro. He played a decent amount, didn't he?
Oh, with the Poch when he brought him on, right?
Yeah,
that was the same game that Leslie was in, right?
No.
That was the game where Leslie came on as a sub and got injured.
No, that was Wolves.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah.
All right.
So Poch, hear me out because I didn't even finish my point. But I think the reason why it's happening, Prime, is I think one, Poch, right? I think Poch had a bad habit of just I need my best players available, even if you're not in the green, yellow, orange zone, even if you're in the red zone, whatever. You guys train like dogs. You're supposed to be fit as possible. You can troop through this. Don't give up. Force yourself. Really, really push yourself. And he pushed himself into making his injury worse because that was his first. He was his first game back from injury, and he forced him to play. And I think obviously when you have an injury, you have the risk of making it worse. And that was the hamstring injury that we're talking about. That hamstring injury leaks into last season. And I think the other thing, Prime, is Lavia could also not be listening to his body. Because I think even Wesley Fofana, if you listen to recent interviews and all that stuff, maybe next show we'll talk about it. Even Wesley Fofana, I think last season when he went against what the manager said to him and the medical team said to him, I think then is when he realized, oh, I'm a freaking idiot. I should have listened to them and I should have listened to my body. Look at Reese. Because I think that's a difference maker, where Reese is now listening to his body and not taking chances.
Robin used to do that. Remember at Chelsea, where like if he felt a little something, he just wouldn't play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't think Lavia is doing that.
I think he even did that around Madrid, and that's why at Bayern he was able to prolong his career. Which, okay, fair enough. But this still looks like an injury-prone player to me. Whether fine, if people want to say it's Poch's fault, fine. But when I said to people last year, this guy is injury-prone, people tried to tell me, no, it's not. It's only one injury he's had. This is an injury-prone player. So how do we fix this?
I think, unfortunately, the only way to fix it is if I'm kind of in the boat of like I don't think he can be relied on anymore, but I am willing to see how the rest of the season pans out, because what I do feel happened is he felt something on that thigh muscle, but he tried to force himself to play through it, lasted 5 minutes and got subbed off.
Are you talking?
Because again, players will hide the fact that they're hurt just to play against Carabao.
Because Reese, like everything you said about Lavia being like managers wrestling him back and stuff, that's all applied for Reese as well. Playing
100%.
When he's not necessarily fully fit and stuff like that. He trying to rush himself to play for the World Cup that was in December just to not be able to go from an injury. He's done all of that. Mm-hmm. Reese last year, got the surgery last summer and stuff. Started the season. He had a little setback in the season in the beginning, in like September or something. Remember when everyone kept freaking out and said sell him? And I was the only one that said no, it's fine, it's not a problem. I wasn't complaining when he was only really playing Conference League games. I kept telling people, let this guy fully recover, it's fine. But Lavia, I don't see anything because you're still getting injured. So your ability doesn't mean anything to me because of you, we have to run Caicedo and Enzo into the ground. So why should I care?
No, I'm gonna be real. That's not all just on him. Like that's partly on Resca as well, and some of it's on Asuga.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Well, yeah, but we also don't have any. But like even last season, we didn't have any cover.
Oh, we didn't. But again, like that also wasn't entirely.
That's more on the recruitment, in my opinion.
I know.
It is in part to Lavia.
I know it's under
agree.
recruitment. That's fine. But once we're in the season,
yeah.
You're injured. I have no one else. I'm also going to be like, bro, I no one's giving me any reason to care because all I hear is how amazingly talented he is. You're better than Rice. You're this, you're that, which is fine. I'm not even going to disagree. But I don't get to see any of it, so why do I care? At least with Reese, when he was having all his injuries, I knew what he was, and I knew what he could still be if he stayed fit. And I still said, if you're not going to stay fit, sell him.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree.
So I have no reason to have any difference towards Lavia.
I'm more than willing to wait because of what was mentioned before, right? He's on 40K, so it's not like he's, killing the books. But and that's the thing. Right now, if I'm Blueco and I'm recruitment, I'm thinking of someone else to bring into the club to take over that role that Lavia supposedly has. Whether it be Dario Sugo gets promoted, if he stays fit for the rest of the season when he comes back, he gets promoted to be that. option off the bench, or we just get another youngster to come in to have a similar role to a midfielder, to have a similar role. We bring in another guy on a loan or whatever. But I do think I fill in that Lavia position, and Lavia is just supplemental at that point. Like if he comes back, then all right, cool, we have an option in Lavia. But if Lavia gets injured again, all right, well, we just bought this other midfielder, give him some play time, let him develop and get some minutes, and see where we go from there.
How long do you?
I mean, how long do I give Lavia before I sell him?
No, but until you get tired. So you're fed
I mean,
up.
I kind of already am tired, to be honest.
I don't. If you're still willing to give him enough time, you're not really fed up yet.
Well, the thing is, I would be willing to give him enough time because of the salary he's at, right? 40K a week. It's not burning a hole in my pocket. If he can stay fit, then all right, good. Whereas Wesley Fofana, if he gets injured again this season, I'm definitely selling him because he's on bigger wages. He costs us a lot more.
Oh, even for Fauna, I'd want to sell regardless. I don't think. Well, let's see how this season pans out. But
Exactly.
I don't know if he's
It's hard
ever
to
going to
say.
reach that level again. I think what for Fauna, it's like what happened with Zuma. You just had too many of those injuries, and you're just never going to reach what you should have. It is what it is. It's okay to admit that. But
Yeah, I think it's one of those, like, let's see how it plays out in time, and then we can go from there. Because, again, I'm more of the belief of, like, if it's burning a hole in my pocket, you got to get rid of soon, because this could get really bad. It could be a slippery slope. We've already gone through this with Fofana. And to an extent, I think the club are, like, kind of, like, desperate to make Fofana work just to justify the amount they paid for it and the salary he's probably on. So that's also a factor, but I'm of the belief that if he gets injured one more time, then boom, like we gotta let him go. But let's see. There is a really talented player there. This could be the last of an injury because again, he just came back from the same injury, maybe
why do you think he's better than
re-agitated
Declan
it.
Rice?
I think in terms of ball retention, they're just about the same. I think dribbling ability, Lavia has got him beat. I think creativity ability, Lavia has got him beat. I think even vision, Lavia's got him beat. Defensively, they're probably around the same in terms of ability to dispossess an opponent, so on and so forth. So I just think he's a better player, but he's not right now because he can't stay fit. So if he can't stay fit, you can't be the better player. But when both are fit, side to side, you put them on a game against each other, I think Lavia comes out the man of the match versus him.
Right, Declan Rice is world class and is arguably
I don't know if he's world
best
class.
midfielder or maybe second best midfielder in the league this season.
I don't know
You don't
if I
think
would
he's
consider
world-class?
Declan Rice world class.
Okay.
No. I think, well, if we want to get into this a little bit, I think in order to be world class, there's a few caveats. I think one of those caveats is silverware, right? Which you can't make much of an argument for Declan. But the other caveat is also raw talent. And you really, really have to be like the best in your position. Like,
I mean, but he's got the talent. He's been consistent even back when he was at West Ham. And fine, Arsenal can't win trophies, but like that's not on Rice. That's on
the highlight of his Arsenal career are the free kicks against Real Madrid.
Yeah, but
that's not enough of a highlight for me.
But that's not on him. That's on Arteta being an idiot. And the highlight of his football career is not the Real Madrid free kicks either.
But Prime, you could say that that's an Arteta, but we as Chelsea fans have witnessed our legends be good despite how shit the manager was, and still win trophies despite how shit the manager was. So I don't think I'm having this sake of like, oh, but it's Arteta holding him back. Like, If you are a good
No,
player,
I'm not- no,
you
not
can still
holding him back.
outshine. You
No,
know.
not holding him back. Or the Arsenal squad, because that squad is good enough to be winning majors. It's good enough to be winning trophies.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not because of Rice why they're not winning. It is Arteta.
But Santi, this is exactly what I mean. You have to have just such raw ability that you are undeniable. And Kane, to me, did have that raw ability that he's just undeniable.
But Rice does have the raw ability. It's just in different ways. He's consistent as well. Consistent as hell.
I don't think he's as
it.
consistent as Moises, for example.
Well, he is because he's been doing it longer than Moises.
Sure, but when you say consistent, I figured you would say in terms of performances out and out, like the same.
He is consistent with performances, and he's also been doing it longer. Partly he's been in the Prem longer, so fine, but he has been performing longer. He has been doing it longer. He's been at Arsenal 3 years, and I would say his last year, maybe even 2, at West Ham, he was performing to a world class, or at least a top class.
Let me ask you this then, because when you say world class, there is like a set category of players that fit into that niche, right? Now, if we're looking at defensive midfielders, wait, do you consider him in box to box or defensive midfielder?
Box midfielder.
He is
box to box.
He is a defensive midfielder, but Arteta is playing him as a box to box.
So when you're saying he's world class, you're basing it off of what he's been doing consistently in the past 5 years, right? Arteta has been playing him as a box to box. So you're kind of basing it off of the fact that he's been playing consistently world class as a box to box, right?
Well, I saw him be a world class DM, and at Arsenal now he's playing as a box to box, and he's still world class.
Here's kind of the argument I'm alluding to, right? So you're saying to me, if you're calling him world class, then at that point, what you're saying to me is that if you want to give the argument for box to box, so he's at the same tier and level as an N'Golo Kante.
I mean, wait, what?
Because N'Golo Kante is a box to box, and we all of us across the board agree N'Golo Kante is world class.
He's a better footballer than Kante. Bro, you know how people will say about Rice can't play on a half turn and his ball playing ability. Kante's ball playing ability is not good either.
Kante's passing ability was always sus. I'll agree with that.
Kante is such a freak at what he's amazing at. That's fine, and that makes him world class. But
yeah, and
Kante
what is
all around as a footballer? Meh.
Okay, but what is Rice a freak at that makes him world class?
He's a world class ball winner. He's one of the best at ball winning in the world, as is Caicedo, by the way.
Kante wasn't a world class ball winner as well?
Yes, Kante was, yes, of course.
So that's the standard. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Right?
Kante's not the standard. Kante's a freak.
Well, I'm not saying he's a standard, but
how many players ever in football are like can reach peak Kante? Kante's a freak. He's not a standard.
There's not many, but Moises Caicedo is one of them. Which I think we can both agree. Like, if you were to say Moises Caicedo's world class, I would agree because honestly, he's insane.
He is world class, yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that. Another player I would bring up.
I also think Rice is too, because I look at what Rice's strengths are, and they're world class. I don't just look at his deficiencies and say he's not, because by that logic, I can look at other players' deficiencies that we claim are world class.
I mean, sure, but again, your claim for Rice is that his biggest strength is his ball winning ability, and I'm giving you an example of a player whose strength was that exact thing as well, but is definitely considered world class. And I just don't think, like, when you tell me who would you rather have in your team that can win you balls, and I'm not saying it's the only attribute he has, Declan Rice, but I'm picking Kante, you know?
Yeah, but like that, Do you like people will say Chouameni or Camavinga is world class? I would take Rice.
I don't
over
agree
them.
with those people.
Yes, nor do I. I take
Mhm.
Rice over them. And also, Kante is not playing football right now. Kante's like,
Yeah, he is. He just played in a French.
no, he's like old. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I got you.
You're not
He's not in his
taking
prime.
Kante in 2025 over Rice in 2025. That's ludicrous.
Well, I get that, but we're talking about in their
but,
primes,
like,
which
we're taking-
right now Rice
Yeah,
has the
but like
advantage.
that's like GOAT status stuff. Like I'm not gonna mention
Mm-hmm.
him, but like in terms of aside from Caicedo, is there any other? If you wanted like a ball winner, a destroyer, an interceptor in your team, who else are you having?
Right now, like in their prime, who else I would have?
Not in their just 2025 right now. Who are you having? Aside from Caicedo, there's no one else. Rodri is not like he's fit, but he's not up to scratch as what he
Well,
was.
yeah, that's
2 years
what.
ago.
Yeah, Rodri is not
Which
up to
is fine
snuff.
because he's still recovering from his injury, so that's fine. So it's only Caicedo.
If I'll be honest, if Szoboszlai can maintain this form he's at right now, I wouldn't mind having him as an option.
Szoboszlai's not
I
DM
think
though.
Szoboszlai should be playing as a DM, to be honest.
not, bro.
If I was playing Szoboszlai right now with the way he's playing, I would play him as a DM.
He's a bro.
Sorry?
He's like Conor Gallagher was good with good hair. He's not good. Stop this.
Okay, I'm just saying if he maintains his form, that's all I said.
Oh, so you're
Because
gonna
you're
take-
saying in current
you're gonna
form.
you're gonna take a Szoboszlai on current form over a consistent, proven Declan Rice. That's amazing.
Like, if you're asking me to pick a DM right now for my team and I can't pick Moises Caicedo, I probably have to pick Declan Rice, sure. But I'm also going to mention, like, there's other players I would consider. I would consider Frankie de Jong. I would consider Rodri, obviously. I would consider Szoboszlai in his current form.
Szoboszlai's not a sorry, he's not a DM.
I know he's not a DM. I'm aware. But he's also not a right back. And he didn't even play at right back. So I do think he could do a job at DM.
Anyone else there? No, he can't, Marshall, because he doesn't have one of the best things about Szoboszlai is his ability to cover a lot of ground and his pressing. Explain to me how a DM, especially in this system, one of the things you don't want them doing is vacating the space they're meant to be taking to go and hunt the ball.
I understand that. But I don't think Szoboszlai's an idiot and not disciplined enough to know when to go for a ball, when to... Because the reason I say that, right, is because right now the way Szoboszlai is being used at his best, almost like as a defensive 10, like the Conor Gallagher role. I feel like if I... And I don't need to because I have Gravenberch for this. But if I didn't have Gravenberch, I would deputize Szoboszlai in that position. If those are your strengths, then do it for me as a DM. Cover a lot of ground.
People made that same argument for Mason Mount. He tried playing him as a DM, but Tuchel didn't work.
No.
Don't be like-
no one was making an argument for DM
No,
double
they
pivot with Mason
no,
Mount.
no,
They were making an
they-
argument
they
for
were-
box to box Mason
no,
Mount.
They were making an argument for wing back.
People praised how amazing
Oh,
Mount
Jesus
was
fucking
off
Christ,
the
that's
ball and his
ridiculous.
work rate. Tuchel played Mount as a
Oh,
lone-
Vitinha
I
too.
remember-
Yeah, that's a good point.
I remember he played him as a lone DM against. Was it Leeds? Maybe. That 6 months when Tuchel got the job, I think it was against Leeds. I'm not entirely sure. He played him in a double pivot with. Maybe it was Billy Gilmore.
Mhm.
I remember he played him as a lone DM because I remember Johnny Minerals praising Mount as like, "Oh, lone DM, bruv, Minerals, yada yada yada." I remember that. So like,
Such a clown. Yeah, I mean, time will tell. I think he's in the trajectory to be a world-class player, but I can't. I right now, and that's the other thing too. Actually, I should ask you, Prime. Are you calling him world-class based on the talent that's in football right now? Is that the category, or are you calling him world-class based on just the category and what it's been for the past?
right now, you can only look at football as it is. Like we can't just. I don't. When you start comparing like eras and generations, a lot of people will love to disrespect this era, but I could
Sure.
then as easily disrespect the eras in the past.
I get that, but I think overall,
I'll look at what it is.
World class is something that I don't want to wash by, goddamn, I don't want to wash or diminish the quality of what world class means by adding players in this current era that maybe aren't as good as some of the old ones, but they're better than what we have now. And I think if you ask most football fans right now, they would probably agree with you that overall the quality in football has dipped a bit.
But by that logic, I can also say, why should Caicedo be labeled world class? Where's his consistency?
Because Caicedo, what he's doing right now is comparable to what Conte was doing when he was at Chelsea.
And how long did it take for Kante to get labeled given the world class tag? Kante won 2 back-to-back Premier Leagues.
Mm-hmm.
What's Caicedo done?
But that's also where I tell you, like, there's the balance of trophies too, right? Because obviously you can win all the trophies in the world. I'm not going to consider you world class unless the talent's there too.
No one respects, and he won the Club World Cup. Awesome. Mm-hmm. So if he wins another major this year, then that's 2 back-to-back, which is what Kante did.
Mm-hmm. I just think let me explain. I think, well, actually, let me read this super chat real quick and then I'll explain. Sorry, Brian. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Remind you, Isugo is Caicedo's backup, but Lavia and Caicedo are my dream double in a UCL final, and we will have them there. Save this clip. Oh, fair enough. You're calling it right now. But here's what my reasoning, right? And no one ever say I'm not a Chelsea fan. I'm backing my club so hard right now. But in terms of Caicedo, I think Caicedo has shown that he has the strong suits of Conte, but overall he's a more balanced player because unlike Conte, he can pass and be creative, which Conte struggled with that at times, I'll admit. But he maybe the thing that Conte has over Caicedo as of right now is I remember seeing a little bit more dribbling ability from Conte that I don't really see from Caicedo. But who knows? That might come in time.
But that's also because Kante was allowed to be more further forward, whereas Caicedo was playing deeper. Kante couldn't play deeper. At the times we saw Kante have to sit on his own, he got exposed.
Yes.
Because he couldn't play on his own.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Talking about Rice's limited ability as a footballer, and Kante was not world class because he is extremely limited. Kante's less limited, Kante is more of a limited footballer than Rice is. So by that logic, Kante can't be world class. No, because that's not my logic to what determines world class. That's what you're saying. No, but I'm just saying your logic is ability. You're talking about ability, right? The raw ability. That is in terms of talking about Moises Caicedo in comparison to a player that is world class. I'm not saying what makes you world class is having overall balance. Like, no, I think what makes Caicedo world class is the fact that compared to a world class player like Conte, he has those strengths that made Conte world class. Like his ability to dispossess was so on another level that it made him world class on top of the trophies he's won. To Caicedo's point with the trophies, I think the trophies will come. One, the Club World Cup, despite where you hold it in terms of prestige, the fact that you were able to go to a final and beat PSG, that's impressive. I'm making the devil's argument to that point.
Sure.
But like, you can't say that. I can then also say with Rice, the trophies will come. Because I've seen he won a trophy with West Ham.
Sure.
He won a European trophy with West Ham.
That is true.
So
yeah.
I can also say the trophies, because the trophies with Arsenal, so long as they get rid of Arteta, they should start winning trophies. Because that squad is more than good enough. It's been more than good enough for a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm. Coco, you're not wrong, by the way. I'm trying my best not to have blue tinted glasses on this, but it's hard.
No, but you heavily do.
Yeah.
If Rice wasn't at Arsenal and he wasn't an English player, people would rate him. But because he's English, no one likes England, and because he's at Arsenal and no one likes Arsenal, we're not gonna rate Rice.
The thing is, that's not necessarily very true with me because I'm more than willing to admit that listen, I don't like Arsenal, but I'm more than willing to admit, for example, that Rice is top 3 in the world. I think Moises Caicedo is the best midfielder in the world, and Rice is right behind him in that sense. So, you can make an argument for Rodri. You can make an argument maybe for Pedri in there, right? Even though Pedri's a different type of player.
Shouldn't that make him more? If he's top 3 in the world, that should make him world class, no?
I don't think that makes him world class.
Why not?
I think when I say world class, I'm taking into account all the football I've seen growing up and what players I put in that category of world class. I put N'Golo Kante in that category. I put Pirlo in that category. I put Makelele in that category.
Have you watched
Ronaldinho I put in that category too.
Oh,
He didn't have
okay,
the numbers
so-
to back him up, but he had the pure innate ability.
Palmer's world class.
Palmer? Yeah.
Why is he world class? He's not like
Palmer's world class.
Ronaldinho. We can't compare Palmer to Ronaldinho. Why is
Yeah,
he world
I'm
class?
gonna be honest, Marshall. Like, that's kind of where your argument falls apart. Because if that's your argument or part of your argument, Caicedo is not world class. Like, respectfully,
Thank you.
currently he's not on the same level of midfielders as you just mentioned.
Thank you.
Wait,
We
Palmer?
Same
can't
with
say
Palmer.
we can't say Rice isn't because I've seen Kante, but Palmer's world class. But you've seen Ronaldinho, you've seen Kaká,
Yes. But
and Palmer's not on that. He's not.
But this is again where I say there's a fine balance of innate ability and trophies. In terms of trophies and awards and records he's breaking, Palmer's that guy. Palmer is breaking records left and right. As of right now, he's on track to be one of the best players in Chelsea's history. I'm not wrong in saying that.
No, but he's not. But he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
How many goals does he have for Chelsea right now versus our top goal scorers?
Yeah, that's cool and all. In terms of what you just mentioned, Marshall, he has had one season like that. Last season, he spent half of being shit.
Shit for his criteria.
No, he was just bad, Marshall. Like, he did the same thing that Mount did in the season after he won the UCL of, like, he'd have bad performances.
Oh, don't do that.
He did.
No, he did.
Okay, yeah,
did
I
half-
understand the
Take off your
comparison, but it wasn't that bad.
Let's be well. Again, you're talking about by his standards, right? So by
Yeah.
his standards, it was that bad.
Yeah, by
his standard it was, yeah.
Talk
Yeah,
about
but
how
cool, by
amazing
world-class
Palmer is
standards,
and
so he
Palmer's
was-
ability, and Palmer could be one of the best Chelsea players ever, all time 11.
Sure.
Then let's treat him to that standard, then, right?
Wait,
Yeah,
one more time?
not good enough from Palmer at all.
No, it wasn't for his standard, but those are still better numbers. Those are still good numbers and good numbers enough that he would still play for a top team and be considered
That
good
was-
numbers.
Marshall, again, the argument that keeps being made here, or the arguments that are
Sure.
being made here, are getting moved about. Like, the argument wasn't, oh, did he put up good numbers last season? The argument was, is he world class? Based on the fact your part of your argument for
Mhm.
Rice and for whatnot is, I consider what we've had previously or what's been previously. Which, if that's the case, Palmer is not world class, not even close. Like right now, at least,
But
he could
but
be, but he's not right
but-
now. Based on that argument,
But just to give you an idea of, I'm using that same argument, right? I'm being consistent here. Didier Drogba wasn't the greatest striker in season out. I love him. Listen, I'm not talking shit on Didier Drogba. He's a world-class striker in my opinion, right? One of the things that made him world-class was in finals. In finals and in big games, he was clutch. Palmer has been doing that for the past 2 seasons. He was clutch for us from the trophy for the conference league. He was clutch for us in the trophy for Club World Cup.
Class about
Yeah,
world class
again-
consistency. Hold on, Scott. Your thing about world class and consistency. Drogba is not world class because he wasn't consistent then. It's all well and good. He turned up in finals and stuff and big games,
Sure.
but he wasn't consistent.
I don't agree,
No,
but
by
it's
that-
also a different position, right?
But so it's even easier to judge a striker because we can look at your goals. So by your
Yes.
logic, Drogba's not world class.
I mean, yes, but I feel like that logic suits more midfielders than it does a striker.
Well, why is it? Because with midfielders, there's different types of midfielders, there's different types of midfield roles. Pirlo is not the same type of midfielder as is Makelele, for example. So I'm not going to view them in the same way. But with strikers, it doesn't matter if you're like a target man striker, you're a poacher, you're running behind, you run channels. If you're bagging goals, you bag goals. So I can
True.
judge you. I can judge Drogba and Aguero the same way, even though they're not the same type of striker. Are you hitting 20 goals a season? I can judge you in the same way. Drogba wasn't doing that consistently, so why is he world class then? But you're.
I think Drogba's world class because when he has scored goals, it's led to silverware trophy. It's been in big games. You know, on top of that, in terms of consistency, he was consistently our best striker for Chelsea.
If Drogba wasn't playing for Chelsea, if Drogba did all of this at a club, if Drogba did all of this at Chelsea, but we weren't winning back-to-back Prems, we didn't win the Prem at Ancelotti, we didn't win a Champions League, we didn't win anything, would he still be labelled world class?
If he didn't win anything, then probably not.
Why? Okay, so can I not say that with Rice? Because if Arsenal won the Champions League last year, he hit 2 free kicks against Real Madrid, was, I think, man of the match in both games.
Yeah.
They had won the Champions League and beat PSG in the semi and then beat Inter in the final. All of a sudden, he's world class then now, right? Because
based on my logic, yes.
Because the team turned up, not just him.
But I do think there's an aspect of like sometimes you need that star to carry you. And that also will differentiate you from, you know, top class and world class.
He did carry them against Real Madrid.
Yeah, so he did, but he didn't get anything out of it. If he won a trophy, that's what you were saying.
But that's not his fault, though.
It's not his fault, but it's also his. He was part of the game.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not his fault. So can I blame Mbappe why France didn't win the last World Cup?
Yes and no. Yeah, yes and no. Because there was, 80 minutes of that game where Mbappe did fuck all?
Yeah, but he bagged the hat-trick and then he bagged his pen in the shootout. So he did what he could.
I mean, he could have done it sooner, but sure.
He did more than Messi in that game.
I mean, sure, but Messi also did a lot during the whole entire campaign, not just that game.
Not necessarily, no.
Also, Mbappe did a lot more in that campaign. No,
Yeah,
Messi was pivotal. Messi carried that team to the
Maria
World Cup.
carried it, not Messi.
No. Di Maria showed up for the last game.
Messi scored some dubious pens, which is great, but
Messi also created so many.
Anyway, back to the Drogba thing. Drogba is not world class by your argument. So
I think it's a different argument, but I think when you talk about strikers, I think important goals is a big factor in that. Winning titles, you know.
Okay, so how do I judge midfielders then?
I think midfielders is the consistency thing, where you need to consistently be able to pass the ball, get the ball ticket, because you're essentially dictating the whole game.
But Kante doesn't dictate a game.
He
doesn't pass it.
He does.
He doesn't pass it and keep it ticking.
Doesn't. Like, not this argument's just kind of weird. I can't lie.
I thank you, Scott, because you said you have to, as a midfielder.
Kante dictated games. We now remember just having conversations about like, wow, N'Golo Kante just dominated the midfield. The N'Golo Kante triplets.
He dominated the midfield because he could swarm players and win the ball.
Okay, I'm sorry. When I say dictate, I don't mean just like you just control the midfield.
No, but you said passing.
I didn't say passing. I meant dictating in the terms of you can dictate it by being able to pass well. You can dictate it by tackling, and there's all term like just controlling the midfield.
Rice does that. Then he doesn't dictate the midfield by passing, but he dictates the midfield by being able to win the ball, his interceptions, how he drives with the ball. So
sure,
Rice,
it's just I don't think it's as good as what Moises Caicedo can do.
But him and Moises are different midfielders. They're not the same type. They're not the same profile. So they should do it in different ways. Just
so
like I don't expect Rice to do what Vitinha does, but I also don't expect Vitinha to do what Rice does.
How about this? 2 things. I'll tell you what players in Arsenal's team I think are actually world class. And then 2, what I think Rice has to do in order to be considered world class in my book. I think that's fair, right? That way we can get to the bottom of this. 1, in terms of the players I think are world class in Arsenal's current squad, I would say Saka. Saka is a world class player because he has carried that team multiple times. He has been clutch for them multiple times. Maybe it hasn't led to a trophy. That's fine. But you also see how he performs in England, how he's a standout player for both club and country. I think he's shown consistently.
Saka's never scored in a final, by the way. And we've also seen Saka in big moments for club and country crumble. So the argument you made against Rice is the same argument I can make against Saka.
Okay. Sure.
So Saka's not
I do think you can look at that penalty in the 2020 and say this is why he's not world class, but then I can look at everything building up to that and say this is why he's world class.
I'm not talking about the penalty in 2020. I'm talking about
but that's a moment, right, where he could have won a trophy for country and failed.
Also the Euros last summer as well, where he stunk in that final that he played.
Yeah, sure. He had some good moments in that tournament too.
That's great, but you have to turn up in the big moments, and he didn't.
Yeah,
also, Arsenal have been in 3 title
Rice was part of that team too, by the way.
Yes, so but you said about Rice, he's not. I can say about Saka.
Okay.
Arsenal, they've had 3 title races back end of the seasons. Where has he been? Also, you talked about how Rice, great moments against Real Madrid. Saka wasn't there. Against PSG, where was Saka? Because if you say Saka's been carrying Arsenal, he's carried Arsenal to second.
Wasn't he injured? No, he was coming back from injury. I remember.
He's carried Arsenal to second 3 times and no trophy.
Yes.
Saka's not won any trophy, by the way. Rice has.
No. Technically, Saka won the FA Cup, right?
I mean, he hasn't.
Or he wasn't in that team.
He didn't play the semi-final.
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. So, you got me on that one. I mean, sure, Declan Rice has a trophy over him. I just think I've been more impressed with the performances from Saka year in, year out, consistently with Arsenal versus what I've seen consistently from Declan Rice, which I don't think is very...
How long has Saka been performing consistently for?
I think the last 4 seasons, dude.
And so almost as long as Rice, barely. Rice I think has been doing it longer. But
I think Declan Rice's best season for Arsenal so far has only been his last season. I don't think his first season there was that great.
No, it was.
I don't think so.
He's had 3 years
another player.
He won the Conference League. So even if you want to take just that 4-year span, he's been doing it as long as Saka. Because Saka, if you want to say Rice's first year at Arsenal wasn't great, which is fine. Saka, not last season, the season beforehand, he wasn't that great either at Arsenal. Because you remember that year, a lot of people were getting onto Saka. A lot of the rivals were getting onto Saka. Saka wasn't that good either. By Saka's high standards of world class, he wasn't that good.
All right. I mean, I don't have the information in front of me, but I'm pretty sure he was top in assists, or at least up there in
numbers, but performances he wasn't.
Okay. I'm not going to argue for it because I'm not that versed in Saka's numbers and the performances 2 seasons ago. I can't remember. I have to refresh my mind. But another player I'll say, and I don't like to admit this because I still think he's a bozo, Gabriel. Gabriel's world class right now. As of right now, I think Gabriel's been world class for them. I think at any moment that will come back and be a bozo again, but
that's amazing. But his world classness has led to nothing. No trophies. But you're lucky.
Yeah. But again, there are world class players that have not won trophies, but because their abilities are such standout abilities and they're, overall been good in most games, then they, like Ronaldinho. I think Ronaldinho won a trophy, didn't he? His GNA wasn't great.
Trophies. What is Gabriel's standout abilities?
As of the last 2 seasons, he has been solid defensively. He is really, 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 really difficult to beat aerially, which is how he gets so many goals as a defender.
So Rice is also solid defensively. Rice has been performing longer than Gabriel at the world-class level. And the goals Gabriel is scoring from set pieces is because of Rice's world-class delivery.
World-class corners. Are you serious?
No, even it's not just corners, bro. Even from free kicks. I'm not talking about like the direct free kicks on goal. I'm talking about him whipping free kicks in. You remember the goal against Atletico Madrid? Was it the first goal against Atletico Madrid that Gabriel scored?
Prime.
That was from Rice's delivery. So again, the arguments you're making against Rice for not being world class, I'm making those same arguments against Saka and Gabriel.
No, you're not.
I'm giving those same. It's fair,
okay,
bro. It's fair.
But
I make those same arguments.
you say it's fair. I just feel like it's a complete drop in standards. Can you name me the last player that we talked about being a world-class player that was great at world-class set piece taking? And I'm not talking free kicks.
Wait, sorry, what?
You're saying you're giving credit to this argument that Declan Rice is world-class in part because he can take world-class corners and crosses from free kicks.
No, that's not what I said.
That's kind of what you were alluding to.
No, it's not. You talk about Gabriel being solid defensively for the last 2 years, and his aerial threat from scoring goals. And I said Rice is also solid defensively, extremely solid defensively. That's why he's a world-class ball winner and interceptor.
Yeah, I haven't denied that.
Rice has been performing to that level longer than Gabriel has, and the goals that Gabriel is scoring from set pieces, this aerial threat Gabriel it's because of Rice's world-class delivery from corners and from free kicks. So
I think that's part of it, but I think the majority of it is Gabriel's ability to read the ball in the air and actually be able to beat a man. Because it's great that you can. First of all, it's not like you're in the air when you're delivering a cross, so you just kind of have to put it in a generally good area when you cross it.
That's not true. I hate when people say that. It's not true. You can't. It's not just about putting in a great area, because by that logic, I can say, no, that's not true. You can't say it's not just about putting it in an area, because if the person also doesn't meet it, you can deliver a wonderful cross. How many times last season, as bad as Palmer was, do you remember how many chances he created that people like Jackson and Madueke were missing?
Sure.
Right? And remember how Chelsea fans use that argument and say Palmer hasn't been as bad. Well, I don't care. You can put in all the great deliveries. If no one's finishing them,
you're giving my argument credit then.
No, I'm not, because you can also be great aerially in the box, but if no one gives you that delivery, you're not scoring. So it works in tandem then, right?
Not necessarily, because
it has to.
There's more work on the person that has to head the ball and finish that play than the person delivering it. One, because again, it is so difficult to pinpoint a player from a corner. It's nearly impossible. You can't do it because players are going to move. You have to predict where they're going to move and where they're going to jump so you can aim the ball at their head. The best you can do from a corner is get it in a good area that's going to be troublesome, get it in like a sweet spot, which is probably what they train at Arsenal for set pieces. If, let's say you're looking for Gabriel likes to be at the far post, so you're going to be aiming for that far post. So if you get into that generally far post area, then Gabriel's job is, one, to read the trajectory of the ball, also the curvature, right? That's not easy. Two, to fend off the defender that's probably marking him. That's also not easy, because the defender also probably has a similar ability to read the ball in the air and defend it. So Gabriel has to do two things in that situation, let alone score it.
The guy taking the set piece also has to hit.
Probably not, because Enzo likes to do near post.
Enough power, curvature, and accuracy that it perfectly is able to reach the guy I'm aiming for, that he's able to score, as well as be quick enough so that no one else can go and intercept it. but not be so quick or have enough power where if he's hitting it, he misconnects to it and it ends up going wide or over. There's a reason why Arsenal
way too much credit.
That's how. So people who are great at set pieces, we don't give them credit. Is that not like we don't give Beckham credit for what he does? What are we doing?
Beckham scored multiple goals from really ridiculous positions. Declan Rice, as far as I'm aware, has only scored 2 free kicks.
Well, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about.
I understand that, but listen to what we're talking about. We went from talking about world-class players to now talking about one of Declan Rice's strongest abilities, the abilities he has to take crosses and from corners and free kicks. Like, what are we doing?
No, you're bogged down on this. You talked about Gabriel. He's world class because he's been doing this for 2 years. His leadership and his aerial threat. So I mentioned Rice is also a leader. He's also great defensively, and the Gabriel's aerial threat is also partly due to Rice's delivery from the set pieces. And now you want to talk about set pieces as if that's the only reason why he's world class.
Prior to Declan Rice taking the set pieces, it was Bukayo Saka.
Yes.
You understand? It's not just Rice. Yes. It's just Gabriel knows how to read the ball from a corner. Like, I'm trying to discredit. Like, I'm trying to give you, I'm giving you credit. Like, right? Like, I understand Rice and Saka do have good deliveries, but that's not solely the only reason why Gabriel is scoring his goals.
No, I didn't say it's solely the only reason. You also give credit to Gabriel. He's an amazing aerial threat. He's one of the best, if not top 2 in the world. But you also give credit to the delivery, because if Arsenal didn't have Saka and Rice's delivery, Gabriel wouldn't be scoring as many set piece goals.
Maybe not as many, but he'd still be scoring a good amount.
But he wouldn't be scoring as many.
I think if you just genuinely, you know what the best test is going to be? When Saka and Declan Rice are not available, which is very seldomly not a thing because Rice is usually pretty available. The next person that takes set pieces probably going to be able to score 1 or 2 goals thanks to Gabriel.
Okay.
Because I just think he is the X factor in that.
I didn't say he wouldn't be able to score at all. I said he wouldn't be able to score as many.
Sure. I'll give you that. Sure. He won't be able to score as many.
Terry scoring at Chelsea. He was scoring like, was it 10 or almost 10 a season, John Terry? He scored
I didn't look into the stats for that. But
he
was scoring a good
like
amount.
off the top of our head, like let's say 10 a season, right?
Maybe,
or roughly 10, 8 a season. As great as Terry was in the air, it also helped that he had Frank Lampard to deliver corners.
Sure, but it's like, again, like maybe I kind of mistook your argument for giving credit to the world-class argument, because when it comes to talking about what makes Frank Lampard world-class, I will never in my life mention his set-piece ability, his ability to take corners.
I didn't mention his set-piece ability. That wasn't the main things I was mentioning. I only spoke about Rice's set pieces because you spoke about Gabriel's aerial threat.
Mm-hmm. I think, what was it? That was Saka, Gabriel. I think that's it for a player. And even Gabriel, I don't think he's a world-class player if you look at his career, but as of right now, the last 2 seasons, he's been world-class. I can't deny that.
You think
and
Saka
it might not even be sustainable. I think Saka is world-class.
But Saka has not achieved anything. Saka's not been like, Saka doesn't turn up in the big moments. Saka's consistency, he hasn't. Because if he turned up in big moments, then he would have won things. If we're making the argument for Rice, I can make that for Saka.
Harry Kane was world class at Tottenham, was he not?
Yes, but by your argument, he didn't turn up in big moments and he didn't win anything.
That's not my own. You're conflating my argument of not turning up for big moments for what makes world class for a midfielder.
I'm not. No, it's not. I'm just saying, why would it make him world class if one of the points of the arguments you make of a world class player, the consistency, their ability, and them winning trophies. So being able to be in big moments.
Again, conflating, because when I said consistency, I was referring to Declan Rice. I was referring to Moises Caicedo. I was referring to Conte. I was talking about midfielders.
So consistency is only for midfielders, not for world class.
Not necessarily only for midfielders, but that's a big factor because when you're in the midfield, you're expected to play 90 minutes. You're expected to dictate a game. You have to be able to dictate a game consistently. There are games, even some of the best strikers in the world, where unfortunately they're not consistent. They're not scoring goals game in, game out, game in, game out. But there are moments when they score really important goals. They come up in those important moments. It's not consistent, but it's clutch.
So consistency is not okay. So strikers, they don't have the consistency, fine. But you said clutch.
Not necessarily.
Kane at Spurs, was he clutch?
Yes, but he was also consistent.
No,
it's
but
not
he
the end all be all factor, but you can be.
If he was clutch,
Sure.
he would have won a trophy at Spurs. But he wasn't clutch. So how was he world class then?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean not necessarily?
Well, if he was fully fit for the final against the UCL, then you would make the argument that maybe that would have been the moment for Spurs to actually be able to win
That's not the stage he's played on at Spurs. He played a Carabao Cup final against us in 2015. He played a FA Cup semi-final against us in 2018? 17 or 2018. One of them at Contets. Where he was 2-0 up, by the way, against us. Also, speaking of being 2-0 up, remember Battle of the Bridge? He played that game. That was everyone that was the game where Spurs lost the league.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big game. That might as well be a final. So Kane, where was he in those big moments? Even forget the Champions League, because I don't even blame Kane and stuff like that for a Champions League final. That's cool, whatever. Because I don't expect no one really wins their first Champions League final, so who cares? But
Sure.
The other big moments I've just mentioned, where was he? If he's world class, by your argument.
There was probably other moments. I can't tell you. I'm not a Tottenham fan.
But he's not. But these are the big moments that would have led to winning a trophy. If Kane had
Sure. But the other thing that made him really good was that. So I think when you're talking about strikers, I think good categories to look at for what makes him world class is obviously trophies are always going to be a caveat for anyone. I think goals you scored is a good one. But if you're scoring consistently, like Lewandowski levels, which I'm not saying he was Lewandowski levels, but he was pretty much carrying Spurs, I think that's what makes you world class too.
But not.
And I know. I think that, but that's the thing. Like, there's so many players we could go back in history and say, like, yo, he was a world class player, but he never won a trophy. Like Zlatan, for example. Zlatan never won a UCL, but we know he's world class.
Yeah, but no, Zlatan won trophies.
Yeah.
It's not he never won a trophy. He won trophies. It's not UCL. But the thing is, Marshall, if we're talking about my personal opinion, I do have Kane as world class,
Mm-hmm.
even when he was at Spurs. But your argument doesn't hold up. That's why I'm having this conversation.
In what way doesn't it hold up?
Doesn't hold up about Rice, but when I use it against other players, then you're moving the goalposts and saying, "Oh well, it's because he's a midfielder and it's different metrics." Well, Kane's a striker, but for strikers, it's about it's not about necessarily consistency, but about the big moments.
But it is different categories because when we're talking about,
which is fine, but Kane doesn't have the big moments at Spurs. He didn't turn up.
But he's got the goals.
But he doesn't have the big moments. And Drogba doesn't have the goals, but he has the big moments.
Drogba does have the big moments, yes.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the goals.
Mm-hmm. I think when Harry Kane, he had the goals, though. He maybe he didn't have the big moments. You're right on that. Again, I can't read into it too much because, one, I don't look at Harry Kane's history and look at which Spurs game. Oh, this is a big game for Spurs. That was a big, I don't. I remember more Drogba, obviously, because I'm a Chelsea fan. In terms of Harry Kane, he had plenty of goals to back this argument. He would consistently score against Arsenal, which you could make an argument. Those are pretty big moments for Spurs fans. It's also a weird caveat with Spurs because Spurs just don't win anything in general. But fine.
Yeah, but up until Chelsea first won actually, it wasn't even the league. when we won the Carabao Cup with Jose in 04, we weren't winning anything really consistent.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but we had players from that team that eventually showed they're able to win trophies, showed that they would.
Kane played in a good enough. Kane's team at Poch's Spurs team was better than this Arsenal team. So
Yeah,
Kane
but
played
he
good enough.
he nearly won, but he was injured for that UCL final.
But I'm not talking about forget the UCL final. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Carabao Cup final against us, the FA Cup semi-final against us, and Battle of the Bridge where they lost the title to Leicester City against us.
I can't speak on that because I wasn't watching Chelsea closely at that time.
Okay, well,
that's why I'm like I can't like address what you're saying because I just don't have the information. Unfortunately, I'm not proper Chelsea. That's why it's called Casually FC.
Okay.
But it's again like for me, I'm not opposed to saying Declan Rice can be a world-class player, but I need to see more from Declan Rice because I'll be honest, like I consider Moises Caicedo world-class because 1, he actually has won some trophies. 2, he's shown consistency over time. 3, if comparing him to a player I know is world-class in N'Golo Kante, I look at N'Golo Kante's strengths, say Moises Caicedo has those strengths, barring the dribbling, and he has more to his game on top of that. And then, like for me, I just don't see it with Declan Rice. That's why I would take Lavia over Declan Rice because what I've seen from Lavia has been very impressive, but Lavia doesn't have the longevity, right? He doesn't have the ability to stay fit, which is a very important one. That
Caicedo's only won one more trophy than Rice.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they won the same trophy, the Conference League, and he has one more trophy. Yeah.
So if Rice wins a trophy this season, does that then make him world class? Is it 2 for 2?
I would probably just admit at that point, like, yeah, he's world class. He's shown he can take a team to win a trophy. He might not have the ability to convince me that he's world class, but he has the trophy cabinet and the game's availability to get to that point to show me that he can be.
Do you think Salah's world class? Of
course, Salah's world class. Yeah.
Salah doesn't have the ability.
Salah has been very clutch and very consistent in terms of GNA over many, many seasons. And on top of that, a bunch of trophies that he's led to that point.
Doesn't have the ability.
He has the ability. His goal scoring ability.
He doesn't have the ability though.
No, but he's a good finisher.
Oh, interesting. And but I can also say Rice's. I can also talk about Rice's ball winning ability and the way he intercepts the ball and how good he is from dead balls, how great he is of a leader. But that doesn't matter because of his ability doesn't look good. And Salah doesn't look good on the ball either.
No, but Salah's job as an attacker is to score goals, and I get that for Rice. That's the category.
Salah's not turning big moments. Salah's played 3 Champions League finals, and he only scored 1 goal from a penalty. One of the Champions League finals he played, he came off injured.
Sure.
The 3
last season, did Salah not single-handedly pretty much carry Liverpool to a title?
3 domestic finals he played against us. He wasn't good in those finals either. Yes, he won the league last season for Liverpool, but also the Champions League against PSG. And at that point, PSG weren't looked at as a threat to win it. What did he do in both legs? Nothing really. So, again, big moments. I'm
you're taking one small sample size.
It's not. All the moments I've named you is all throughout he's been at Liverpool.
It could be big moments, but the thing is, you think you're using my argument against me, but the thing is, I've argued for both of them. I've argued for consistency and I've argued for goals in terms of an attacker. Like, you could be a world-class attacker if you're consistently scoring goals, or if you're coming up in really clutch moments and winning your team titles. I think Salah has shown both. Obviously, I'm not a Liverpool fan. I can't pinpoint this exact moment was like, it's more resonant with me with Chelsea because I'm a Chelsea fan.
If Rice was the same player, but he was at Liverpool last year and won the league, why would that then make him world class?
Because he would have been involved, like just like how Gravenberch was involved. Like Gravenberch was pivotal to them being able to keep as many clean sheets as they did, and just being able to have a solid midfield. I'm not discrediting Rice from doing that this season, sure, and I'm not discrediting Rice's ability to win the ball, right? Like I think you're right in that, but if I'm going to consider him world class, then I have to consider him at the same level as Moises Caicedo. And Moises Caicedo, I know, is above him because Moises Caicedo can score me goals. Moises Caicedo can be creative as well as Rice. And that's about it. I think those are the two really big standouts.
They've roughly scored the same amount of goals this year. Maybe Caicedo.
No, they have not. No,
maybe he has like one more goal or something. Or maybe it's two. There's not much difference in
I think Declan Rice only has 1 goal to his name this season.
Are you sure?
I'll look it up. Declan Rice has 2 goals and 2 assists this season, and I think that's just the Premier League.
Declan Rice. How many does Caicedo
Oh,
have?
that's UEFA Euro qualifiers. So yeah, and I'm reading this wrong too. There's a bunch of other stuff here. For the Premier League, he has 11 matches, 2 goals, 2 assists. Caicedo has 3 and 3. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so one more goal.
3 goals, 1 assist.
Okay,
in the Premier League. So same GNA. Not to mention those assists that Declan Rice has are probably from corners.
So
I think it matters.
It
Your
matters,
ability to,
but that's his world class ability. Well done. What do you mean? Why does it not matter?
that's not as impressive as open player goals.
But okay, but Palmer's first year at Chelsea, how many goals was he getting from pens? What are we doing?
He was getting a good amount. I'm not saying that's
Take that away.
more impressive or not, but you still got to score him. The fact that he broke the Premier League record for a consistent amount of penalties scored.
And Rice still has to take the corners and the dead balls. He still has to hit them.
Sure. And if Declan Rice was scoring goals from penalties, I'd give him credit. I'd be like, yeah, you got to score them.
No,
but
because you would say Caicedo scoring from open play.
Caicedo scoring from open play and assisting from open play. Yes. I have an opinion. I have the right to have the opinion that I'm not impressed by assists from corners.
But Caicedo's not good enough to take dead balls for us. Okay.
I mean, we don't know. We've never seen him. There's probably players better than that.
We in training, the manager see it, so he's clearly not good enough. But also,
I could live without Caicedo taking corners.
No, but I was just gonna say he also doesn't have to take them for us.
Yeah,
he shouldn't have to. But for Arsenal, he does. At West Ham, he wasn't doing that at West Ham.
Sure,
so
that's fine.
Look at how he has evolved his game.
Cool. Evolve your dribbling ability, evolve your goal scoring ability, evolve other factors of the game that are more impressive than your ability to take corners. I'm sorry, that's not impressive to me.
He was dribbling at West Ham, and he wasn't scoring goals at West Ham. He's scoring goals now at Arsenal.
Yeah, he was dribbling in West Ham, and he has a dribbling ability here at Arsenal too. I was just kind of saying that, but like, there's other parts of your game that I would be much more impressed with, and would probably be more impactful to the team than your corner.
In what way? Is it Rice's fault that Saka doesn't turn up in big moments?
I mean, no, but that's not what I'm talking about either. I'm talking about, you just mentioned his ability to take corners, like that's an impressive feat.
No,
and
I didn't.
I'm discrediting a few of those assists because they're from corners. I don't think it's impressive.
No, I didn't. Like, the only reason I mentioned the corners was even mentioned because you talked about Gabriel's aerial threat, and I said, well, because he's taking the set pieces. So
sure, but most teams have players that can take corners. It's not like Rice is the only one.
None of them as good as Declan Rice. He's probably the best.
Sure, they're nice deliveries. Yeah, I'm not going to discredit that, but that's not the end-all be-all for me.
I didn't say it's the end-all be-all.
But that's not impressive for me. That's why when I mentioned 2 goals, 2 assists, I put the caveat. No, but
I didn't say that's the only impressive thing. I didn't say it is.
What I said was it discredits those 2 assists for me.
It shouldn't.
I don't think it's that impressive. Like, when you say the 2 assists, like, it's fine. Just like when you mentioned the penalties, sure, he's got a lot of goals from penalties. Cole Palmer does, but there's also context to it. One, he broke the penalty streak in the Premier League. He literally broke records with the amount of penalties he was taking and how many penalties back to back he was able to score.
Yeah, which tells me he scored a lot of goals and he scored a lot of penalty goals. So let me look at his goals he scored from open play.
Yeah, and he still scored a respectable amount of open play goals.
Cool. So I can discredit the goals that he scored from penalties then.
One more time? I'm sorry.
If you want, like, I'm just using your argument against you. If we're discrediting the assists because they're from dead ball situations, which is fine, a penalty is also a dead ball situation. We can discredit your goals because we can discredit your goals from dead ball situations, which is penalties, free kicks. We can do that too.
Sure, but I feel like when it comes to a penalty, it's not as random as a set piece. A set piece, there's so many things that could happen in the box that can lead you to having an assist.
You have to be even more accurate from a dead ball. That's not.
I'll be so serious. I think accuracy in a cross is like half of it. I think if you can get a cross into a decent area, then you're likely to score a goal. If you can master that, then cool. That is a good technique to have from a corner. But I'm sorry, I'd rather have your ability to consistently be able to score a penalty. I think I rate that a lot more. It's more pressure. I don't think you're using my argument against me because they're different things, but I just think with corners, it's like.
I am, because like I'm just saying, if you want to discredit something, we can discredit everything. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You want to just
because I'm just being consistent, Prime, because
you're not. If you want to discredit,
no, I am. Let me tell you why I'm being consistent, because I never liked giving Mason Mount credit for his fucking GNA season when I saw the teams he scored against and where he was getting his assists from, which were corners as well. So I'm just being consistent.
Okay. And do you not remember that Palmer had this thing about how he wasn't really scoring in big games for us? Up until that was a thing.
I guess maybe under the first season. Second season, I don't think it was that. Actually, not even in first season. Yeah, you could make that argument if you're a rival, but you look at the first season, the hat trick he scored against Man United.
Bro,
that's a big game.
But do you see the point of how I can discredit it? If we want to discredit things, we can just discredit anything. That's fine.
But what you're saying is just factually not true.
But what do you mean?
Like Palmer's the criticism of Palmer scoring in big games when he did score in big games that first season and in the second season.
No. The pen stuff. If you want to discredit dead ball, like goals and or assists from dead balls, that's fine. You can do it for pens as well, because they're also dead ball situations.
But I'm not discrediting GNA from dead ball situations necessarily. I understand what you're saying. I'm not giving as much credit for assists from a corner than I would goals from a penalty. I think goals from a penalty are harder to do. I think when it comes, like, okay, maybe not harder to do. I think goals from a penalty take more skill to do than assists from a corner. Does that make sense?
I mean, yes and no, because if you're someone like Rice, he's supposedly like so technically deficient, then what he's doing should be even more impressive.
I don't think did I say he was technically deficient?
People make jokes about Rice can't play on a half turn. So if he's so bad technically, I didn't say you do, but if Rice is so bad technically, the fact that he's able to do all this from set pieces should be even more impressive.
Sure. If you don't believe that, I don't believe that.
I don't think it's odd for not to rate Rice for certain things, but yet you rate Kante for the same certain things that you don't rate Rice for.
The thing is, I've seen Kante. This is the problem too. There is obviously an inherent bias.
Yeah.
But a large part of it is 95% of the football I watch is Chelsea Football Club. So I'm not watching Rice game in, game out the same way I'm watching Moises Caicedo game in, game out. But I watch enough of Arsenal to at least come out and say, Gabriel, Saka, world class. I'll give them that.
I don't. You can say that about them, but the same arguments you make against Rice being world class, I can make for Gabriel and Saka.
Sure. If you want, yeah, sure. We can always make an argument for any player, but like I think when it comes to Rice, the reason I don't see him as a world-class player right now is because there's a few factors. The trophy factor is always going to be a thing that weighs over him. We already discussed that.
Yeah.
And the other factor being is that like I just don't see him carrying Arsenal enough to win games like I've seen Kante do in the past, like I've seen Moises Caicedo do just this season alone, a few games last season as well.
Okay.
You know?
That's fine.
So it's just factors like that, plus the abilities. Like I want to see Declan Rice have some.
Because Saka's also not won a trophy. I don't see Saka carry Arsenal in the big moment across the line.
But like Saka has been involved in those long stretches of games where he's consistently getting goals and assists.
That's fine, but all these long stretches of games don't mean anything when you don't turn up in the big moments across the line.
I mean, again, that's where like there's that weird gray area of like what is enough goals or what is enough of a carry job without crossing the line.
I don't even mean carry job. I just mean performance. Because the reason why, and I know the hat-trick is excessive, but the reason why no one gets onto Mbappe for France losing that final is because he actually performed and turned up.
Sure.
We've seen Chelsea play big games with Hazard or certain games where we've lost, but we know Hazard has performed, so we don't get onto him. Caicedo, like for example, last year when we had our dip, no one spoke about Caicedo because he was still performing. So you can still perform and do your job in big moments, but your team just let you down. Saka's not done that. We can say that about Rice as well, which is fine. Because I agree, the Euros final in 2021, Rice should have been better in that final. I agree with that. But
I would say
Saka also should have been better as well. He didn't do anything. The Euros final, not last year, the year before, or it was last year, whatever. Where was Saka? Especially when Rodri came off and everyone said at halftime, "Oh, Spain are going to collapse now," and all of this. Where was Saka, England's star boy, England's best player? Where were you? Nowhere.
But
where were you against PSG in both legs? When Arsenal were favourites against PSG going into in both legs, where were you?
You can make the same argument for Declan Rice.
I know, and I agree with that as well. So, but Saka is the star boy. He's the better player. He carries Arsenal, right? He leads them. Where was he?
But the thing is, when you look at most of the goals and assists that were coming from Arsenal in the not last season, but the 2 seasons, 3 seasons before that, they were mostly coming from Saka. Saka was carrying them in terms of GNA. Before the corners were even a thing, Prime, assists were coming from Saka. Saka was the creator.
But you carried them to nothing.
So did Harry Kane, which is why I'm telling you, it falls in that gray area of like Harry Kane under Spurs, we know was world class, but never led to anything. But he was getting goals consistently. The output was always there. The ability was there.
Metric, Kane also can't be world class then.
No, because my metric also includes clutch goals. Right?
And Kane doesn't have them.
He doesn't have them, but he has the consistency as an attacker to get goals in and out.
I named you 3 big moments in Kane's Spurs career that he did not turn up in.
Yes, but those aren't the only categories that, for a striker, make me think you're world class. If you could have both of them, which there are strikers that have had both of them, right? Benzema, for one, right? I think that makes you a cut above. And obviously, we're always going to have debates on which striker or which world-class player is better, because some world-class players are better than others. Let's be real, right?
Yes. Like Caicedo's a better world-class player than Rice, but they're both world-class. Thank you.
I don't agree that Declan Rice is world-class still. I think Caicedo's world-class, but he is in that bottom tier, entry-level tier, until he shows more over the course of these next few seasons under Chelsea, and if he wins more trophies, and if there's other what?
When did he become world class?
I think Caicedo became world class at the end of last season. So the Club World Cup was like, okay, now you've entered world class category because you went up against the same team that Declan Rice went up against, but you dominated in that game. Along with the rest of the team. I'll give the rest of the team credit too. But Caicedo, the level he's at, and then winning that just puts him in a different category. So then he enters that world class.
Also saw Caicedo go to the Allianz Arena in Munich and give away a pen and stink.
Yes, it wasn't his best game, but I could say the same thing about Declan Rice. Declan Rice had a shit game against Sunderland. Am I going to totally bin his season now?
Sunderland is not the Allianz Arena in Munich.
Yeah, it's not as big as a moment, but Declan Rice still crumbled.
I know, but I'm just proving the point. Because we're talking about games Rice hasn't turned up in. I can also say about Caicedo. That doesn't take away the player Caicedo is.
No, it doesn't.
Because that was Caicedo's first bad game for Chelsea in how long?
Maybe against the best team in Europe right now.
Yeah, in maybe almost 2 years. Cool.
Yeah, it gives a lot of credit. It gives a lot of credit to
bad game against PSG, who are the best team in Europe.
At the time, which at that same time, Caicedo came up and turned up.
Yeah, but Enzo was better than him in that final.
I vehemently disagree with that. I think Enzo was the worst player on that pitch.
Enzo was not the worst player on that pitch.
I watched that game 3 times. Enzo was the worst player on that pitch.
Enzo man-marked Vitinha. He wasn't the worst player.
Enzo man-marked Vitinha. And I'm not saying Enzo was a bad player in that game. I just think he was the worst one.
I find it weird that I'm a guy who crashed on Enzo, and now I'm viewed as someone who to say he's the worst.
Listen, I'm not saying Enzo had a bad game. I'm just saying he was the worst player on that pitch.
The worst player is crazy to me.
Well, actually, the worst Chelsea player on that pitch.
The worst Chelsea player on that pitch is crazy.
I don't think that's crazy.
Crazy.
Enzo was forced to play left wing, left attack that day. He barely was able to get enough done. Like, yes, he did a good job of man marking stuff. He had to sacrifice himself for the performance of the team.
How did he play left wing?
He was playing left forward, left wing, left attack. We watched the game.
He was playing to man mark Vitinha. Vitinha didn't play right back. What?
No, Vitinha is normally the deep DM-esque player.
Yes. So how is the central area now left wing?
Do I need to pull up like a heat map to prove this to you? Like, I'm not making this up. You know that, right?
I don't. But again, let's go back to the Rice thing. Like, fine, if that's your opinion and stuff, cool. But
also, I want to point out we've been talking about Rice for an hour and 10 minutes.
I know. I just think it's your opinion.
And I had 2 more segments that are in the title I wanted to talk about.
I just think your opinions is not like you're not consistent with it. And
I've told you what my opinion is. I told you what I need from Declan Rice to see him as a world-class player.
I've heard that, but it's not consistent when I mention other players. It's not consistent.
No, but I think it's because you're not on purpose, but I think you're accidentally conflating a bunch of my arguments into the same argument for other. No, because you keep mentioning for Harry Kane, when I kept telling you, like, I think for a striker, you can be consistent, you can have clutch moments, you can have both. And every time I bring up Harry Kane, you bring up the clutch moments he wasn't clutching. So it's like, but he was consistent though.
You can have clutch moments, you can have both. What if you only have one of them? Can you still be world class?
I think so.
Okay.
Those are 2 big factors for me.
What about for midfielders? Because for midfielders, you have 3 criteria, right?
For midfielders, I think consistency has to be. I think consistency all around, right? I think that one's like you can't escape that one for a midfielder. You have to be consistent.
You need to be good on the eye and the trophies, right?
Probably the trophies, yes.
Can you have 2 of the 3 and be world class?
Yeah, of course. You could have 1 of the 3 and probably be world class.
So why is Rice not world class?
I think with Rice is that I don't think he's been consistently as good as people like to put him out to be. I think he's had some games where he's disappeared and not been great. I've been on the other end of TJ complaining about Rice's performance game in, game out, and other Arsenal fans complaining about Rice's performance game in, game out, which does go towards your argument that the amount of pressure that is on Rice and reliability on Rice.
People expected Rice to do everything. Why should he have to do everything?
No, you shouldn't have to do everything, but when you're expecting him to do the bare minimum of his position and he's not performing, you won't criticize him for it.
His position, but you know what? Odegaard also doesn't perform. The last good
Rice is
Odegaard was like
part
2
Irish, and I think this is where this defense is coming from.
No, it's not because he's part Irish. Because you know what? When Rice has bad games, I crash on him too.
Sure.
What do you mean, sure, bro? I crash on Reece, and he's a Chelsea player.
No, I mean, sure. I didn't mean that sarcastically. I just came off sarcastically.
I just don't like people being disingenuous on purpose.
I'm not trying to be disingenuous on purpose. I'm trying to give you my argument on it. I just don't think Rice has been nearly as good as people make him out to be. I think the fact that he is the best, I think a lot of it has to do with the media, right? So the media, and I'm not saying you're falling for the media, but I think a lot of people see what, Sky Sports and all these guys are saying and how highly they speak of an English player. Like, I think Jude Bellingham, for example, is overrated, but people speak so highly of Jude that it makes people think, oh, because these guys are speaking so highly of him and they're saying he's world class, then I have to say he's world class. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I do feel like the ethos is there for Declan.
Bro, Marshall, I said this earlier in the stream that it's because he's at Arsenal and he's English why people don't rate him. I think
it works both ways with that.
If he was Irish or he was Scottish or Welsh or whatever, and he played for, if he was still at West Ham or whatever, or another Big Six club, people would view him as world class. They would.
Maybe.
Because of the Arsenal PR and the English PR.
I think it works both ways. Because as much as you could say it goes against him, there's other arguments that you could say it goes for him. Like Arsenal have a big fan base. Their fans are going to back their player, and their fans very rarely do their fans go against their players unless you're Nani Madueke.
About how you always going back and forth to TJ because he's an Arsenal fan. He writes for Arsenal, so it makes sense you're going to do that as a Chelsea fan. But let's just take the glasses off and be honest.
I am being honest. I have not been as impressed with Declan Rice as other people have been. I also don't watch Arsenal as much as other people may have, so there is that skews my opinion. And I admit, these are factors that I have not seen from Rice that would impress me more, right? I'm not saying you have to get a bunch of goals and assists, but add some more of those Real Madrid moments to your, no pun intended, Arsenal.
But
right?
You just talked about how you're not going to count his assists because they're from dead balls, but it's 2 Real Madrid moments.
Give me some open play assists.
But the Real Madrid moments are from dead balls.
Yes, but those are goals.
But they're from... Okay, so dead ball situations, goals are good, but when they're assists, they're bad.
That's not as random as a corner.
Bro, those 2 free kicks against Real Madrid, he's never scoring them in his life. Those 2 free kicks against Real Madrid are flukes. He's never doing that again.
He might. He's not
never
bad.
Going to do that. He doesn't have that. He's never doing that again. He's never doing that again. Lightning does not strike. Bro, the fact that Lightning struck twice in that one game is crazy. Lightning won't strike 3 times. He's not doing that again. You know why? Because he tried replicating that next game in the Premier League, and he failed in the warm-up. It was shown on Sky Sports. He was trying to do it, and it didn't work. So let's not, bro. Come on, you don't watch Arsenal consistently.
No. So
your opinion on Arsenal players being world class or not being world class or whatever, like, if a Chelsea player came on here and spoke about how Reece James post injury, like, oh, I don't know if Reece James is still world class. I don't think he's really being. I think he's been good this calendar year, but I don't think he's had any world-class moments or anything. Like, I've only watched a bit of Chelsea, though. Is that fair? Is that... Because that's what Arsenal fans say about Timber's better than Reece. So, but you see, you're laughing. That's how I'm viewing you talk about Rice.
I get where you're coming from.
But I'm saying, like, we can't say Caicedo's amazing, but Rice just isn't good. That's disingenuous. We just have to admit Rice is world class. Caicedo's better than him. Fine. He's much better than him. but he's still world class.
I
think
I
Timber
just
is
think.
world-class. Timber's nowhere near Reese, but
No,
Timber
he's
is still
not.
world class.
How about this? I'll simplify it this way. For me, because I've been forced to think more about this opinion, not just from you, but just in general, because I'm just filled with it in my timeline, to think more about this and really develop this opinion. But the very, very like simple way of putting it, and the very simple way that I look at it, is that, let's just say, for example, if world-class midfielder, if the bar is the Pirlos of the world, oh my God, Maradona, wow, why am I blanking out on all these names all of a sudden? Pirlos of the world, the Kimmichs and Kante and Makalele and so on and so forth. You name it, right?
World class.
Who?
Kimmich, you think he's world class?
I think Kimmich is world class, yeah.
He's not. If you
All
speak to Bayern fans, he's not been good for like 2-3 years, bro.
That's a different discussion we could have, right? That's a different video, a different stream, sure. But if I'm to say like that is what I categorize as world class, and I'm to induct the best of the best into that, Caicedo only just gets in there based off of what he did last season and what he's won. Declan Rice isn't better than Caicedo, and Caicedo just got there. So if Declan Rice, I think the easiest way for Declan Rice to get into that category is just win a trophy. It doesn't matter which trophy at this point. Just win a goddamn trophy.
He's won it,
and you get into that. I think win one with Arsenal.
But it's Arsenal and they have Arteta. That might not. If Arteta, like, that's not. How is that fair?
Motherfucker did it with freaking West Ham. If he's that good, he could do it with Arteta and a better team. And we've said it, like, sometimes you just have to fucking, no matter, if you're a good player, no matter what team you're in, you'll still stand out. You'll still be a good player.
But he does stand out.
Sure. Yeah, he does. No, I agree. Yeah, he does.
So he stands out. So what now?
But he should be able to win a trophy if he's that good.
I agree, but Saka should also be able to win a trophy.
Yeah.
So
This season, they could probably win a trophy. If I had to take my blue tinted glasses
away. Win
away.
a trophy this season, does that mean you have to take back the Saka and Gabriel world class?
For Saka this season, probably. For Gabriel, it's going to depend on his performances.
Well, if he doesn't...
But I would gladly for both of them, I'll be honest with you. I would gladly for both of them. I hate admitting that Gabriel is world class because I think that guy's the biggest bozo ever.
I don't think Gabriel's well, not anymore. No, I don't think he's a bozo anymore.
Did you know he was responsible for 3 out of the 5 goals Arsenal conceded this season?
Yeah, no, I know.
Bozo.
I think what he did against Sunderland, I think that's dumb. But I don't think Gabriel's like a bozo anymore.
Boltemade. Erling Haaland.
Oh, the Haaland one is just Haaland being a freak. I don't think that's a Gabriel mistake per se.
But that, for example, like Haaland's consistent and he's clutch.
Oh yeah, but Haaland's a
He
goat.
is a freak. But that's what made him. Yeah, he's world class easily.
No, but he's beyond world class. He's like GOAT status. Haaland's having conversations with like.
He might be the best striker the Premier League's ever seen by the end of his tenure.
I think he already is.
He could be. He's got to match the output, right? Like he's got to get more goals than Shearer.
He's easily breaking that record. He's not.
I think so too. I think so too. All right. I do want to touch on these last 2 topics that are part of the title before I end the show. So we'll make this quick, easy, and breezy. Okay? We'll start off with this. This is the last 2 topic, people.
1 second, hold on. Well, you said, when did you stop watching Chelsea?
I took a break from Chelsea in 2012.
When did you start? After we won the Champions League, was it?
Actually, slightly before we won the Champions League. Very unfortunate for me, yes.
When did you get back?
I think
to
the
watch?
last season I stopped watching Chelsea because life got in the way was when Terry missed the penalty. The slip.
Oh, damn. Okay. When did you get back into watching?
COVID.
Oh, damn.
Like the second season of Lampard. I missed a lot. I still watch from time to time. I just wasn't game in, game out.
When was the? That is like well over a decade.
Yeah, I missed a lot of Chelsea. I miss pretty much the majority. I miss Mata. I miss Matic. I missed even Oscar. I missed Eden Hazard. Pretty much completely missed Eden Hazard, which is such a shame. I miss Diego Costa. I miss Cesc Fabregas. I miss Victor Moses if you want to put him in the conversation.
Okay.
I miss Courtois. I miss Courtois.
The return of Jose.
I missed Return of Jose. I missed Conte. I missed Gary Cahill. To be fair, so I missed like. I didn't miss David Luiz. I did see the beginning of David Luiz, and I wasn't convinced, and that agenda held up since.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. The first season, second season, David Luiz was not great. I missed pretty much all of Aspie. I didn't miss Ramirez. I saw Ramirez play. I saw Ramirez when he came to the club.
Damn.
Yeah, I missed a lot of Chelsea, which sucks. But I'm committed now.
Life is crazy.
Life is crazy. Life is the worst. Takes you, especially when it takes you away from Chelsea. So that probably skews a lot of my opinions, right? Because my sample size is the legends. Not to say Sask and all these other players aren't there, but what's up?
Like, wait or something.
Wait, say that one more time.
Am I frozen?
You are frozen, but I can hear you.
Sorry. When was the Moscow final?
I think the Moscow final was 09. I didn't fall off the face of the earth. I just had a job. And the games are in the morning. Plus, on top of it, back then, just to make it easier for people to understand, back then, games were broadcasted through TV, through a cable box. And unfortunately, I was poor and I couldn't afford watching that and watching the Premier League anymore because they had changed providers and stuff like that. So, yeah, it just wasn't in the cards.
Oh, that makes and also, guys, like, I know right now, even if you don't watch, say, a game live, you can always go on YouTube and watch like highlights.
They didn't have that back then.
Highlights. None of that existed back then. So
it didn't exist. Yeah.
Live, or
you missed it completely, pretty much. Yeah.
So
nowadays, you can go back and rewatch games because some people like TiVo, whatever the hell that service was, where you could pre-record stuff into a box. You used to have that, and you can record games, and people still have that. And I still have CDs. All right, fun fact, chat. I still have CDs from the 2006 World Cup when I first saw Ronaldo play. And I remember recording every single Portugal game because Ronaldo was just that guy. Like, that guy wowed me. And I needed to record every game. But like, you needed to watch it live. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it. And back then, I think most of those games were like 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Like, they were later in the day. So I was able to watch them. Versus Premier League games are usually on a weekend, and I was usually working on the weekend. I wasn't able to watch them. They were early in the morning, and I didn't have the service to watch them either. So, yeah, but Jamaica's service is different than how the U.S. worked. I have a lot of other factors that took into it. I was in college as well. Like, my life was just insanely busy.
No, it's fine. I'm not trying to, because you said that before, so I'm not trying to pry. So, okay.
No, I need to explain to chat because chat can't seem to comprehend how 2 and 2 make 4.
You're a big fan, that's fine. I'm a big fan.
Hey, Casually FC. casual for the casuals, right? I don't admit. I'll jokingly say I'm proper Chelsea, but I listen. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
this
not.
this channel is for people who, you know, if you're on the other side of the world and your work schedule is crazy, so you can't watch it live, and you're not bothered to go search the Chelsea game on Chelsea, YouTube channel. Come to Casually FC. We'll review the game.
Up to Chelsea.
Up the Chelsea.
But yeah. So yeah, there's a bunch of those factors, and then pandemic happened, and there was nothing else to do, and now there's more access to games than there were before, Discord and all that fun stuff, and I met a lot of you guys, so this is how things happen, and how I ended up being able to watch Chelsea again, and really.
What was your first Chelsea game?
Oh my god, I can't remember. God damn it. Yo, I really don't remember. I think.
Okay, what was your first significant game then? The first game that you remember?
Because if I had to remember the game, the first game, I remember moments of it. I remember Kalou was the starter, I believe, and Pizarro was in the team at the time. And that was a big reason why I became a Chelsea fan, was because of Claudio Pizarro being Peruvian. So I remember Pizarro came on as a sub, didn't do fucking anything. And then it didn't take many games later until Drogba came back and he scored. And this was during Avram Grant's tenure. So it was literally, I missed Jose twice. I missed OG Jose and I missed second Jose.
You missed the goal.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Yeah.
No, I mean when you came back to watching Chelsea. Because you said it
when I came back to watching Chelsea, I watched the beginning of my first game back was Bayern. We got mollywopped.
Lampard against Bayern. First leg or second leg?
Yeah, second leg. Yeah.
Bloodbath. Yeah, okay. Because the first leg wasn't necessarily that bad.
Yeah,
second leg was
See, I even missed the Ajax game, bro. I didn't even. I missed really good games.
You missed the Lampard vibes. You just got fried.
Yeah, I just got thrown into that one. But I didn't miss the second UCL. We were all there for that.
Yeah.
So
that was,
it kind of paid off in the end. I was slightly in and out during that first Lampard season. But then Kai Havertz joined, and then I really became invested. And then the whole Kai Havertz saga happened.
Why did you become invested when Kai Havertz joined? You were a fan.
Because I thought Kai Havertz was the guy.
So so you went from not watching football for a decade to being a Kai Havertz fan. Okay.
I have a small place in my heart for German football. Being that I had a bunch of Peruvian players that played in Germany. Being that I was a big fan of Manuel Neuer. I do like Miroslav Klose as well. And Ballack, obviously. So I've liked German football a lot. So when I tuned back into football and I saw who is what's going on with Germany, who is their up and coming, who's that guy right now? Obviously, being that he was an attacker, Kai Havertz was the most attractive looking one in that bunch. And
what were your thoughts on Werner?
Werner, I didn't really have many thoughts on Werner, to be honest, because I wasn't paying attention to Werner. But when he came into the club and I saw the stats he was pulling, I thought he was going to be a world class player. Turns out that didn't happen. So, yeah.
I'll start. I'll stop pestering you about this.
Okay, we'll make this quick because I want to go. All right. Listen, I can talk about Chelsea forever. That's why I can do these 4 hours, 5 hours, and I'm also a streamer, so I stream all the time. So it's
this isn't stopping from anything, no?
No, resting, but that's about it. Okay, now Disasi apparently back in the first team. That's the second to last segment of today's show. And I'm not even showing it. Disasi is back. So Axel Disasi trained with the first team 3 days ago. Axel Disasi retains hope Chelsea may relax their position and allow him to play for the first team again in the coming weeks. He also said this: Chelsea are planning to reintegrate Axel Disasi back into the first team squad over time, with the out of favor Frenchman impressing behind scenes this season. Axel Disasi has made it out of the Chelsea so-called bomb squad, with the defender returning to training with the first team squad on Thursday. Raheem Sterling is now the only remaining member of the bomb squad. Reminder that Raheem Sterling is the 20th on the all-time top goal scorers in the Premier League with 123 goals. And last but not least, understand if Disasi returns to the first team, it would be club-led and not Maresca-led in aid of trying to drum up the market for January, which could be possible. It could be very true. But yeah, Disasi. I don't think this means really anything. Sure, he's in the first team, but very much like kind of how Choa was involved with the first team the season before. I think it's just extra bodies to help with training. And that's why we saw Axel. But some people make the argument that Axel looks like he's lost a significant amount of weight. He did play with the U21s.
It's not weight. He's lost muscle.
I'll be honest with you. Even if he has lost muscle, I don't think it's been that much. This is kind of always what Disasi looked like. Am I lying?
Nah, Disasi was 189 pounds, bro.
How much is he now? I don't know.
I don't know, but he looks he When I first saw this picture, this is gonna sound weird. When I first saw this picture, I thought he kind of looked like an Avatar. No, Cameron movie.
Yes.
He looks very like sleek and slender. So I don't know, and I didn't watch the academy game, so I don't even know how he performed or anything, or how he looks like when in play. But if he's in training, I agree. I think it's just to like get him ready for a move, so it doesn't, because we can't just get rid of him in January with no fitness, no like real training, no match sharpness, no anything. But the fact that he's getting these under 21 games, I don't know if he'll play any game for us, just in case of risking injury or anything. But like, if he keeps playing under 21s and he's still in training and stuff, and he's showing like he's good, that he can play and stuff, then, because I saw links to Monaco, Dortmund. Niko Kovac, he used to manage Monaco when Disasi was there, so I'm seeing links there. So if we if we do what I've been thinking that we'll do, which is recall one of our center backs, we might recall Ansel Mino. He could go to Dortmund. Disasi.
When I'm looking at these pictures, right? Like this picture, for example, where we see Disasi. I mean, this one's a little hard to tell, but I look at this, like, I just genuinely don't see that much of a difference.
Nah. Go back to the one where he's... That is from Pot, right?
That's from Pot season, yes.
Bro, he does look heavy there.
I guess so. It looks like his chest is a little broader.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Again, I need to see him in. If the next under 21 game he plays, I'll watch. Like, I need to see this guy in play.
Yeah. I don't know. Not really. Because I have been checked out of US soccer for some time now. Mostly because we've been shit. So when I saw an American on Chelsea, I was like, oh, that's cool. But I was more interested in Kai Havertz and Timo.
Did you only check back into Chelsea because of, like, in lockdown and there was nothing to do?
I was playing a lot of FIFA Mobile. So it reignited the passion I had for football. No. It reignited the passion I had for football. But also, yes, there was a good amount of it being Kai Havertz and nothing to do during the pandemic. So I was like, oh, there's football. I can watch that.
So
the All or Nothing documentary was a big one too.
The Arsenal one.
No. The Jose one.
Oh yeah. So if
Yeah, I
not
really like the
for
documentary.
if not for lockdown, would you still be supporting Chelsea? Or like
I'd be supporting Chelsea, but I wouldn't be on YouTube. I wouldn't be doing half the stuff I'm doing. I wouldn't even have half the stuff I have right now. So I wouldn't be streaming if it wasn't for the pandemic as well.
So doing YouTube was never any sort of thought that you wanted to do eventually.
Nope. Crazy how the world works.
So why did you get the channel from Kai?
That is a discussion to have backstage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is not a public discussion, but I'll just say, to make it simple, different pathways of life. You know, that's like the simple way of answering it publicly without seeming shady. But there's a lot more to it that I'll discuss backstage. But to put it simply, just different life decisions. Kai was more focused on other things, and I was a lot more committed to, you know, the future of the channel and ideas and all that kind of stuff.
No. I know why Kai wanted to stop doing YouTube. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
At his point. I mean, for you, why did you want to be doing YouTube?
It was mostly because I liked YouTube a lot, and I still had, like, I had a channel prior to KH that was years, like, this is like years before, way before the pandemic, like, we're talking like 2012, 2013. I did have a YouTube channel, and it kind of was like on its way to being successful, but I had quit because parental advice. I thought I was wasting time based on what they were saying. School taking over work, taking over time. So it was a reallocation of time management in a sense. And yeah, and then this happened, and I just enjoyed talking about Chelsea and talking about football and talking to other people. So then I, joined Kai's channel, and one thing led to the other, and now I'm here. Kind of low key he is, Soliman, I'm not gonna lie. This is the Get to Know Marshall show and all his agendas. But that's on Axel Disasi. We'll move on to the last topic, which is, ladies and gents, we got a Here We Go. Believe it or not. And already people are losing their minds. Don't know why. It's like you've just joined. And you don't know what's going on with Chelsea as of recently. But Deinner, I think it's Deinner Ordonez has joined Chelsea Football Club. Who the fuck is Deinner Ordonez? Well, I'll tell you. So what we have here, exclusive, Deinner Ordonez to Chelsea. Here we go. Agreement reached today for 16-year-old talented defender to join CFC project. Independiente de Valle accepted all conditions as Chelsea anticipated top three European clubs. The Ecuadorian will arrive in January 2028. Chelsea have pre-agreed a deal to sign Ecuadorian defender Deinner Ordonez from Independiente de Valle, as Fabrizio called. 16-year-old has agreed a long-term contract and will join Chelsea in 2028. Chelsea have an excellent relationship with Independiente de Valle, who are also Moises Caicedo's former club. Also the same club where you got Paez from. I think the same club that Pacho came from. These guys have an academy. They started producing good talents, and this is where you get what you get. Kind of where we're going about with the Santos argument, right? Expect youth signings like defender Deinner Ordonez, 16 from Independiente de Valle, to continue at pace. Chelsea have a few similar irons in the fire. Chelsea hold good relationships with IDV, with Paul Winstanley involved in signing Caicedo out of there for Brighton. So, the thing is, people are going to get upset because, you signed a center back for the future. Here we go again with all this and that. Listen, You can look at it that way. You can look at the short term. I always say this. When it comes to this Chelsea club with the current owners, you always have to look at the big picture and you always have to look at the long run. The pipeline is there, people. You have right now the current center backs that you have, with Levi Colwill leading the pack in terms of where he is talent-wise. Yes, we have to improve the level of talent that we have. I think improving the floor, right? Like, Colwill has a high ceiling, but currently we need floor raisers, right? I think I'm saying that right, Prime? I think that's the right logic to use in this one. Shit.
Sorry, you need floor raisers?
Yeah.
Yes. You need to raise the floor, as well as obviously raising the ceiling. You need to raise the floor minimum. Yeah.
But at least Levi Colwill is giving us that ceiling, right? The floor is on the floor right now. No pun intended on that one either. But
bars in hell.
The bars in hell. When it comes to floor raisers, you can make the argument that the potential recall of Sarr or the upcoming talent from Sarr and Anselmino are the ones that will raise the floor. And then when they're integrated to the squad, the pipeline for this player to come in and potentially raise that ceiling is next in the pipeline. So this is just the pipeline of center backs that I'll admit I would have preferred if we had gotten a center back that's ready made now and to go, but it doesn't always work out that way. So listen, it's maintenance for the sake of maintenance. You got to have that pipeline. You know, we have a pipeline of strikers coming in. We have a pipeline of wingers, pipeline of midfielders. In fact, we need more midfield pipeline. So I won't be surprised if in January we see another here we go for a youngster, up and coming talent from the midfield. But it's the pipeline, people. This guy is going to be good for us in 4 years' time. Probably able to play for us in 2 if he plays for us. But in 4 years' time, I expect Anselmino, Mamadou Sarr to be really integrated into the team, plus some other signings that we might make, plus Levi Colwill, and maybe another player. I don't know. I'm not going to say Fofana because I don't expect Fofana to be here in 4 years. But that's the way I think about it. That's why I'm not getting mad at it. Listen, at the end of the day, if we have good talent coming in, world-class talent coming in, 4 years down the line when that talent hits and is inevitable, cool. I'm happy because then that situation is sorted. Same thing goes with the goalkeeper. If Penders ends up coming in next season and completely washes the floor with Sanchez, then cool. I got a good goalkeeper for the next 10 years, and then bring me another goalkeeper down the pipeline that maybe in 5 years he'll be ready. So that's the way that's what I want. That's what they want to plan, the owners. I hope it happens. But if it doesn't, I'm going to criticize. So, yeah, what do you think about this player, Prime? I know there's probably really not much opinion.
Yeah, bro. I've been Chelsea hold good relations with IDF, with Paul Winstanley. Do you think that's the club Caicedo was at, right?
IDV, but yeah.
Or IDF, sorry, yeah. IDV.
IDV. Not IDF. IDF is totally something different.
I don't even know what IDF is. Wait, that's an army, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, the Israeli one.
Oh, this is, yeah.
Totally different things.
Cut this out of the stream.
Yes.
What? That's the Ecuadorian team Caicedo's from.
Independiente de Valle and Kendrick Paez and Pacho. Yep.
So they have a track record of developing these talented Ecuadorian
Yeah.
players. Do you think us, because like that said about how when Stanley has a relationship with them because of the Caicedo deal, right? Do you think we have some sort of agreement with them that we have first dibs on their talented players?
Maybe. Yeah, it's very possible. It's probably very possible that we're also in cahoots with Brighton to get like priority over them when it comes to this academy.
But I think we're gonna stop dealing with Brighton soon enough.
We might.
This is the sort of kid that would go to Brighton or go to
Exactly.
a German club or a French club, have 2 good seasons, and then all of a sudden he's at PSG and he's the next Pacho. Or
Yeah.
he's at Real Madrid and stuff like that, and he's worth 100 mil. So I like that. We're getting, the next
We're
guy.
doing our own scouting versus like picking from other teams and stuff.
So but he's 16, so is he staying there until he's 18?
I believe he's going to stay there until he's 18. But this is where that whole Santos thing comes in, right? Because I think what happened to Paez was that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. America's, and I mean all of America's football season starts in or is played during Europe's off season. So you know how like Libertadores, we were just talking about it, their finals like in 2 weeks. Our Champions League final, our equivalent of that is in May. Like the seasons are just different timing.
Yeah,
so
it's
with
like-
Paez, when the season ended for his team that he was playing for, I think it was Independiente de Valle. I think it may have been, it was Independiente. Their season ended early. Paez had like 6 or 7 months where he couldn't play or couldn't even play with the team again because otherwise that would have fucked up the contract. Because he can't leave a
I
team
don't get
mid-season.
why,
Like
because-
it would have been weird.
Because Esteval left them mid-season.
No, he didn't.
Yes. Palmeiras, yeah, he did.
Did he leave him mid-season?
Yeah.
Let me look at this. Did Esteval?
'Cause didn't they reach the Copa de Libertadores final or something?
No.
No.
No, I think that was before the Club World Cup, and it was like it wasn't Copa Libertadores. It was like a Brazilian tournament.
Oh, okay, my bad.
After his 18th birthday, he is now part of Chelsea's squad. No, Esteval did not leave Palmeiras mid-season. He finished the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup with Palmeiras before officially transferring to Chelsea in the summer of 2025. Although the transfer was announced a year prior, the move was completed after his final match for Palmeiras, during which he scored. But I'm trying to see what Palmeiras season looked for. Okay, let me look this up. Palmeiras. I can like figure this out. Palmeiras. Let's look. That's not what I'm looking for. Fixtures. Fixtures by date. I think Palmeiras' final game of the season was the Club World Cup. So let me hear. This is for Copa Libertadores group stage. Copa Libertadores was in April. The Campeonato Paulista, that's Brazilian tournament that went into May, April. Okay, where is Club World Cup here? Quarterfinals. What is this then? There's other Brazilian cups here? I'm so confused. So yeah, what the fuck happened to Kendry Paez? Because I'm seeing like this is nonstop football from Palmeiras. Because like they played. What? I need CP here. Oh, this is their so he left mid-season.
Yeah, he did.
He did leave mid-season. What the fuck? Huh. Okay, so then what the fuck happened to Kendry Paez? Why did he not play for Independiente then? Why did he have to be in limbo for fucking 6 months? That's weird. That is weird. All right, then I don't have answers for that one then. I don't know. That's a weird one. But yeah, so this player, what I was alluding to is that when he turns 18, he should be coming straight to Chelsea, but I don't know. I don't know how that's going to tie in with the team he's currently at. With Ordonez, if Santos would be a team that he could play in before he joins Chelsea so he doesn't miss game time.
He
I don't know.
being
That's a
signed
weird
as an
one.
academy player. He plays first team football for them, right?
Let me look into that. Ordonez.
Why are we signing these underage players, but they can't join us? Why can't we just sign them as an academy player?
I don't know. There's probably rules against it, to be honest.
Because we signed that Jesse Derry guy. Was he not in Palace's
Yes.
first team? But he's
But
now
I
in
think
our academy.
I think part of the rules is because of academy player. Well, I don't know, because I think for what's his name, Jesse Deary, right?
Yeah,
I
Jesse
think
Derry.
I think because he was born in the UK, he can be a part of an academy from a young age. Whereas I think there's different rules for players, youth players from different parts of the country or different parts of the world. I think that's like the rule. This guy hasn't played first team football.
So he's like an academy kid.
Mm-hmm.
So would he count? Interesting. So this would then mean part of also getting Santos. So if we had Santos now, would we be signing him for Santos as an academy kid then, not as a first team player?
I don't know. That's what I would think.
It's like what you just said about Jesse Derry, about how because he's English, it's easier to sign him from one academy to another, basically.
I think there's like rules as to how old a player can be from another country before joining an academy from another country.
Does that work in South America? Can we sign Ordonez from IDV and bring him to Santos, but as an academy kid? Can that work? Because
That technically sounds like it could work.
immigration. That makes that makes sense. But because it's all obviously not the same country, but on the same continent, does that work that way?
Maybe. I don't know. It's a good point. These are rules I genuinely haven't looked that into, and it's probably
No, that's
good that
fine.
we
Like,
do.
I'm sure
but-
he would actually know. I'll ask him
Soliman
next.
says here, young academy players generally cannot join from outside England due to UK immigration rules, which require them to be at least 18 to meet specific visa criteria. Could be that too, when it comes to. Oh yeah, I mean it's a working visa thing, probably. Because if you were to come to the UK from another country to be a part of an academy, you would have to have like a working visa, it's a job. And apparently Paez had. Okay. Yeah, it's making a little more sense too. From a working visa standpoint, I think that's part of the problem.
And that's why he went to France. Yeah. Okay. Because
Yeah.
in Europe, it's easier to do that than coming into England. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Soliman, that's why you're MVP. Yeah, that's why I didn't play for a while until they sorted it out. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, so Ordonez, part of Chelsea's future. He's 16 years old right now. One to keep an eye on. I'm sure he's going to get... we're going to start seeing some starting minutes for him. Obviously, after the World Cup, he'll probably make a few cameos for Ecuador just to test out some up-and-coming center backs, up-and-coming players in general. He'll probably have involvements with the first team for Ecuador. And yeah, Ordonez watch. Just like we watch Estevao and Santos and Paez. Got to do the same thing for Ordonez. He's touted to be a very talented up-and-coming center back. And when it comes to finding these up-and-coming talents, listen, you can't bash Blue Co too much because they've had a pretty decent track record of finding some really, really good talents at a very young age. So let's see what happens. But we do have center backs that could be integrated into the first team now, meaning in January, in Anselmino and Mamadou Sarr. So time will tell. We'll see what the big plan is at the end of the day. But any final thoughts, Prime, on this 5-hour special?
Yeah. Oh. Let me test your logic. Let me catch you out here. Is Enzo world class?
No.
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 You think Phil Foden's world class?
No.
Why?
Why don't I think Phil Foden's world class?
Yeah.
The season he had last season was really, really bad. Really, really bad.
So before last season.
Before last season, he was in that discussion. But even before last season, even before the season he had, last season, his fall from grace from the world-class conversation didn't even start at Man City. It started at the Euros because he was shit for England in the Euros.
Yeah, I agree.
He was really bad. So that I think that initiated the fall from grace. But yeah, I don't think he's world class. He was close though. He could turn it around this season, to be fair.
Who's better, Casemiro or Declan Rice?
Are you saying right now or in terms of the career so far?
Well, Casemiro's at the end of his career. So how about right now?
Right now, I gotta give it to Declan Rice. But overall, like if you look at their career, is Casemiro world class? I'd make an argument that he is world class. He's not world class now, but like peak Casemiro, like when he was at his best, he was world class. Like that midfield of Toni Kroos, Casemiro, and Modric, like no one could stop that. That was an insane midfield. It would have been better if Frank Kessie was there, but no, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around.
You rate Kessie?
I love Kessie. I love Frank Kessie.
Why?
I have a weird taste in players, Prime. You know who one of my favorite players is right now for Chelsea?
Chalaba. Sanchez.
No. But I'll tell you at the end of the stream because guys, this is the end of the stream. Be sure to smash up the like if you haven't done so already. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Where else are you going to get a 5-hour podcast, whatever, just talking on Chelsea and just talking football? This is what I like to do. This is what I enjoy doing. I'm glad Prime was here to enjoy it with me as well. And I'm glad you guys who stuck around, by the way, the loyal ones, big up to you guys. If you watch this after the live and you were able to watch the whole 5 hours, you got to the end of this, I'm just going to say put an Apple emoji in the comments just so I know you got all the way to the end, because that's crazy loyalty, and big up to you if you did do that. So big up to every single one of you in the chat. Big up to all of you who have been smashing the buttons, hyping up the video and all that fun stuff, hitting the bell notification and being here. So you guys are the VIP. I'm hoping that this helps you get through the lack of content out in right now during international break. We'll be back again later this week. Wednesday, I'm going to do a Chelsea Hour show. And then Thursday, I'm going to try to do another Casually Chelsea show to discuss some of the things that we didn't discuss today, because there's still a lot more stuff that I wanted to talk about, but we got caught up in conversation.
Never asked for Chelsea Hour.
Because not yet. There's a plan for everything. There's a lot of people I haven't gotten to yet, but that's because I have an order of doing things. But that's not to say I am not going to ask you eventually. I will.
We're going to need more than an hour, Marshall, because your takes are a bit,
I don't. You know what? We'll leave it at that. Sure.
Oh,
Guys,
no, I was gonna
smash up the like
be a
button,
receipt stream.
subscribe to the channel, do all the fun stuff. No raid today because honestly, I'm done. I'm tired. You guys are tired. It is what it is. You got 5 hours of content today, but enjoy it. Be sure also to check out the memberships. There's 4 different tiers of memberships starting at 99p at the very first tier. You get some cool emojis with every membership, so you get to use those. The Esteval Happy emoji, Cold Palmer, the Maresca Shush, a bunch of great emojis in there that you'll get. We have a cool Discord community as well, where you will also get to engage with a lot of Chelsea fans. So be sure to be active in that Discord community. You'll actually be able to get to talk to me in there as well. And yeah, be sure to check all that. And if you're a proper casual and higher tier member, you do get shout outs at the end of every show. And those shout outs are going to go to Adrian, EE, A. Soliman, Lanre Sadiq, Dark, JC, EPL Turf, Pels, Johnny Bravo, STFC Benny, and Stoff 5050. And you know what? Just for shits and gigs, and because I did just commit to like a 5-hour stream on Chelsea, I'm going to give some subs real quick. Let me just get over to my channel real quick and get to that. So hopefully, if your name gets picked out of the hat, you get to enjoy a taste of memberships and you enjoy it. So let me go ahead and do so. Oops, I'm doing the wrong thing. Membership gifting. We will gift not 50. Oh my God. We will gift 5 memberships. So almost at 50 there. That would have been like, hey, YouTube, I kind of need my money back. Untaxed, please. But yeah, there you go. 5 gifted to the chat because we just did 5 hours. So 1 gifted for every hour.
You got a
big up.
sub.
You did?
No, I'm saying if you got a gift sub, comment it in the chat. But the stream elements will say it.
Yeah. But yeah, big up to Varna, who got a gifted sub today. JB's, who's been in the chat, big up to you. You also got a gifted sub. Gabriel Mejia, also in the chat. There you go. Big up to you, my man. Not a problem at all. Hader Wakas. This is a new name I haven't seen. And Lish. Big up to you guys. Enjoy your memberships. Enjoy your emojis. Enjoy the perks of being a member. And yeah. And to answer the question I had asked, or I told Prime, like, I have weird taste in players, and some of my favorite players are very oddball. To answer my current favorite player at Chelsea, besides the typical, like, you know, typical answers, typical favorites like Cole and all that stuff, I don't even think they're my favorite. My favorite player for Chelsea is number 14, Dario Sugo. Big up, stay casual, have a good night.